Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
This strike condensed all of his life's cultivation and will. Wherever the sword passed, even the space trembled, as if even the heaven and earth had to give way to it. The sky-shaking Silver Eyes fox roared continuously, and huge amounts of its body tumbled in the air, trying to avoid the fatal blow. However, how could New All-In give it a chance? He followed Xiang Tianlu's sword light like a shadow, punching out with both fists. Each punch contained the power to destroy the world, turning all the tables, chairs, benches, teapots, and cups in the tea house into powder. The whole space seemed to be dominated by violence. Roar! The thunderous Silver Eyes fox finally let out an unwilling roar. It no longer escaped, but chose to confront head-on. His body suddenly leaped up like a moving iceberg, carrying enough cold air to freeze everything, and started the most direct collision with Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu. In this battle that made heaven and earth tremble with fear, the thunderous Silver Eyes fox showed its true strength as a top-level monster, the 477. Every swing of the claws is accompanied by the shattering and reorganization of space, and every exhale can freeze everything around into an eternal ice sculpture. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu, with their extraordinary courage and wisdom, as well as the blessing of that mysterious power, fought a desperate battle with it. Nu Lin, we can't go on like this. We must find its weakness. Xiang Tianlu's voice seemed weak in the roar, but it was extremely firm. He knew very well that if they could not find the weakness of the thunderous Silver Eyes fox, they would eventually run out of strength and be defeated. Nu Lin nodded, with wisdom shining in his eyes. He noticed that every time the thunderous Silver Eyes fox launched an attack, the scales on its abdomen that were glowing with a faint blue light seemed to flicker slightly, as if they were the source of its power. "Brother Xiang, attack its belly!" Nu Lin shouted, and at the same time retreated violently, creating an opportunity for Xiang Tianlu to attack. Xiang Tianlu understood what he meant, and his body turned into a stream of light, rushing straight into the belly of the thunderous Silver Eyes fox. The sword light drew a perfect arc in the air, piercing straight into the glittering scales with determination and fearlessness. The sword light was like a dragon, cutting through the sky and pointing directly at the belly of the thunderous silver arc to block the mysterious blue light scales. Xiang Tianlu's figure merged with the sword light, and his speed reached an extreme speed, as if transcending the constraints of time, leaving only a series of afterimages flickering in the air. The thunderous Silver Eyes fox was obviously aware of the crisis, and its huge body suddenly twisted in the air, like a towering iceberg struggling in the storm. Two cold rays shot out from his eyes, as if they could freeze all life, and he stared at Xiang Tianlu. It's not that easy to hurt me." The thunderous Silver Eyes fox let out a low and majestic roar, and spewed out icy air from its mouth again, trying to block Xiang Tianlu's attack. The cold air surged in like a tide, freezing the surrounding air into ice. Even the walls of the tea house were covered with a thick layer of frost. However, Xiang Tianlu was not afraid at all. His sword pierced through the cold air like a fish swimming upstream in an icy sea, firm and courageous. The sword light collided with the cold air, making a crisp and harsh sound, as if countless ice crystals exploded in the air, bursting with brilliant light. "Brother Xiang, be careful!" Nu Lin shouted from the side. He knew the strength of the thunderous Silver Eyes fox very well, and was worried that Xiang Tianlu would be ambushed. However, his reminder seemed a little redundant, because Xiang Tianlu was already fully focused and concentrated all his strength on that sword. The sword light finally came into contact with the blue scales on the belly of the thunderous Silver Eyes fox, making a deafening roar. It was as if billions of stars exploded at this moment, releasing endless energy. The blue light flickering on the scales dimmed in an instant, eroded by the mysterious power in the sword, leaving a deep sword mark. The thunderous silver ice fox roared in pain, and its huge body trembled violently in the air. It never thought that the defense it was so proud of could be broken so easily by a human. Anger and unwillingness intertwined in its eyes, making it even crazier. "You all will die." The thunderous silver ice fox roared and launched an attack again. This time, it no longer held back any strength, and each strike was enough to flatten a mountain. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu faced the crazy counterattack of the thunderous silver ice fox, but they did not retreat. They stood back to back, combining each other's strength to resist the attack of the thunderous silver ice fox together. "Brother Xiang, we will definitely win," Nuo Lin shouted, his voice full of determination and conviction. "That's right, as long as we work together, nothing is impossible," Xiang Tianlu responded, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. The two figures moved quickly in the tea house and engaged in the most intense battle with the thunderous silver ice fox. Fist winds and claw shadows intertwined, sword energy and cold air collided, and the entire tea house seemed to have turned into a huge amount of battlefield, full of violence and blood. Although the thunderous silver ice fox was powerful, it gradually showed signs of fatigue under the joint attack of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Its attacks became slower and slower, and each clench of its claws seemed to exhaust all its strength. "The opportunity has come," Nuo Lin shouted. He seized the opportunity, gathered all his strength again, and launched a final attack on the thunderous silver ice fox. Nuo Lin's figure was like a meteor across the night sky, rushing straight towards the sky-shaking silver ice fox with an indomitable determination. His fist was wrapped in a blazing wave of air, as if it could burn all obstacles, and collided with the ice-covered claws of the thunderous silver ice fox. Bang! Huge amounts of sound echoed in the tea house, as if even the space was torn apart by this blow. The fist wind and claw shadows intertwined, bursting into brilliant sparks, igniting the surrounding air and forming a blazing sea of fire. The thunderous silver ice fox let out a deafening roar, and its sharp claws left a deep mark on Nuo Lin's fist, but it was also knocked back by Nuo Lin's powerful recoil force. Its eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness, as if it wanted to tear Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu into pieces. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu once again transformed into a stream of light and rushed straight towards the sky-blasting silver ice fox. His sword drew a perfect arc in the air, like a meteor in the sky, with endless power piercing the vital point of the thunderous silver ice fox. The thunderous silver ice fox roared angrily, and its huge body tumbled in the air, trying to avoid Xiang Tianlu's fatal blow. However, Xiang Tianlu's sword light followed it like a shadow, always locking onto its vital points, not giving it any chance to breathe. The battle in the tea house became more and more intense. Fist winds, claw shadows, sword energy, and cold air intertwined together, forming a chaotic battlefield. Tables, chairs, benches, teapots, and cups were reduced to dust in the fight. The entire tea house seemed dominated by violence, and even the air was shaking. "Nuo Lin, Brother Xiang, we can't go on like this," Nuo Lin suddenly shouted during the fierce battle. He knew very well that if they continued to consume energy like this, they would eventually run out of strength and be defeated. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. He nodded and looked at Nuo Lin, as if they had reached some kind of tacit understanding. Boom! The two figures burst out with powerful momentum at the same time, like two sleeping beasts waking up, covering the entire tea house. Their power reached its peak at this moment, as if they were about to tear the entire world apart. The thunderous silver ice fox felt the powerful aura emanating from the two men, and a look of fear appeared in its eyes. It realized that if it didn't give it its all, it might really die here. Then, the thunderous silver ice fox also burst out with its strongest power. Its body suddenly swelled in the air, as if it was about to explode, and the surrounding space was distorted by its powerful momentum. "Humph, you are a little naive if you want to kill me." The thunderous Silver Ice Fox roared and launched a fierce attack on Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu again. However, this time, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not back down. They stood back to back, combining each other's strength to resist the attack of the thunderous Silver Ice Fox together. The fist wind and claw shadows intertwined again, and the sword energy and cold air collided more and more violently. The entire tea house seemed to have turned into a huge amounts of furnace, filled with hot and cold breath, as if it was going to swallow up everything. In this battle that made the world change color, Thunderbolt Silver Ice, solitary, gradually showed signs of fatigue. 03, although its attack was still fierce, it no longer had the sharpness and power as before. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Their strength continued to rise, as if they were going to put the entire world under their feet. Finally, in a fierce collision, the huge body of the thunderous Silver Ice Fox could no longer hold on. It let out a last desperate roar and then fell down with a bang. Its eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair, as if it couldn't believe that it had been defeated by two humans. However, the fact is that its life has been extinguished and there is no room for any struggle. The huge body of the thunderous Silver Ice Fox fell down, stirring up a cloud of dust. The aftermath of the battle in the tea house gradually subsided, leaving only the mess on the ground and the smell of burning in the air. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw fatigue and relief in each other's eyes. "Finally, it's over." Nuo Lin panted. Sweat slid down his cheeks and dripped onto the broken ground, making a slight sound. Xiang Tianlu nodded, and the tip of the sword trembled slightly, which was the fatigue after a long and fierce battle. "Yeah, we won. But this is just the beginning. There is still a long way to go." The two men slowly walked towards the corpse of the thunderous Silver Ice Fox, looking at the giant beast that had once put them in a desperate situation, with mixed feelings in their hearts. Nuo Lin squatted down and gently touched the cold scales, feeling the residual warmth gradually dissipating. "Brother Xiang, do you think the scales of this thunderous Silver Ice Fox can be used to make a suit of armor?" Nuo Lin suddenly suggested, with a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly. He knew that Nuo Lin could always find something practical after a battle. "It's a good idea, but only if we have craftsmen who can handle the materials. But now, it is more important to find a safe place to rest." The two left the ruins of the tea house, walked through a barren woodland, and finally found a hidden cave. The cave is dry and ventilated, with a few sparse vines hanging on the walls, adding a bit of vitality to this cold shelter. They lit a bonfire, and the warm light dispelled the coldness on their bodies and illuminated each other's tired faces. "Brother Xiang, how are your injuries?" Nuo Lin asked with concern. He noticed a deep scratch on Xiang Tianlu's left arm, which was slowly oozing blood. Xiang Tianlu shook his head to indicate that he was fine. "It's just a superficial wound, just take a rest. As for you, your fist seems to have been damaged a bit from that attack just now." The two treated each other's wounds. Although the conditions were simple, their care for each other made this simple treatment particularly warm. As night fell, the wind howled outside the cave, but inside the cave was quiet and peaceful. The two slept together, as if even their dreams had become peaceful. A few days later, when the first ray of sunlight penetrated the cave and shone on their faces, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu had both woken up. Their injuries have basically healed after adequate rest and natural recovery. In the woods outside the cave, birds are singing, flowers are blooming, all things are reviving, and the scene is full of vitality. "Brother Xiang, it seems that we are lucky to recover so quickly." Nuo Lin stood up, stretched, and felt the renewed energy in his body. Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly. His eyes were deep, as if he could see through the essence of all things in the world. He slowly stood up. Although his injuries had healed, the fierce momentum left by the battle had not diminished in the slightest. New All-in, in this world, the power of recovery often coexists with danger. Although we have found peace, we must not forget that the real test may have just begun. New All-in frowned slightly when he heard this, then relaxed his brows, with an unyielding light flashing in his eyes. Brother Xiang, what you said makes sense. As warriors, we should face challenges head-on. No matter how bumpy the road ahead is, wherever our swords point, that's the journey. The two smiled at each other, understanding each other tacitly, then walked out of the cave and into the unknown forest. The sunlight shines through the dense treetops, dappling onto them, adding a touch of golden brilliance to the tranquility of the early morning. Suddenly, a breeze blew through the forest, causing the branches and leaves to rustle, as if nature was telling some secret. New All-in and Xiang Tianlu were alert at the same time. They paused for a moment, then sped up instantly like two cheetahs and rushed in the direction of the wind. In the clearing between the trees, the strange sight of the sun and the moon came into view. Above the ground, invisible power fluctuations were intertwined, as if invisible threads were outlining complex patterns in space. These patterns are sometimes bright as the day and sometimes dim as the night, exuding a heart-pounding atmosphere. Is this 070 strange phenomenon of heaven and earth? Xiang Tianlu whispered with a hint of shock in his voice. He knew very well that anything that could cause such a sudden change in the world was definitely not an ordinary thing. New All-in stared at the ever-changing patterns with a sharp gaze, and an inexplicable impulse surged in his heart. Brother Xiang, no matter what lies ahead, warriors like us should explore it with fearlessness. Before he finished speaking, the two of them suddenly rose up again, like two meteors streaking through the sky, and rushed straight towards the center of the strange vision. As they approached, the air around them began to vibrate violently, as if even the space was squeezed by this force, emitting bursts of low roars. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the center of the vision, and an indescribable force surged out from it, colliding violently with the momentum of New All-in and Xiang Tianlu, instantly causing circles of ripples visible to the naked eye, spreading in all directions. Boom! With a loud noise, the two were unexpectedly knocked flying by the sudden force, breaking several towering trees before they could barely stabilize their bodies. They were dressed in rags, with blood at the corners of their mouths, but their eyes were burning with an even more intense fighting spirit. What a powerful force! New All-in wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His voice was hoarse, but it could not hide the excitement in it. Xiang Tianlu stood up slowly, his eyes determined, as if all the pain had disappeared. This may be the breakthrough opportunity we have been looking for. The two looked at each other, and without further ado, they headed toward the center of the vision again. This time, they no longer resisted blindly, but relied on their deep understanding of martial arts to skillfully harness the power of heaven and earth and dance with it. The fist wind and sword energy seemed to resonate with the heaven and earth at this moment. Each attack contained the power to destroy the heaven and earth. It intertwined and collided with the power in the center of the vision, erupting with unprecedented brilliance. As the battle deepened, the light at the center of the vision gradually converged and eventually turned into a tiny crack, as if connecting to a portal to another world. New All-in and Xiang Tianlu were standing in front of the crack, emitting an unprecedented, powerful aura, as if they had touched a new realm of martial arts. Before the crack, the auras of New All-in and Xiang Tianlu became more steady and majestic, as if they were two ancient gods of war, standing between heaven and earth, quietly waiting for the arrival of something unknown. Brother Xiang, what will the scene be like behind this crack? New All-in's voice was filled with a hint of curiosity and expectation that was hard to conceal. His eyes passed through the tiny gap, trying to peek into the secret behind it. Xiang Tianlu shook his head slightly, his eyes filled with both awe and desire. The unknown is always accompanied by opportunities and challenges, but no matter what the landscape ahead is, As long as we move forward side by side, we will have nothing to fear." The two smiled at each other, and the tacit understanding and trust between them were infinitely magnified at this moment. They walked forward slowly and gently touched the edge of the crack with their hands. A warm and ancient power flowed in from their fingertips, instantly penetrating their whole bodies, making every cell in their bodies boil. "This power," Nuo Lin whispered. His eyes became unusually bright, as if he saw the end of the martial arts, where there were the truth and answers he had always dreamed of. Xiang Tianlu closed his eyes and took a deep breath, as if he wanted to take all the breath in the world into his chest. "This is our era, Nuo Lin. Let us cross the boundary and explore the unknown together." As soon as the words fell, the two of them took a step forward at the same time and stepped into the crack. The crack slowly closed behind them, as if it had never existed, leaving only the clearing in the forest illuminated by the light, still maintaining its previous tranquility and mystery. Inside the crack is a whole new world. There is no familiar sky and earth here, only endless chaos and light interweaving to form a series of shocking pictures. They seem to be in an ocean of power, and every drop of water contained enough energy to destroy the world. Is this the end of martial arts? Nuo Lin looked around, with a tremor in his voice. It was a reverence for the unknown, and also a desire for the unknown. Xiang Tianlu shook his head. His gaze became deeper, as if he could penetrate this chaos and see farther. "No, this is just the beginning. The true way of martial arts has no end, only constant exploration and transcendence." The two began to move forward in this chaos. Every step seemed extremely difficult, but their steps were extremely firm. They used their own strength to carve out a path in this chaos, leaving deep footprints at every step, recording their growth and metamorphosis. As they went deeper, the surrounding scenery began to change. Those originally chaotic forces began to gradually condense and take shape, transforming into creatures and scenes of various shapes and forms. Some of them are extremely ferocious, while others are gentle and charming, but without exception, they all exude a powerful aura that makes people feel awe. Are these all the embodiment of martial arts? Nuo Lin exclaimed, his eyes filled with shock and awe. Xiang Tianlu did not answer, but there was a hint of certainty in his eyes. He knew that these scenes were not only the embodiment of martial arts, but also the projection of their inner world and the concrete expression of their understanding and perception of martial arts. In this world where chaos and light intertwine, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu continue to move forward. They constantly challenge themselves and surpass their limits, and every breakthrough brings them closer to the true meaning of martial arts. However, just as they were about to touch the most core secret, a sudden ray of light enveloped them. After the light faded, their figures disappeared in the chaos, leaving only bright tracks that slowly dissipated in the void. "Where are we?" Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the void, with a hint of confusion. When the light faded, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu found themselves on a strange ice field, surrounded by endless ice crystals and cold air, as if even time had frozen on this ice field. They could feel the biting cold in their breath, but there was an unquenchable fire burning in their eyes, which was the exploration of the unknown and the persistence in martial arts. "We seem to have come to another space here." Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed on the ice field, with a hint of solemnity and vigilance. He looked around, trying to find a clue on the ice field. Nuo Lin nodded. His eyes suddenly locked on something not far ahead. There, a huge amount of monster was lying quietly on the ice field, its body made of fire and ice interwoven, as if 10 horrors were born from hell and ice at the same time. The monster's eyes were closed, but even in its deep sleep, it still exuded a frightening aura. "That is Fentian Bing Taisher." Nuo Lin's voice was filled with a hint of shock and awe. He had read descriptions of this monster in ancient books and knew how powerful and terrifying it was. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu also stared closely at the burning sky ice lion. There was both awe and fighting spirit in his eyes. The Burning Sky Ice Lion is a legendary monster whose flames can burn everything, and its ice can freeze time and space. Today, we are lucky enough to encounter it. While the two were talking, the Burning Sky Ice Lion suddenly opened his eyes. Its eyes flickered with the light of fire and ice, as if it could see through everything in the world. It let out a deafening roar, and in an instant, the entire ice field seemed to be shaken by this force, with ice crystals flying everywhere and the cold air pressing in. "Be careful," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and he flashed and appeared beside Nuo Lin in an instant, with his hands forming seals ready to fight. Nuo, Wang's. Lin was not to be outdone. He took a deep breath, and the power in his body surged instantly. He clenched his fists, and golden light flickered on his fists. That was the power of martial arts contained in his body. "Come on, Burning Sky Ice Lion. Let us see your true strength," Nuo Lin shouted, and his figure was like an arrow from a bow, rushing towards the Burning Sky Ice Lion in an instant. Upon seeing this, Finshenbing Taishi let out an even more deafening roar. Its body instantly turned into a storm of fire and ice and rushed towards Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin dodged the storm cleverly with a flash of his body, but his clothes were torn by the fire and ice in the storm, revealing the solid muscles underneath. What a fast speed and power! Nuo Lin was secretly shocked, but he did not retreat. Instead, it aroused his fighting spirit even more. He rushed towards the Burning Sky Ice Lion again, the golden light on his fist becoming even brighter. Xiang Tianlu was not idle either. He formed seals with his hands and muttered something. In an instant, ice crystals flew from all directions and surrounded the Burning Sky Ice Lion. Those ice crystals seemed to have spirits and constantly attacked the Finshenbing Lion. The Burning Sky Ice Lion roared, opened its huge mouth, and spit out a beam of light intertwined with fire and ice. The beam of light instantly melted the ice crystals and shot towards the sky. Xiang Tianlu dodged the attack of the beam of light skillfully, but a trace of solemnity appeared on his face. This Burning Sky Ice Lion is indeed powerful. "We must go all out," Xiang Tianlu said to Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin nodded, and he rushed towards the Burning Sky Ice Lion again. This time, he used all his strength, and the golden light on his fist seemed to illuminate the entire ice field. He started a fierce battle with Finshenbing Taishi. The wind from his fists, flames and ice intertwined together, erupting with a deafening roar. Every collision seemed to tear the ice field apart, and every attack contained the power to destroy the world. The battle between Nuo Lin and Finshenbing Taishi was extremely fierce, and their figures constantly flickered and jumped on the ice field. "Brother Xiang, give me a hand," Nuo Lin shouted. He felt that the strength in his body was gradually exhausted. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu immediately formed seals with his hands and muttered something. In an instant, ice crystals flew from all directions again, attacking the Burning Sky Ice Lion. Those ice crystals echoed with Nuo Lin's fist wind, forming powerful attack waves. The Burning Sky Ice Lion roared angrily, feeling threatened by the two. It opened its huge mouth again and spit out an even thicker beam of fire and ice. The beam of light danced in the air like a dragon, shooting towards the two people. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu both showed solemn expressions when they saw this. They knew that this was the ultimate move of Finshenbing Taishi, and they had to go all out to resist it. The two of them shouted at the same time, exerting their full strength to the extreme. The golden light on Nuo Lin's fist became more dazzling, and Xiang Tianlu's hand seals became faster. The battle between them and the Burning Sky Ice Lion escalated again, and the entire ice field seemed to be shocked by this power. At the moment when the beams of fire and ice were about to touch Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, the entire ice field seemed to tremble, and the space seemed to be frozen at this moment, and even time slowed down. There was an unyielding light in Nuo Lin's eyes. He knew very well that any retreat would be futile in the face of such a powerful enemy. He took a deep breath, and the martial arts power in his body surged like a river bursting its banks. Golden light burst out from his body, making his figure look like the descending god of war. Brother Xiang, fight side by side with me, and face life and death together. Nuo Lin's voice echoed on the ice field, with endless determination and heroism. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that this was a matter of life and death, and there was no room for hesitation. He quickly formed seals with his hands and muttered something. Ice crystals gathered from all directions again, like thousands of sharp swords, pointing directly at the burning sky ice lion. The ice is covering thousands of miles, and the frost is breaking the dawn. Xiang Tianlu shouted softly, and the ice crystals instantly turned into sharp cold winds, sweeping towards the burning sky ice lion with biting cold. The burning sky ice lion let out a deafening roar, as if it felt the threat from Xiang Tianlu. The beams of light intertwined with fire and ice paused slightly in the air, and then surged like a raging wave, rushing towards the ice crystals. The ice crystals and light beams collided in the air, making a deafening roar. The flames and ice intertwined together, bursting into a brilliant light, and the entire ice field was illuminated like the sun. However, at the moment when the two collided, Finshin Bing Taishi suddenly flashed and appeared behind Nuo Lin like a ghost. Its huge amounts of claws, carrying the power of fire and ice, grabbed Nuo Lin's back. Nuo Lin was shocked, but he did not panic. He moved his body to the side and cleverly dodged the attack of the burning sky ice lion. At the same time, he clenched his fists, and golden light condensed on his fists like two bright stars. Star-shattering mountain, Nuo Lin shouted, and his fists blasted towards the burning sky ice lion like meteors. The burning sky ice lion snorted coldly, opened its huge mouth, and once again spit out a beam of light intertwined with fire and ice. The beam of light collided with Nuo Lin's fist wind in the air, making a deafening roar. The flames and ice intertwined together, bursting into brilliant light, illuminating the entire ice field with a dreamlike beauty. However, behind this beauty lies an unhealthy crisis. The power of the burning sky ice lion seemed endless, and every attack was like a mountain torrent, making it difficult to resist. Nuo Lin, be careful! Xiang Tianlu shouted from the side. He formed seals with his hands again, and ice crystals flew from all directions, trying to interfere with the attack of the burning sky ice lion. However, Finshin Bing Taishi seemed to see through Xiang Tianlu's intentions. Its body flashed again, and it easily avoided the attack of those ice crystals. At the same time, it opened its huge mouth and spit out a thicker beam of fire and ice, shooting towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu at the same time. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu both felt an unprecedented crisis. They knew that this was a fatal blow from burning sky ice lion, and they had to go all out to resist it. Brother Xiang, fight side by side with me, and face life and death together, Nuo Lin shouted again, and the martial arts power in his body erupted like a volcano, and the golden light enveloped his entire figure. Xiang Tianlu was not to be outdone. He formed seals with his hands at an extremely fast speed, and streams of ice crystals flew towards Finshin Bing Taishi like a gust of wind and rain. In the interweaving of the dazzling light and the icy cold air, Nuo Lin, Xiang Tianlu, and Finshin Bing Taishi launched the final decisive battle. Their figures constantly flickered and jumped on the ice field, and every collision seemed to tear the ice field apart. In the chaos of light and cold, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu seemed to be the only living beings on this ice field. Their breathing became heavy and rapid, and every punch and every dodge condensed all the strength of life. Nuo Lin, its power is growing. Xiang Tianlu's voice seemed weak in the roar, but every word was clearly heard by Nuo Lin. He noticed that the light of fire and ice in the eyes of the burning sky ice lion became more and more dazzling, as if it was drawing strength from the ice field. Every breath it took made its strength rise to a higher level. Nu Lin's heart trembled, but he did not back down. He knew very well that retreating at this moment would mean death, and only by moving forward courageously could he have a chance of survival. He roared, and golden light burst out from his body again. This time, his figure seemed to be wrapped in golden flames, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, full of indomitable spirit and fighting spirit. Brother Xiang, we can't let it go on like this. Nu Lin's voice echoed on the ice field. He flashed and turned into a golden lightning, rushing straight towards the burning sky ice lion. His fist was like a meteor hammer, and every blow was accompanied by a deafening roar, shattering the surrounding crystals. Xiang Tianlu saw this, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He formed seals with his hands and muttered something. The cold air on the ice field seemed to respond to his call. Ice crystals gushed out from the ground and gathered into a huge amount of ice dragon, which pounced on the burning sky ice lion. The ice dragon and the flame intertwined, and the two collided in the air, bursting into a dazzling light, illuminating the entire ice field like daylight. However, Finchambing Taishi seemed fearless. It let out a deafening roar, which carried the power of fire and ice, instantly shattering the ice dragon. Then it flashed and appeared behind Xiang Tianlu like a ghost, grabbing towards Xiang Tianlu with huge amounts of claws carrying destructive power. Xiang Tianlu was shocked, but he did not retreat. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and an ice shield instantly appeared in front of him, blocking the attack of Finchambing Taishi. However, the ice shield was torn apart as easily as paper under the power of Finchambing Taishi. Brother Xiang, Nu Lin shouted, and he flashed and appeared beside Xiang Tianlu. His golden fist collided with the claws of Finchambing Tai Lion, making a deafening roar. Fire and ice, gold and black, at this moment, interweave into a magnificent picture. The burning sky ice lion roared angrily, as if it was angered by Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu's tenacity. It opened its huge mouth and spit out an even thicker beam of fire and ice, shooting at the two of them at the same time. This beam of light was more powerful than any previous one, and it seemed as if it would swallow up the entire ice field. Both Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt an unprecedented crisis. They knew this was their final test. The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with determination and indomitable spirit. Nu Lin, let's do it together, Xiang Tianlu shouted. He formed seals with his hands and exerted the strength in his body to the extreme. The cold air on the ice field seemed to respond to his call, gathering into huge amounts of ice pillars, heading towards the light beam of the burning sky ice lion. Nu Lin was not to be outdone. He clenched his fists. Golden light condensed on his fists, as if he wanted to smash the entire world into pieces with one punch. He shouted loudly, and his fists were like two bright stars, blasting towards Finchambing Taishi. In the interweaving of the dazzling light and the icy cold air, Nu Lin, Xiang Tianlu, and Finchambing Taishi launched the final decisive battle. Their figures constantly flickered and jumped on the ice field, and every collision seemed to tear the ice field apart. Fire and ice, gold and black, at this moment, intertwined into a magnificent picture, illuminating the entire ice field with a dreamlike beauty. In the raging tide of ice and fire, the figures of Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two bright stars, shining with unyielding light in the endless darkness. Every breath they took was accompanied by the trembling of the ice field, and every punch they threw seemed to tear this ancient land apart. The roar of the burning sky ice lion was like thunder, and fire and ice intertwined in its eyes, like two bright stars colliding in the night sky, releasing a heart-pounding power. Each of its attacks was like a flash flood, carrying with it destructive force, as if it would completely devour the ice field. Nu Lin, We must find its weakness. Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded weak, but firm amid the roar. He knew very well that facing such a powerful enemy, only by finding its weakness could they have a glimmer of hope. Nuo Lin nodded, his golden flame swaying in the cold wind, like an eternal beacon, guiding them in the direction of progress. He took a deep breath and concentrated the strength in his body to the extreme, as if he wanted to merge the entire world into it. Brother Xiang, look there. Nuo Lin suddenly pointed at Finchen Bingtaishi's chest, where a strange rune was flashing, as if it was the source of its power. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. He formed seals with his hands, and the cold air on the ice field seemed to respond to his call, gathering into sharp ice blades and shooting towards the chest of Finchen Bingtaishi. However, Finchen Bingtaishi seemed to have seen through their intentions long ago. It flashed and appeared beside Xiang Tianlu like a ghost, grabbing towards Xiang Tianlu with huge amounts of claws carrying destructive power. Brother Xiang, be careful, Nuo Lin shouted, and his figure flashed and turned into a golden lightning, blocking Wei Lu. His fist collided with the claws of the burning sky ice lion, making a deafening roar. Fire and ice, gold and black, at this moment, interweave into a magnificent picture. The figures of Nuo Lin and Finchen Bingtaishi constantly flickered and jumped on the ice field, and every collision seemed to tear the ice field apart. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu felt an endless surge of courage in his heart. He formed seals with his hands and exerted the power in his body to the extreme. 0, asterisk. The cold air on the ice field seemed to respond to his call, gathering into huge amounts of ice wall, blocking all attacks from the burning sky ice lion. Nuo Lin, let's attack its weakness together. Xiang Tianlu shouted, and with a wave of his hands, a long sword formed by ice crystals appeared in his hands. His figure flashed, and he turned into an ice-blue lightning, stabbing towards Finchen Bingtaishi's chest. Nuo Lin was not to be outdone. He clenched his fists, golden light condensed on his fists, as if he wanted to smash the entire world into pieces with one punch. He shouted loudly, and his fists were like two bright stars, blasting towards Finchen Bingtaishi's chest. In the interweaving of the dazzling light and the icy cold air, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's attacks finally found the weakness of the Finchen Bingtai line. Their power was like two meteorites colliding with each other, making a deafening roar. Fire and ice, gold and black, at this moment, intertwined into a magnificent picture, illuminating the entire ice field with a dreamlike beauty. Finally, after a deafening roar, the body of Finchen Bingtaishi began to gradually dissipate. The light of fire and ice in its eyes gradually dimmed and finally turned into nothingness. Its body left a deep crack on the ice field, as if it was its last mark left to this world. When the huge body of the burning sky ice lion finally turned into nothingness, leaving only a deep crack imprinted on the ice field, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other. The joy of surviving the disaster and the pride of victory intertwined in their eyes. The smoke of battle gradually dissipated, and the ice field once again regained its original tranquility and coldness. But beneath this tranquility, there was an opportunity for the two to leap forward in strength. Brother Xiang, what do you see there? Nuo Lin pointed to a crystal that was flickering with strange light in the traces left after the burning sky ice lion disappeared. The crystal seemed to contain endless power and was slowly emitting a faint breath of fire and ice. Xiang Tianlu walked quickly forward, carefully picked up the crystal, and looked at it carefully. The surface of the crystal is as smooth as a mirror, but the inside seems to be flowing with stars. It is both hot and cold. The two completely different forces coexist harmoniously in it, which is breathtaking. This should be the crystallization of the power of the burning sky ice lion, the legendary ice and fire spirit crystal. It is said that only by defeating a monster of this level can such a precious treasure be obtained. Nuo Lin heard this, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. In that case, isn't it a blessing in disguise for us? Brother Xiang, If you and I take it together, perhaps we can further improve our cultivation. Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement. The two knew very well that in this world where the strong are respected, increased strength means more chances of survival. So that each sat cross-legged, placed the ice and fire spirit crystals in their palms, closed their eyes and concentrated, and began to guide the power within them into their bodies. As the ice and fire spirit crystal melted, waves of warm, yet cold energy poured into their bodies, as if two dragons were swimming in their blood, one carrying blazing flames, the other carrying biting ice. These two forces collided and blended in their bodies, eventually transforming into a purer and more powerful force that nourished their tendons, veins, and bones. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Around Nualin and Xiang Tianlu's bodies, golden flames and icy blue light, 247, complemented each other, forming a strange and beautiful picture. As their power continued to integrate and sublimate, their aura quietly underwent metamorphosis, becoming deeper and more powerful. When the last bit of strength was absorbed, the two opened their eyes at the same time, with unprecedented light flashing in their eyes. They stood up and looked at each other. Without words, they could read the leap in strength and metamorphosis from each other's eyes. Nualin, I feel like my cultivation has improved by at least 2 levels. Xiang Tianlu couldn't hide his excitement, and his voice trembled a little. Nualin also showed a happy expression. Me too, and my power seems to be more pure and condensed, as if I can easily control the power of heaven and earth that was previously untouchable. Nualin and Xiang Tianlu, 2 ordinary travelers, are now in a life-and-death battle. Metamorphosis for the powerful with extraordinary powers. They stood side by side on the ice field, feeling the new power surging in their bodies. The joy and excitement they felt were beyond words. Brother Xiang, did you feel it? This power seems to have made us more deeply connected with this world. There was a hint of emotion in Nualin's voice. He looked up at the vast ice field, his eyes flashing with curiosity and yearning for the unknown world. Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly and nodded. Yes, Noashu. Now I feel as if I can touch the breath of the wind and hear the whispers of the snow. This feeling is really amazing. The two smiled at each other, then turned around and continued their journey. The wind on the ice field was still howling, but to them, it was no longer an unbearable cold, but a gentle caress like an old friend. The snow beneath their feet also trembled slightly with their footsteps, as if cheering for them. As they went deeper, the scenery on the ice field began to change. The originally monotonous snow was gradually replaced by pieces of strange ice crystals. These ice crystals are crystal clear and in various shapes. Some are as sharp as swords, some bloom like lotus flowers, and some are dotted on the snow like stars, shining brightly. Look, Brother Xiang, these ice crystals are truly a masterpiece of nature. Nualin pointed to a forest of ice crystals in front of him, with amazement in his eyes. Xiang Tianru stopped and carefully looked at the ice crystal forest. He stretched out his hand and gently touched the ice crystals, feeling the coldness and beauty they brought. Yes, Nualin, these ice crystals are like the soul of this ice field. They witness the vicissitudes and changes of this land. The two walked through the ice crystal forest, and every step seemed to be stepping on the river of time. They listened to the whispers of the ice crystals, felt the pulse of the ice field, and their hearts were filled with awe and love for nature. It was already dusk when they walked out of the ice forest. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the snow, dyeing everything with a light golden color. They stood under an ice peak, gazing at the endless snow-capped mountains in the distance, their hearts filled with longing and expectation for the future. Nualin, look at that ice peak. Doesn't it seem to be guiding us in the direction we should go? Xiang Tianlu pointed at the towering ice peak, his eyes gleaming with determination. Nualin looked in the direction pointed by the sky road. The ice peak looked particularly magnificent and mysterious under the setting sun. Yes, Brother Xiang, perhaps that is the direction of our next target. The two smiled at each other and set out on their journey again. They know that the road ahead is still long, but they already have the strength and courage to face all challenges. They firmly believe that as long as there is a dream in their hearts, there will be a way under their feet. As night falls, the colors on the ice field become more charming. The stars, the night sky like countless sparkling gems, shining in the darkness. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu walked side by side on the snow. Their figures gradually faded away under the starlight, leaving only a series of firm footprints, telling their story on the ice field. The night was as dark as ink. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu walked side by side on the ice field. Their shadows were elongated by the moonlight, like two sharp swords, cutting through the silent darkness. The wind was still blowing, but at the moment it was filled with a solemn atmosphere, as if even the air was trembling for the unknown that was about to come. Brother Xiang, do you feel that the night in this icy land is more mysterious than the day? Nu Lin's voice was low and powerful. His eyes were like torches, penetrating the darkness, as if he was looking for something. He nodded to Tianlu. His eyes were equally sharp, as if he could see through everything. Indeed, Nu Lin, the ice field at night seems to hide countless secrets, waiting for us to uncover. The two continued to move forward, and suddenly there was a slight vibration in the snow ahead. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu stopped immediately and looked around cautiously. I saw icicles breaking out of the snow, pointing straight to the sky like sharp swords, cutting the night into pieces. Is this the protective formation of the ice field? Xiang Tianlu frowned, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. Nu Lin didn't say anything. He clenched his hands into fists. Golden flames jumped on his fists, as if they would burst out at any time. He took a deep breath, then took a step forward and punched the icicles. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden flame collided with the cold icicle, bursting into dazzling sparks. The icicles shattered under the burning flames, turning into pieces of ice chips that floated in the air. However, this is just the beginning. More icicles came from all directions, as if to completely submerge Nu Lin and Xiangtian Road. The two of them flashed and turned into two streams of light, shuttling between the icicles, avoiding those deadly attacks. Brother Xiang, we can't just sit there and wait for death. We must find a flaw in this formation. Nu Lin's voice echoed between the icicles. There was a hint of urgency in his tone. Xiang Tianlu nodded, and he formed seals with his hands. Waves of cold air surged out from his palms, turning into ice blades and attacking the icicles. The ice blade and the icicle collided with each other, making a crisp sound, but the icicle was as indestructible as a solid wall of iron and steel. Just then, Nu Lin suddenly discovered something. He suddenly looked up at the sky and saw a bright moon hanging high in the sky. The moonlight was shining down, making the icicles look like winding silver dragons. Brother Xiang, look at the moon. Perhaps this is the key to breaking the formation. Nu Lin's voice was filled with excitement. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu immediately looked up at the sky. He carefully observed the trajectory of the moonlight, then gritted his teeth, formed seals with his hands, and pushed the coldness in his body to the extreme. 10,000 miles of ice, he shouted, and streams of cold air surged out from his palms, turning into an ice curtain that enveloped all the icicles. Under the moonlight, the ice curtain emits a faint blue light, as if it has merged with the sky. At this moment, the icicles suddenly began to melt, turning into streams of water that flowed into the iceberg. After absorbing these water flows, the ice curtain became thicker and stronger. Under the ice curtain, water flows into a river, quietly flowing along the cracks in the ice field, making gurgling sounds that contrast sharply with the silence of the night. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood outside the ice curtain, staring at the ever-changing scene, their hearts filled with wonder and anticipation. Brother Xiang, this ice seems to be absorbing the power of the moonlight. Nu Lin's voice was filled with uncertainty. He stared at the ice curtain glowing with blue light, as if he could see some mysterious power flowing through it. He nodded slightly to Tianlu, his expression solemn and focused. Not bad, Nuolin. This protective formation of the ice field seems to have some connection with the bright moon in the sky. I guess only with the guidance of moonlight can we find a way to break the formation. As Xiang Tianlu finished speaking, the water in the ice curtain began to slowly condense and turn into ice crystals again, but the ice crystals this time were completely different from before. They emit a soft blue light like stars in the night sky, dotted in the ice curtain, magnificent. Look, Nuolin, these ice crystals, they're changing. Xiang Tianlu pointed at the ice crystals in the ice curtain, his tone carrying a hint of excitement. Nuolin looked in the direction of Xiang Tianlu's finger and saw the ice crystals slowly spinning under the moonlight, as if they were dancing a silent dance. As they rotate, mysterious forces emanate from the ice crystals and merge with the ice curtain, making the entire ice curtain look even more mysterious. Is this the integration of the power of the moon and the power of the ice field? Nuolin was shocked. He had never seen such a wonderful sight. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination. That's right, Nuolin. We must use this power to break through the protective formation of this ice field. As he spoke, Xiang Tianlu formed seals with his hands again, and streams of cold air surged out from his palms, resonating with the power within the ice curtain. The ice crystals in the ice curtain began to spin faster and faster, as if forming a huge amount of vortex that would suck everything around it in. Seeing this, Nuolin took action immediately. He clenched his fists, and golden flames jumped on his fists as if to burn everything. He took a sudden step forward and punched the ice curtain. The golden flames collided with the power within the ice curtain, causing dazzling sparks to burst out. Boom! With a loud noise, the ice curtain began to vibrate under Nuolin's attack but did not break. On the contrary, the mysterious power seemed to be stimulated and became even more turbulent. At this moment, the ice crystals in the ice curtain suddenly stopped rotating. They began to slowly sink and eventually turned into streams of clear water that flowed back into the cracks in the ice. The ice curtain originally disappeared gradually under the moonlight, revealing an empty snowfield. Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, both of them with a hint of surprise and confusion in their eyes. They knew that the protective formation of the ice field had been broken, but the mysterious power had not disappeared. Instead, it seemed to have merged into the ice field, waiting for their further exploration. Just as the ice curtain dissipated and the snow appeared, before Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu could breathe a sigh of relief, the air around them suddenly became extremely heavy, as if invisible pressure was coming from all directions. Alarm bells rang in their hearts, and they immediately looked around vigilantly. Brother Xiang, do you feel anything is wrong? Nuolin's voice was low and nervous. His eyes were like torches, trying to catch a hint of abnormality in the darkness. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his face solemn, his hands secretly gathering strength, ready to deal with possible crises. Indeed, Nuolin, this aura is very wrong. At this moment, a subtle and intensive sound came from the snow, as if countless tiny insects were wriggling. Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and both felt an ominous premonition in their hearts. Black shadows were seen moving rapidly in the snow. They were like ghosts in the night, approaching the two silently. When these shadows finally revealed their true appearance, Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu couldn't help but gasp. They were a group of soul-eating insects. They were completely black and covered with a layer of hard shell. They looked like demons crawling out of hell. The eyes of the soul-eating insect flashed with a dark green light, as if it could see through the fear and despair in people's hearts. This is a soul-eating insect. There was a hint of disbelief in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He knew very well how terrifying this kind of insect was. Not only do they have hard shells and sharp mouth parts, but more importantly, they could devour human souls, plunging people into endless fear and despair. Nuolin did not answer. His eyes had become firm and cold. He knew very well that any fear or retreat would be useless in the face of such an enemy. Only by going all out can there be a glimmer of hope. The soul-eating insects seemed to sense the presence of the two people. They began to move faster and faster, rushing towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu like a tide. There was a suffocating stench in the air, which was the stench of decay emanating from the soul-eating insects 707. Nuo Lin, be careful! Xiang Tianlu shouted, and he dodged the attacks of several soul-eating insects. At the same time, he waved his hands, and streams of cold air surged out from his palms, transforming into ice blades that attacked the soul-eating insects. The ice blade drew graceful arcs in the air, and then pierced fiercely into the body of the soul-eating insect. However, these soul-eating insects seemed to possess a regenerative healing factor. Even when pierced by ice blades, they only paused slightly and then continued to crawl forward. Nuo Lin felt a strong sense of crisis when he saw this. He knew very well that if they could not quickly deal with these soul-eating insects, they would most likely be exhausted by them and eventually fall into despair. Then, Nuo Lin no longer held back. He clenched his hands into fists. Golden flames leaped on his fists, as if to burn everything. He took a step forward and punched the soul-eating insects. The golden flames collided with the soul-eating insects, bursting into dazzling sparks. The flames burned on the soul-eating insect, making crackling sounds. However, these soul-eating insects did not seem to be afraid of the flames. They just paused slightly and then continued to crawl forward. Damn it, these bugs are not afraid of fire. Nuo Lin cursed, feeling a strong sense of frustration in his heart. He had never seen such a tough enemy before. These soul-eating insects seemed to have endless vitality and tenacious willpower. Nuo Lin roared, and the golden flames surged out again. He rushed towards the tide of soul-eating insects regardless of everything, like a furious god of war. Flames surged around him, dyeing the night sky a fiery golden red, but those soul-eating insects seemed to be driven by some mysterious force. Even in the face of such terrifying flames, they continued to advance fearlessly. Brother Xiang, this is not a solution. We must find their weakness. Nuo Lin's voice seemed a little distorted in the roaring flames, but his eyes became more and more determined, as if he wanted to penetrate this endless darkness and find a glimmer of hope. Xiang Tianlu said nothing. His face was grim. His hands quickly formed seals, and cold air gathered around him, as if to freeze the space. But just as he was about to launch an attack, the soul-eating insects suddenly changed. Their bodies began to emit a faint green light, which combined with the moonlight, forming a strange and terrifying picture. Nuo Lin, be careful. They seem to be absorbing the power of the moonlight. Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with a hint of urgency. He knew very well that if these soul-eating insects were allowed to completely absorb the power of the moonlight, they would be facing an even more terrifying existence. Nuo Lin was startled when he heard this. He immediately retracted the flame and retreated violently, putting some distance between himself and the soul-eating insects. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu also stopped forming seals. His eyes were fixed on those soul-eating insects, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. At this moment, the soul-eating insects suddenly stopped wriggling, and their bodies began to swell as if they were about to explode. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were both shocked. They knew that this was a sign that the soul-eating insect was about to launch a fatal attack. Brother Xiang, prepare for battle, Nuo Lin shouted, and he rushed out again. The golden flame burned again, as if to melt all the snow on the ground. Xiang Tianlu was not to be outdone. He waved his hands, and the cold air turned into countless ice cones, shooting towards the soul-eating insects. The ice cone drew graceful arcs in the air and then pierced fiercely into the body of the soul-eating insect. But this time, the soul-eating insects did not just pause slightly like before, but instead let out a shrill scream, and their bodies began to break apart, with green pus splashing everywhere. However, this is just the beginning. More soul-eating insects began to explode, and green pus formed a strange mist in the air, enveloping Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. The mist contained strong corrosiveness, and even Nuo Lin's flames and Xiang Tianlu's cold air could not dispel it in a short time. In the green mist, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu retreated violently, avoiding the splashing pus. Nuo Lin's golden flame flickered in the mist, but seemed to be restrained by the strange mist, and the light dimmed a lot. The cold air on the road to the sky was also blocked, and the speed of the ice cones was greatly reduced when flying in the fog, and their power was not as strong as before. There's something strange about this fog. We must rush out as soon as possible. Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the fog with a hint of anxiety. He nodded to Tianlu, his eyes moving through the fog, looking for a way out. But at this moment, a sharp pain came from his arm. He looked down and saw that the mouth parts of a soul-eating insect had been deeply embedded in his skin, and green pus was spreading rapidly along the wound. Brother Xiang, Nuo Lin was horrified. He immediately rushed forward, and a golden flame suddenly erupted, burning the soul-eating insect into ashes. But a large area of Xiang Tianlu's arm had been corroded by pus. The skin had ulcerated, and the white bones were exposed. "I'm fine. Let's get out of the fog first," Xiang Tianlu said, gritting his teeth, enduring the pain. He waved his hands, and the cold air condensed again, turning into an ice wall, blocking the soul-eating insects rushing forward. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin nodded immediately. He clenched his hands into fists, and golden flames jumped on his fists as if to burn everything. He took a step forward and punched the ice wall. The golden flames collided with the ice wall, bursting into dazzling sparks. The ice wall shattered under Nuo Lin's attack, but this also gave them a chance to catch their breath. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu took the opportunity to rush out of the fog, but what greeted them were more soul-eating insects and a richer green garden atmosphere. "We can't go on like this. We have to find their source. Otherwise, we will be killed by these bugs sooner or later." There was a hint of determination in Nuo Lin's voice, and his eyes were flashing with madness. He nodded to Tianlu and took a deep breath, as if he wanted to absorb all the courage into his body. Then he waved his hands, and cold air burst out again, freezing the surrounding soul-eating insects into ice cubes. But he did not stop. Instead, he continued to rush forward, heading straight for the place where the fog was the thickest. Seeing this, Nuo Lin immediately followed. His golden flame flickered in the night, like a bolt of lightning cutting through the darkness. The two of them, one in front and one behind, fought their way through the sea of soul-eating insects. Just then, they finally arrived at the source of the fog. It was a snowy field illuminated by the moonlight, and the snow was covered with soul-eating insect eggs. The green mist was emitted from these eggs. It turns out that the mist is emitted from these eggs. "We must destroy them," Nuo Lin shouted, and his golden flame surged out again, attacking the eggs. Nuo Lin's golden flames were like a raging torrent, pouring down on the snowy ground covered with soul-eating insect eggs. Wherever the flames passed, the eggshells burst and the green mist dissipated in the flames, making a sizzling sound and accompanied by a sickening burnt smell. However, the number of soul-eating insects was too large, seemingly endless. They swarmed from all directions, trying to stop Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's actions. "Brother Xiang, cover me." Nuo Lin's voice sounded unusually firm amid the roar of the flames. He spread out his hands, and the golden flames turned into two huge amounts of fire wings, wrapping him up in them. Like a god of war bathed in fire, he launched a more fierce attack on the eggs. Xiang Tianlu did not hesitate. He flashed and appeared on Nuo Lin's flank. Cold air burst out from his body and turned into ice blades, shooting at the soul-eating insects that tried to get close to Nuo Lin. The ice blades drew graceful arcs in the air, each of which hit the target accurately, freezing the soul-eating insects into ice cubes, which then exploded and turned into shoulders of ice all over the sky. "Nuo Lin, be careful," Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted. He sensed a powerful aura approaching. Upon hearing this, Nu Lin immediately turned around alertly, only to see a huge, soul-eating insect rushing out of the mist. Its body was covered with a thick shell, its eyes were flashing with a faint green light, and green pus was dripping from its mouth, like a demon crawling out of hell. "This is the soul-eating bug king." Nu Lin's voice was filled with shock. He knew very well that the soul-eating bug king was much more powerful than ordinary soul-eating bugs. If they didn't deal with it quickly, both of them would be in danger. Xiang Tianlu also sensed the threat posed by the soul-eating worm king. He immediately gave up attacking the eggs and turned to rush towards the soul-eating worm king. He quickly formed seals with his hands in the air, and cold air condensed around him, forming ice walls in an attempt to stop Soul Eater Yowang's steps. But the power of the soul-eating bug king was too strong. It easily broke through the ice wall and rushed towards Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Upon seeing this, Nu Lin immediately condensed the golden flames on his fist and punched the soul-eating bug king. The flames and the shell collided with each other, making a deafening roar, but the soul-eating worm king only paused slightly and then continued to rush forward. "We can't let it get close to us," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and with a wave of his hands, the cold air turned into an ice tornado and rolled towards the soul-eating insect king. But the soul-eating worm king seemed unaffected. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the frost tornado in one gulp. Then it spat out a mouthful of green pus and sprayed it toward Xianglu. Xiang Tianlu dodged the attack of pus, but his expression became unusually solemn. He knew very well that if they continued like this, both of them would die. "Nu Lin, we must join forces," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and he flashed again and appeared behind Nu Lin with his hands on Nu Lin's back. A powerful chill surged out of Xiang Tianlu's body, flowing along Nu Lin's meridians and integrating with his golden flame. Nu Lin felt the power of Xiang Tianlu, and a strong fighting spirit surged in his heart. He clenched his fists, and the golden flames and cold air intertwined to form a dazzling light. He took a step forward and punched the soul-eating bug king. This punch condensed all the strength of Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu. The light drew a graceful arc in the air, and then hit the body of the soul-eating bug king hard. There was a deafening roar, and the body of the soul-eating worm king exploded in the light, splashing green pus everywhere. A disgusting smell filled the air. With the death of the soul-eating bug king, those ordinary soul-eating bugs seemed to have lost their strength and fell to the ground one after another, not moving anymore. The green mist gradually dissipated. The moonlight once again shone on the snow, and everything returned to calm. With the death of the soul-eating bug king, Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other. They knew that the crisis was finally over. The two of them sat cross-legged and began to practice martial arts to recover the energy and physical strength consumed in the previous battle. The golden flames and cold air slowly flowed around them, like guardian gods, as they dissipated the coldness and fatigue around them. After a moment, they both opened their eyes at the same time, their eyes flashing with recovered spirits. They stood up, brushed off the snow on their bodies, and set out on the road again. Along the way, they traveled around the mountains and rivers and enjoyed the beautiful scenery of the snow. The majestic snow-capped mountains, the magnificent glaciers, and the tranquility of the forests all made them feel relaxed and happy, as if they had forgotten all the previous battles and dangers. However, just as they were immersed in this tranquility and beauty, there was a sudden sound of earth shaking from the distant mountains. The two were shocked and immediately realized that a treasure might have appeared. They looked at each other, excitement flashing in their eyes, and quickly rushed towards the mountain. When they reached the top of the mountain, they saw a beam of precious light rising into the sky, illuminating the entire sky. The precious light contains a rich spiritual energy that makes people yearn for it. They looked in the direction of the precious light and saw a strange spiritual plant growing on the top of the mountain. The plant was emitting a faint light, and its leaves were as crystal clear as emerald, emitting an enticing fragrance. "This is Jadeite Spirit Lotus." Nu Lin's voice was filled with a hint of shock and joy. He knew very well how precious this Jade Spirit Lotus was. It could not only improve one's cultivation, but also purify one's mind. It was a rare treasure. However, just as they were about to go forward to pick the fruits, a huge monster suddenly rushed out from the other side of the mountain and blocked their way. The monster was huge and covered with black scales. Its eyes were like two burning flames, and sharp fangs were exposed in its mouth. Its aura is extremely strong, making people feel afraid. "This is a red-scaled dragon." Xiang Tianlu's voice was solemn. He knew very well that the red-scaled dragon was very powerful and was not an easy enemy to deal with. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw a firm will to fight in each other's eyes. They knew that in order to obtain the Jadeite Spirit Lotus, they had to defeat the red-scaled dragon. "Brother Xiang, let's go together," Nu Lin shouted, and he spread his hands. The golden flame surged out again, turning into a huge amount of fire phoenix, and pounced on the red-scaled dragon. Xiang Tianlu didn't hesitate. He waved his hands, and the cold air turned into ice cones and shot towards the red-scaled dragon. The ice cones drew graceful arcs in the air, each of which contained powerful power. Seeing this, the red-scaled dragon roared, opened its huge mouth, and spit out a black flame, which collided with Nu Lin's fire phoenix. The flames intertwined and collided in the air, making a deafening roar. Xiang Tianlu's ice cone took the opportunity to hit the scales of the red-scaled dragon, making a crisp sound. However, the scales of the red-scaled dragon were extremely hard, and Xiang Tianlu's ice cone only left a faint mark on them. The red-scaled dragon roared, and in a flash, it rushed towards Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu. It was extremely fast, like a black lightning. Upon seeing this, Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu immediately started a fierce battle. Their figures flashed, and they engaged in a fierce battle with the red-scaled dragon on the top of the mountain. The golden flames and the cold air intertwined together, forming brilliant rays of light. The red-scaled dragon opened its huge mouth and spit out black flames, which collided with their attacks. "Nu Lin, be careful," Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted. He noticed that the red-scaled dragon was attacking Nu Lin's bed. Upon hearing this, Nu Lin immediately dodged the attack of the red-scaled dragon. But he also took advantage of the opportunity and punched the red-scaled dragon in the belly. This punch condensed all of Nu Lin's strength, and golden flames jumped on his fist. There was a deafening roar, and Nu Lin punched a huge amount of hole in the red-scaled dragon's abdomen, with green pus splattering out. The red-scaled dragon let out a shrill scream. Its body paused in the air and then fell heavily to the ground. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu saw this and immediately took the opportunity to rush forward, ready to pick the Jade Lotus. Just as Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu were about to touch the Jade Lotus that was emitting a faint glow, something strange happened. The red-scaled dragon that was supposed to be lying on the ground suddenly rolled up at an incredible speed. The black scales all over its body shone with an enchanting luster under the moonlight, and the wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it had never been injured. "How is this possible?" Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu exclaimed at the same time. They had never seen such a strange sight. The red-scaled dragon seemed to have possessed a regenerative healing factor. The red-scaled dragon roared towards the sky, its voice filled with anger and unwillingness. Its flaming eyes stared at Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu, as if it wanted to eat them alive. "Brother Xiang, it seems we have underestimated this monster," Nu Lin said solemnly. He could feel that the aura emanating from the red-scaled dragon was more violent and more dangerous than before. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his expression serious. "Yes, it seems to have some secret technique of rebirth. We must be careful." Before he finished speaking, the red-scaled dragon launched another attack. It flashed and turned into a black lightning, rushing straight towards Nu Lin. Nu Lin moved his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack of the red-scaled dragon. But the red-scaled dragon's tail followed him like a shadow, and with a whistling sound, it lashed at his back fiercely. Nuo Lin snorted coldly, and the energy in his body surged. The golden flames instantly covered his body surface, forming a thick flame shield. The red-scaled dragon's tail lashed the flame shield, making a deafening roar and splashing flames. But the flame shield did not move at all. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu took the opportunity to launch a counterattack. He waved his hands, and the cold air turned into sharp ice blades, which shot towards the red-scaled dragon like dense arrows. The red-scaled dragon was agile, rolling and leaping in the air, cleverly avoiding Xiang Tianlu's attack. Cunning monster! Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly. His figure flashed and turned into a residual shadow, rushing towards the red-scaled dragon. He quickly formed seals with his hands in the air, and cold air condensed around him, forming ice walls that trapped the red-scaled dragon. However, the red-scaled dragon did not seem to care about the ice walls. It opened its huge mouth and spit out a black flame. The flame burned on the ice wall, making a sizzling sound. The ice wall quickly melted and turned into a pool of unclear water. No, its fire can restrain my coldness. Xiang Tianlu's face changed. He immediately retracted his coldness and retreated violently. Nuo Lin saw this and immediately launched an attack. He spread his hands, and the golden flames turned into huge amounts of fire phoenixes, which pounced on the red-scaled dragon. The red-scaled dragon snorted coldly, and its body once again transformed into a black lightning, colliding with the fire phoenix. The flames and black scales intertwined and collided in the air, making a deafening roar. The red-scaled dragon and the fire phoenix rolled and leaped in the air as if performing a fierce dance. Nuo Lin, be careful! Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted. He realized that the red-scaled dragon was attacking Nuo Lin. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin immediately dodged the attack of the red-scaled dragon. But the red-scaled dragon seemed not to intend to let him go. It opened its huge mouth and spit out a black flame again, shooting towards Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin snorted coldly, and the energy in his body surged. The golden flames condensed into a thick flame barrier in front of him, blocking the black flames outside. However, the red-scaled dragon didn't seem to care about the flame barrier. It flashed and attacked Nuo Lin again. "Brother Xiang, help me!" Nuo Lin shouted, knowing full well that he could not deal with this red-scaled dragon alone. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu immediately launched a counterattack. He waved his hands, and the cold air turned into ice cones that shot towards the red-scaled dragon. The ice cones drew graceful arcs in the air, each of which contained powerful power. The red-scaled dragon was agile, rolling and leaping in the air, cleverly avoiding Xiang Tianlu's attack. But Xiang Tianlu did not give up. He waved his hands again, and the cold air turned into an ice tornado and rolled towards the red-scaled dragon. The red-scaled dragon snorted coldly, opened its huge mouth, and spit out a black flame, which collided with the frost tornado. Flames and cold air intertwined and collided in the air, making a deafening roar. However, the red-scaled dragon didn't seem to care about it. It flashed and attacked Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu again. It seems that we won't be able to pick that Jade Lotus unless we get rid of you." Nuo Lin snorted coldly. His energy surged, and golden flames burned around him, forming a blazing flame halo. Xiang Tianlu also nodded. He waved his hands, and the cold air gathered around him, forming a series of ice walls that trapped himself and Nuo Lin. "Let's go together and get rid of this monster," Nuo Lin shouted, and his figure flashed, turning into a golden flame and rushing towards the red-scaled dragon. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, transformed into a ray of cold light, and attacked the red-scaled dragon. A fierce battle broke out again. On the top of the mountain, flames and cold air intertwined to form brilliant rays of light. The red-scaled dragon rolled and leaped in the flames and cold air, roaring furiously. "Humph. Let's see how long you can hold on." Nuo Lin snorted coldly. He spread his hands, and the golden flames turned into huge amounts of fire phoenixes, pouncing towards the red-scaled dragon. Xiang Tianlu also launched a counterattack. He waved his hands, and the cold air turned into ice cones and shot towards the red-scaled dragon. Nuo Lin's fire phoenix and the red-scaled dragon clashed fiercely in the air. The golden flames collided with the black scales, and every contact burst into dazzling brilliance, as if the most dazzling stars in the night sky were constantly switching between falling and rebirth. In the flames, the flapping of the fire phoenix's wings brought up waves of heat, burning the surrounding air into distortions and shape-shifting, while the red-scaled dragon, with its astonishing speed and strength, moved freely in the sea of flames. Every flick of its tail was like a sharp sword being unsheathed, cutting through space and leaving behind black cracks. "Brother Xiang, cooperate with me and attack from both sides." Nuo Lin's voice pierced through the roar. His eyes became more determined, and the golden flames contained an unyielding will. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu leaped up like the coldest wind in winter, carrying a biting chill straight towards the red-scaled dragon. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the cold air condensed at his fingertips, transforming into an ice dragon, which echoed Nuo Lin's fire phoenix. One ice and one fire. Two completely different forces intertwined in the air to form a shocking picture. Faced with this sudden double attack, the red-scaled dragon had a hint of human fear in its eyes, but it quickly calmed down, opened its huge mouth, and an even thicker black flame gushed out of its mouth, heading straight for the ice dragon and fire phoenix. The black flames came into contact with the ice dragon and instantly froze into black ice crystals. The fire phoenix seemed a little shaky under the impact of this force, but Nuo Lin did not retreat. The energy in his body was like boiling magma, constantly injecting new power into the fire phoenix. Roar! The red-scaled dragon let out a deafening roar. It no longer fled, but chose to confront head-on. Huge amounts of bodies tumbled in the air, and every collision made the air roar, as if even the heaven and earth were shaking. The battle entered a white-hot stage. On the top of the mountain, flames, cold air, and black scales intertwined, forming a doomsday scene. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu both looked extremely solemn. They knew that this was a battle of life and death, and if they relaxed even a little, they might be doomed. "Brother Xiang, your cold air can restrain its flames, and I will contain its actions." Nuo Lin made a quick judgment in the interval between battles, and his voice was unusually clear in the roar. Nodding to Tianlu, his hands drew complex tracks in the air. The cold air condensed like substance and transformed into ice peaks, blocking the way of the red-scaled dragon. Nuo Lin took this opportunity and flapped the wings of the fire phoenix, which turned into countless golden flaming feathers, shooting towards the red-scaled dragon like a dense rain of arrows. The red-scaled dragon's movements were greatly restricted under the siege of the ice peaks. Although it tried its best to dodge the overwhelming flaming feathers, it was ultimately unable to avoid them completely. The flaming feathers left charred marks on its body, and the black scales began to fall off, revealing the bloody flesh inside. "Opportunity!" Nuo Lin shouted, and he jumped up. Golden flames gathered around him into a huge amount of flaming sword. He held the sword and chopped at the head of the red-scaled dragon like a brave warrior. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu also launched the final attack. He waved his hands, and the cold air turned into a huge ice wave that shook the world and swept towards the red-scaled dragon. The huge waves of frost and the flaming sword met in the air, forming a tornado that was both cold and hot, completely engulfing the red-scaled dragon. Roar! The red-scaled dragon let out a last desperate roar, and then gradually lost its voice in the storm. When the storm dissipated, only the huge body of the red-scaled dragon was seen lying quietly on the ground, lifeless. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood on the top of a broken mountain, surrounded by the void torn apart by the aftermath of the battle, as if even time and space had been completely disrupted in this battle. Although the red-scaled dragon had fallen, the overwhelming pressure that remained between heaven and earth still made it difficult for the two to completely relax. This battle is extremely dangerous. Nuo Lin panted. The golden flames gradually converged and merged into his body, leaving only a few sparks jumping in his pupils, like a fire of fighting spirit that would never be extinguished. He nodded to Tianlu, his face as pale as paper, but there was an unyielding light in his eyes. If you and I hadn't joined forces, I would have been buried in the belly of this beast long ago. There was a chill in the air as he spoke, which seemed to add a different kind of beauty to the battlefield. The two looked at each other, and without saying anything, they both understood what the other was thinking. It was not advisable to stay here for long, and they needed to recover as soon as possible to prevent unknown changes. Just as they were preparing to clean up the battlefield and look for the legendary jadeite lotus, the ground suddenly shook, as if some ancient power was awakening. Nuo Lin frowned. He felt a different kind of fluctuation than before. This force was ancient and profound, and seemed to be inextricably linked to this land. "Be careful," Xiang Tianlu shouted in a low voice, and his body instantly turned into a gust of cold wind, rushing in the direction away from the center of the vibration. However, the earth seemed to have come to life. Cracks spread out from under the red-scaled dragon's corpse, like a giant beast opening its huge mouth, wanting to swallow everything. In the cracks, a touch of emerald green flickered in the dimness. It was the light of the Cultivation lotus. It lay quietly deep in the earth, as if waiting for the arrival of the brave. But at the same time, an indescribable sense of crisis enveloped Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. They knew that the price of obtaining this spiritual lotus might be far beyond their imagination. "We have to be quick," Nuo Lin roared. The golden flames boiled again, and he turned into a stream of light, rushing straight into the depths of the crack. Xiang Tianlu followed, closely behind. The cold air condensed into a shield, resisting the scorching heat and unknown dangers from underground. Deep in the crack, the Cultivation lotus was surrounded by a faint aura. It seemed to have its own consciousness and was testing the invaders in an elusive way. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu walked one after the other, facing this rare treasure between heaven and earth, with both desire and awe in their hearts. "Are you ready?" Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the small space, his tone containing both determination and uneasiness. "No fear," Xiang Tianlu responded briefly. The cold and the fire reached an unprecedented harmony at this moment. The two forces intertwined to form a unique protective field to resist the unknown attacks from around the jadeite spirit lotus. Just as they were about to touch the emerald green, the entire space shook suddenly, and an unprecedented force erupted from the center of the earth, knocking the two of them flying backwards and falling heavily on the edge of the crack. The light of the jadeite spirit lotus reached its peak at this moment, but disappeared without a trace in the next moment, as if it had never existed. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu struggled to climb up from the edge of the crack, their bodies covered with scars and dust left by the battle, but their eyes were burning with an even brighter flame. Although the power that erupted from the center of the earth pushed them back, it also aroused the fighting spirit and desire deep in their hearts. What kind of power is this?" Nuo Lin panted, golden flames looming around him, as if responding to the unknown power. Looking towards Tianlu into the depths of the crack, there was complete silence. The light of the jade lotus disappeared without a trace, leaving only a deep void, like an eye of the earth, quietly watching them. "It seems to be waiting for something." Xiang Tianlu's voice was low and mysterious, with cold air lingering around his fingertips, as if telling some unknown secret. The two looked at each other, and without saying anything, they both understood what the other was thinking. They knew that the Cultivation lotus was not something that could be easily obtained. It had its own will and tests, and they were just a part of this long test. 0. Request flowers 0. We have not failed. Nual Lin stood up, the golden flames burning again, illuminating his resolute face. It's just that we haven't found the right way yet. He nodded to Tianlu, and the cold air condensed into a thin layer of ice armor around his body, as if protecting him from the fear and fatigue in his heart. Keep going. No matter what challenges lie ahead, we can face them. The two set out on their journey again, leaving the broken mountain top and heading towards the unknown distance. Along the way, the scenery was picturesque, the mountains and rivers were magnificent, and the rivers were gurgling, as if everything was cheering for their courage and persistence. But beneath this tranquility and beauty, there are deeper mysteries hidden. The ground trembled gently under their feet, as if telling ancient legends and secrets. 0. In the sky, clouds rolled and thunder rumbled faintly, as if some power was brewing, waiting for their arrival. The two continued to move forward through the dense forest, across the mountains and rivers. Each step was filled with determination and courage. They know that there may be more tests and dangers ahead, but as long as they fight side by side, nothing is impossible. When night fell, the two finally found a quiet valley and decided to rest there. In the valley, the stream gurgles, the moonlight is like water, and everything seems so peaceful and beautiful. The moonlight is like a veil, gently covering the quiet valley, adding a touch of mysterious silver glow to this world. Nual Lin and Xiang Tianlu sat back to back beside the campfire, the flickering flames illuminating their determined yet slightly tired faces. The chirping of insects all around and the sound of the wind in the distance intertwined into a nocturne of nature, but in this tranquility, the two people's hearts were not truly at peace. The power of the jadeite lotus is beyond imagination. Nual Lin spoke softly, golden flames flickering slightly in his eyes, as if he was still savoring the shock from before. Nodding to Tianlu, the cold air gathered and dissipated at his fingertips, like the brightest star in the night sky, short-lived but dazzling. Its test is not only a contest of strength, but also a test of will and faith. As the night deepened, a strong wind suddenly blew up in the valley, blowing the grass and trees, as if some unknown existence was watching in the dark. Nual Lin and Xiang Tianlu exchanged a glance, and almost at the same time, they rose from the ground. The golden flames and the biting cold air intertwined to form a dazzling barrier that enveloped the surroundings. Here it comes, Xiang Tianlu shouted softly, and saw invisible forces surging in like a tide from the shadows of the valley. They had no substance, but brought with them a frightening pressure, as if they were going to wipe out all tangible things. Nual Lin did not retreat, but advanced. The golden flame instantly transformed into a huge amount of phoenix, flapping its wings and flying high, colliding with those invisible forces. Every confrontation was accompanied by a deafening roar. The rocks in the valley shattered under the impact, and dust flew everywhere. Xiang Tianlu transformed into a flowing ice, shuttling across the battlefield. Every move he made was precise and deadly, freezing those invisible attacks into ice cubes and then shattering them. The cold and the flames interweave to form a breathtaking picture of both destruction and rebirth. The battle lasted for a long time, and the valley had become unrecognizable. The originally tranquil stream was blocked by huge rocks and changed its course. The surrounding trees were either engulfed by flames or frozen by the cold, and the whole valley was in a mess. But Nual Lin and Xiang Tianlu became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Their cooperation was seamless, as if they were the perfect integration of two forces, and thus indestructible. It's not enough, Nual Lin roared, the golden flames burning to the extreme. His figure was looming in the firelight, like a god of war reborn from the fire. Every attack carried the power to destroy the world. The same was true for Xiang Tianlu. The cold energy around him condensed into substance. Every strike was enough to freeze the space, making those invisible forces nowhere to hide. The two men constantly broke through themselves in the battle, as if they wanted to bring the whole world under their will. However, just as the battle was about to reach its climax, the invisible power suddenly dissipated, and the valley returned to peace again, leaving only the devastated ground and two panting figures. "What is going on?" Nuo Lin panted. The golden flames gradually subsided. His eyes were full of doubt and confusion. Xiang Tianlu shook his head. The cold air slowly dissipated around him. He stared at the front, which used to be the center of the invisible power, but now it was empty, as if everything was just an illusion. Xiang Tianlu frowned and looked around deeply, trying to find the answer from the ruins. "Perhaps we have not really touched the core of that power." His voice echoed in the empty valley with a hint of contemplation. Nuo Lin heard this, and a trace of unwillingness flashed in his golden pupils. He clenched his fists, and flames jumped in his palms, as if to ignite the spark of battle again. Could it be that there are deeper secrets hidden in the valley? Nodding to Tianlu, he turned his gaze to the stream blocked by the huge rocks. The gurgling sound of the water seemed to have a certain rhythm, weaving together an ancient and mysterious melody with the night wind and the chirping of insects. Yes, this power may be closely related to this land, this stream, and even the entire nature. The two men walked along the destroyed stream, each step making a crisp sound on the broken rocks. The moonlight shines through the clouds, casting mottled shadows, adding a bit of mystery and tranquility to this desolate place. "Look!" Nuo Lin suddenly stopped and pointed forward, at the place where the stream changed its course. Huge amounts of rock were washed smooth as a mirror by the water. On the rock, a faint green light flickered in the moonlight, as if it was the trace left by a chalcedony lotus. Xiang Tianlu walked quickly forward, stretched out his hand, and gently touched the green light. The cold air instantly spread and intertwined with the green light, forming a strange picture. The green light seemed to have life, trembling gently at his fingertips, as if telling something. "This is—" Xiang Tianlu's voice was low and shocking. He seemed to feel some ancient information passing through the green light and into the depths of his soul. Xiang Tianlu's mind seemed to be drawn by the green light and entered an ancient and mysterious realm. The cold air in his body boiled at this moment, interweaving with the green light, creating an indescribable resonance. "This is an ancient contract." Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the silent valley, with a hint of shock and awe. He seemed to see the contract that the creatures on this land made with some mysterious force countless years ago, and at this moment, this contract was telling him something. Nuo Lin stood beside him, golden flames dancing in his eyes. He felt the strong aura emanating from Xiang Tianlu, and could not help but frown and asked, "What contract? Is it related to the jade lotus?" Xiang Tianlu nodded slowly, his eyes deep. "Yes, this contract is closely related to the jadeite spirit lotus. It tells us that to truly master the power of the chalcedony lotus, we must achieve a state of harmonious coexistence with nature." Before he finished speaking, the cold air in Xiang Tianlu's body suddenly erupted and turned into an icy tornado, sweeping in all directions. The destroyed rocks and trees were instantly frozen in the cold wind, turning into pieces of crystal ice. Nuo Lin saw this. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he also activated the fire in his body. Golden flames burned around him, transforming into huge amounts of fire phoenix, and the ice tornado on the sky road collided with each other in the air. The clash of fire and ice produced a deafening roar. The air in the valley seemed to freeze at this moment, and the light intertwined by fire and ice illuminated the entire valley like day. What's going on?" Nuo Lin's voice sounded weak and trembling amid the roar. He felt unprecedented pressure, as if the whole world was against him at this moment. Xiang Tianlu did not answer. The coldness in his body reached its peak at this moment, as if it was going to freeze the entire valley into deathly silence. At the same time, a certain power in his body was quietly awakening, resonating with the ancient contract in the green light. Suddenly, the green light flew up from the rock, turned into a stream of light, and rushed directly into Xiang Tianlu's eyebrows. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu's body seemed to be filled with some mysterious power, and his aura instantly became unfathomable. At the moment when the green light merged into Xiang Tianlu's brow, the atmosphere of the entire valley suddenly changed. An ancient and powerful aura emanated from Xiang Tianlu's body, as if some sleeping giant was awakening at this moment. Nuo Lin stood aside, golden flames dancing around him. He felt the drastic changes taking place in Xiang Tianlu, and an inexplicable throbbing surged in his heart. However, at this moment, a low and shocking roar broke the tranquility of the valley, and a huge amount of monsters slowly walked out from the shadow of the valley. The monster was huge, as majestic as a mountain, covered with black scales and flashing with dark light. Its head is shaped like a spider, but it has 8 sharp claws, each of which is powerful enough to tear apart boulders. What is even more frightening is that its eyes are as deep as the abyss, revealing a suffocating chill, as if it can see into people's hearts. Ghost spider. Nuo Lin's voice was trembling. He recognized the identity of this monster. The ghost spider is a powerful creature in legend. It is said to have the power to control darkness and ice. It is the nightmare of countless explorers. Xiang Tianlu also woke up from his meditation. He felt the powerful aura of the ghost spider and frowned. However, he did not show any fear. Instead, there was a fighting gleam in his eyes. Nuo Lin, be careful, Xiang Tianlu shouted in a low voice, and then his figure flashed, turning into a cold light and rushing straight towards the ghost spider. His speed was so fast that it seemed to transcend the constraints of time, and he arrived in front of the ghost spider in an instant. The ghost spider snorted coldly and waved its 8 claws at the same time, bringing up a gust of wind that easily resolved Xiang Tianlu's attack. At the same time, 2 dark rays of light shot out from its eyes, heading straight towards the vital point of the heavenly road. Xiang Tianlu moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided the attack. However, he did not stop there. Instead, he accelerated again and started a fierce battle with the ghost spider. Nuo Lin saw this and stopped hesitating. He urged the flames in his body to transform into a huge amounts of fire phoenix, fighting alongside Xiang Tianlu. The interweaving of fire and ice made the entire valley seem to be on fire, and the air was filled with a mixture of heat and cold. Ghost Spider faced the combination of the two, but did not reveal the slightest lie. Its 8 claws danced like flying, and every attack carried the power to destroy the world. At the same time, black mist continued to spew out of its mouth. The mist contained a strong power of ice, making the surrounding air seem to solidify. Xiang Tianlu, what should we do? Nuo Lin asked loudly during the battle. He felt unprecedented pressure. The power of the ghost spider was beyond his imagination. Xiang Tianlu did not answer. All the energy in his body reached its peak at this moment. His figure flashed and turned into a cold light again, attacking the ghost spider's vital point directly. At the same time, a certain power in his body completely awakened at this moment, resonating perfectly with the ancient contract in the green light. Xiang Tianlu's figure was as fast as lightning, and every battle with the ghost spider caused bursts of roars, as if the heaven and earth were shaking at this moment. The coldness in his body condensed into substance and turned into sharp ice blades, which collided with the ghost spider's claws, as black as night, splashing sparks. Nuo Lin, attack with all your strength. Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the roar, with unquestionable firmness. When Nuo Lin heard this, the golden flame instantly burned to the extreme. He transformed into a fire phoenix and circled in the air for a circle, then suddenly swooped down, and the blazing flames hit the ghost spider like a meteor. The ghost spider snorted coldly, and its 8 claws instantly intertwined into a huge amount of black net bag, easily blocking Nuo Lin's fire attack. At the same time, The black mist that spewed out of its mouth became thicker and colder, making the surrounding air seem to be frozen into ice. "You are nothing but a speck of dust in my long years." The voice of Ghost Spider echoed in the valley, carrying with it endless majesty and disdain. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a hint of agreement flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that there was no room for retreat in the battle with the Ghost Spider. He accelerated again, moving around the Ghost Spider like a ghost, aiming directly at the vital points with every attack. However, the Ghost Spider's defense was like a solid wall. No matter how Xiang Tianlu attacked, he could not break through it. However, the Ghost Spider's counterattack became more and more fierce. Every time it swung its claws, it carried the power to tear apart space, forcing Xiang Tianlu to concentrate on dealing with it. "Xiang Tianlu, if we go on like this, we will be exhausted to death." Nualin's voice was filled with anxiety. He felt the fire in his body gradually weakening. Xiang Tianlu did not answer. He knew very well that what Nualin said was true. However, he knew better that at the moment, they had no way out. He took a deep breath, and the coldness in his body condensed to the extreme at this moment, as if to freeze the entire valley into deathly silence. "Nualin, get ready," Xiang Tianlu shouted in a low voice, and then he jumped up again. This time, he no longer confronted the Ghost Spider head-on, but cleverly used his body skills to move around the Ghost Spider, looking for flaws. Finally, when the Ghost Spider's attack failed, Xiang Tianlu seized the opportunity. He flashed and appeared above the Ghost Spider's head. His hands were filled with cold air, like two sharp eye swords, piercing straight into the Ghost Spider's eyes. The Ghost Spider obviously did not expect Xiang Tianlu to make such a bold move, and a trace of panic flashed in its eyes. However, at this critical moment, an even stronger black mist suddenly spewed out of its mouth, instantly drowning Xiang Tianlu's attack. "If you want to hurt me, you're still far away." Ghost Spider's voice sounded again, with endless ridicule and disdain. Nualin felt very depressed when he saw that Xiang Tianlu's attack was easily resolved by Ghost Spider. He knew very well that at the moment they were in a desperate situation, but even so, he would never give up easily. "Xiang Tianru, let me do it." Nualin's voice rang out amid the roar with unquestionable firmness. His body flashed, and he turned into a fire phoenix again, but this time, his flames were mixed with a trace of golden lightning, making his attack more swift and domineering. When Ghost Spider saw this, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes, but he immediately regained his composure. It knew that although this golden fire phoenix was powerful, it was not powerful enough to pose a threat to it. However, Nualin was not discouraged. The fire phoenix he transformed and drew a gorgeous trajectory in the air and smashed towards the Ghost Spider like a meteor. This time, he did not give Ghost Spider any chance to breathe, but instead launched constant attacks, forcing Ghost Spider to be exhausted from coping. Although the Ghost Spider is powerful, it seems to be somewhat overwhelmed by Nualin's continuous attacks. There was a dark light flickering in its eyes, as if it was looking for an opportunity to fight back. "Huh, do you think you could defeat me like this?" Ghost Spider's voice echoed in the valley, carrying endless mockery. It suddenly flashed and appeared behind Nualin like a ghost, waving its 8 claws at the same time, with the power to tear apart space, heading straight for Nualin's vitals. Nualin was shocked, but reacted very quickly. His body flashed, and he turned into a golden lightning again, avoiding the attack of the Ghost Spider. However, the Ghost Spider's claws left a deep scar on his fire phoenix wings, causing his flames to dim instantly. "Nualin, be careful." Xiang Tianlu's voice rang out at the moment, and his figure was as fast as lightning, rushing towards the Ghost Spider again. He gathered cold energy in his hands, like 2 huge amounts of ice swords, stabbing straight into the Ghost Spider's abdomen. The Ghost Spider snorted coldly, and its 8 claws danced at the same time, neutralizing Xiang Tianlu's attack. However, just when it thought it had secured victory, it suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. It turned its head suddenly and saw that Nualin had transformed into a golden lightning bolt and was heading towards its head like a bolt of lightning. This time, Nualin did not hold back any strength. His flames intertwined with the lightning to form a brilliant pillar of flame lightning that went straight to the ghost spider's vitals. The ghost spider's eyes suddenly widened at that moment, and it felt an unprecedented threat. The golden lightning was like a bolt of lightning that cut through the night sky, coming straight at its head with destructive power. Damn it! The ghost spider roared, and it waved its 8 claws at the same time, bringing up gusts of wind, trying to block the golden lightning. However, the flaming lightning column was like an indestructible sword, easily piercing its claws and continuing to bombard its head. The ghost spider retreated violently, but the speed of the flaming lightning column was even faster, and it hit its head almost in the blink of an eye. A deafening roar sounded, and the entire valley seemed to tremble at this moment. The flames and lightning intertwined together to form a brilliant firework. The ghost spider's huge body rolled in the air, its eyes flashing with unwillingness and anger. However, no matter how it struggled, it could not change the devastating blow brought to it by the flaming lightning column. "Nuolin, well done." Xiang Tianlu's voice rang out at the moment, and his body was as fast as lightning, rushing towards the ghost spider again. His hands condensed cold energy, like 2 huge amounts of ice swords, piercing straight into the ghost spider's heart. This time, Ghost Spider was no longer able to resist. Its body trembled slightly in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground like a huge rock. There was a final flicker of light in its eyes, but quickly dimmed and became lifeless. The entire valley fell into deathly silence at this moment, with only the burning flames and the diffuse smoke still telling of the fierce battle that had just taken place. Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu stood beside the corpse of the ghost spider. Their bodies were covered with blood and dirt, but there was a gleam of victory in their eyes. After the battle, Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu stood silently beside the huge corpse of the ghost spider, panting, but their eyes involuntarily fell on the body of the once powerful enemy. Although the ghost spider's body is huge in their eyes, it is like a treasure map, waiting for them to explore. Xiang Tianlu looked. There was a hint of surprise in Nuolin's voice, and he pointed to the ghost spider's abdomen, where there seemed to be something glowing slightly. Xiang Tianlu heard this and walked over immediately. He carefully parted the ghost spider's hair and found a gem that was sparkling with a strange light. It was deeply embedded in the ghost spider's flesh, as if it was a part of its body. This is... Xiang Tianlu looked at the gem carefully. He could feel the powerful energy contained in it. This energy was completely different from any treasure he had ever touched before. This should be the demon core of the ghost spider. Nuolin explained, with a hint of awe in his tone. Only the true king of demon beasts can possess such a pure and powerful demon core. The two looked at each other, with determination in their eyes. They knew what this demon core meant to them. It is not only an improvement in strength, but also the capital for them to gain a foothold in this continent. Xiang Tianlu carefully took the demon core out of the ghost spider's body, and then the two of them found a relatively safe place and began to study how to take the demon core. They knew that the energy contained in the demon core was too huge. If they took it directly, it would likely cause an unbearable impact on their bodies. Therefore, they decided to take a more reliable approach, which was to slowly guide the energy of the demon core into the body and gradually absorb it. As they began to channel the energy of the demon core, streams of warmth began to flow through their bodies. These warm currents were like gurgling streams, nourishing every corner of their bodies and improving their strength without them realizing it. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and only the surging energy in their bodies reminded them that all this was real. When the last bit of energy was absorbed by them, they felt that their strength had made a qualitative leap. When the last wisp of the demon core's energy merged into their blood, Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu closed their eyes at the same time and took a deep breath. The air is filled with the faint scent of grass and trees, and there is the sound of mountain streams gently hitting rocks in the distance. It all seems so peaceful and beautiful. Xiang Tianlu, what do you feel? Nu Lin slowly opened his eyes, with a new light flashing in his eyes, which was the confidence and expectation after the growth of strength. Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly and waved his fist lightly, and tiny ripples seemed to appear in the air. It's stronger than ever before. I can almost hear the power flowing in my blood cheering. What about you, Noel? Me too. Nu Lin stood up and stretched his limbs. He felt that his whole body was filled with endless strength. It feels like the whole world is at our feet. The two smiled at each other, and the tacit understanding needed no words. They knew that this battle and the subsequent gains not only greatly improved their strength, but more importantly, their friendship and trust also became deeper. As the sun sets, the sky is dyed with orange-red afterglow, making the earth look exceptionally enchanting. They decided to take a short break here and enjoy this rare, peaceful time. It is surrounded by dense forests, with tall trees blocking out the sun. Occasionally, the sound of birds chirping through the treetops adds a bit of vitality. Nu Lin, look at the sea of flowers over there. Xiang Tianlu pointed to an area not far away, where wildflowers of various colors were blooming, colorful, like a beautiful painting. Nu Lin looked over when he heard this, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. It's so beautiful. Let's go and have a look. The two walked side by side towards the sea of flowers, and every step seemed to be stepping on soft clouds. The fragrance of flowers is refreshing and pleasant. They strolled among them, occasionally stopping to gently touch the delicate petals, as if they were having a silent conversation with nature. When Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu stepped into the gorgeous sea of flowers, the tranquility around them seemed to be given life, and each flower was telling an ancient and mysterious story in its own unique way. The fragrance of the flowers seemed to be mixed with an indescribable fluctuation of spiritual power, which lifted the spirits of both of them. There seems to be an unknown secret hidden beneath this sea of flowers. Xiang Tianlu said softly. His eyes became deep, as if he could penetrate the flowers and glimpse the mysteries hidden in the world. Nu Lin nodded after hearing this, and his perception reached an unprecedented level of sharpness at this moment. Yes, I can feel that there is a delicate balance here, as if it is a kind of contract between nature and us. Just as the two were immersed in the mysterious atmosphere of the sea of flowers, suddenly, a strong wind blew up, and the sea of flowers seemed to be lifted up by an invisible force, turning into a colorful wave, surging in all directions. Immediately afterwards, a powerful wave of spiritual energy burst out from the depths of the sea of flowers, like a volcanic eruption, rushing straight into the sky. This is Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu's expressions changed at the same time. They quickly stepped back and looked at the center of the sea of flowers vigilantly. In the center of the sea of flowers, a bright light shot up into the sky and turned into a huge amount of light bird. Its wings were like colorful, auspicious clouds, emitting a heart-pounding pressure. The bird of light flapped its wings and flew high. Every flap of its wings was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if it was going to tear the world apart. This is the awakening of the spirit of nature, Xiang Tianlu said in a deep voice, his eyes flashing with a fiery light, and he was obviously full of anticipation for this scene. Nu Lin clenched his fists, feeling the power in his body that had been strengthened by the demon core boiling. What should we do? Fight it or... No, this is not the time for confrontation. Xiang Tianlu shook his head with a hint of awe in his tone. The awakening of the spirit of nature is a test from this land for us. What we need to do is to understand it and guide it, rather than conquer it with violence. Before he finished speaking, Xiang Tianlu moved and shuttled among the sea of flowers like a ghost. His hands quickly formed seals, and each hand seal was accompanied by a low incantation, as if he was having a silent conversation with the spirit of nature. Seeing this, Nu Lin did not dare to neglect. He took a deep breath and exerted the strength in his body to the extreme. The whole person seemed to be wrapped in a layer of golden light, like an undefeated god of war, guarding the road to the sky. As Xiang Tianlu's incantation became more rapid, the bird of light seemed to sense something. Its attacks gradually became softer. Every time it flapped its wings, it seemed to be releasing some ancient power, rather than the previous destructive power. In the sea of flowers, lights flickered, spiritual power surged, and a war without the smoke of gunpowder was taking place. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, one attacking and one defending, each of their movements was full of strength and wisdom, as if they were performing a hymn to life together with the spirit of nature. As Xiang Tianlu's spell gradually reached its climax, every flower in the sea of flowers seemed to respond to his call and bloomed with more dazzling light. The light of 777 and the light bird complemented each other, forming an incomparably magnificent picture. The spiritual energy fluctuations in the air became stronger and stronger, as if even the heaven and earth were shaken by this power and stopped breathing. Nuo, do you feel it? This power. Xiang Tianlu's voice was unusually clear in the torrent of spiritual power. His eyes were filled with unprecedented determination and joy. Nuo nodded. His golden light became more dazzling under the stimulation of spiritual power, like the scorching sun in the sky, illuminating everything around. Yes, this is the will of nature and the power of life. We are working with it, not against it. At this moment, the wings of the light bird suddenly emitted a soft light. It no longer flapped its wings and flew high, but slowly landed in the sea of flowers and turned into 10 shining altars. On the altar, a gem shining with colorful light slowly rose up and hovered in the air, emitting a warm and peaceful atmosphere. This is a fragment of the heart of nature, Xiang Tianlu exclaimed, his face full of shock and awe. Legend has it that the heart of nature is the bridge that connects all living things to the laws of nature. It contains endless vitality and wisdom. Nuo Lin stared at the gem, feeling an inexplicable excitement in his heart. We actually witnessed the awakening of the heart of nature. This is not only a test of strength, but also a baptism of our souls. Just as Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were immersed in the shock brought by the fragments of the heart of nature, suddenly, a deafening roar came from the depths of the sea of flowers, as if the entire woodland was shaking. An ancient and powerful aura wafted from the depths of the sea of flowers, instantly alerting the two. What is this? Nuo Lin frowned, and his golden light became more dazzling in an instant, as if he was ready to deal with the impending crisis at any time. Xiang Tianlu's eyes also became solemn. He turned slowly, his gaze penetrating the sea of flowers, looking towards the source of the roaring sound. If I guess correctly, this should be Pangu 5 Elements Lion. As Xiang Tianlu finished his words, a huge figure slowly walked out from the depths of the sea of flowers. It was a monster covered in colorful scales and as big as a mountain. Its eyes were like burning flames, flashing with wisdom and wildness. Its limbs are strong and powerful, and every step it takes seems to shake the heaven and earth. Its tail is as flexible as a dragon, and it slaps the surrounding air from time to time, making a deafening sound. This is Pangu's 5 Elements Lion, a powerful monster that is said to possess the power of the 5 elements and can control the elements of heaven and earth. Its appearance instantly made the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the sea of flowers become more intense, as if even the air had become heavy. Pangu 5 Elements Lion. Nuo Lin took a deep breath, his eyes showing both awe and fighting spirit. I didn't expect that we would encounter such a being here. Xiang Tianlu clenched his fists, and there seemed to be a force surging in his body, ready to explode at any time. No matter how powerful it is, we must protect the fragment of the heart of nature and not let it fall into evil hands. Pangu 5 Elements Lion seemed to sense the hostility of the two people. It let out a deafening roar and then rushed towards them. It was so fast that it seemed to have crossed the distance in an instant, making both of them feel unprecedented pressure. Nuo Lin shouted loudly, and his figure instantly turned into a golden lightning, heading towards Pangu 5 Elements Lion. His fist was wrapped in golden spiritual energy and slammed into the monster's head like a meteorite. However, Pangu 5 Elements Lion flexibly turned sideways and easily avoided the attack. You have some skills. Nuo Lin snorted coldly. His body turned in the air and attacked Pangu 5 Elements Lion again. This time, he used his unique skill, Golden Dawn. The golden spiritual power condensed into a dazzling light on his fist, which seemed to be able to tear through space and hit the monster's vital point. However, Pangu 5 Elements Lion was not afraid at all. It opened its huge mouth and spit out a colorful light. The light condensed into huge amounts of 5-element beasts in the air, colliding with Nuo Lin's Golden Dawn, erupting with a deafening sound. Xiang Tianlu, hurry! Nuo Lin reminded Xiang Tianlu during the battle. We need to find its weakness. Nodding to Tianlu, he dodged the attacks of Pangu 5 Elements Lion while carefully observing every move of the monster. Finally, he discovered a tiny flaw in Pangu's 5 Elements Lion. There was a darker scale on its abdomen, as if it was the weakest spot in the 5 Elements power. Nuo Lin, attack its belly! Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly. Nuo Lin's eyes flashed with brilliance when he heard this. He flashed and launched another fierce attack on Pangu 5 Elements Lion. This time, his target was directly the belly of the monster. The golden spiritual power condensed into a sharp sword light on his fist, which streaked through space like a meteor and pierced the vital point of the monster. Pangu 5 Elements Lion roared in pain as its abdomen was hit by Nuo Lin's sword, and blood splattered everywhere. However, this powerful monster did not fall down. Instead, it became even crazier and launched a more fierce attack on the two. The battle in the Sea of Flowers became more and more intense, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy were as turbulent as ocean waves. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu fought side by side. Relying on their respective unique skills and wisdom, they fought a desperate battle with Pangu's 5 Elements Lion. However, despite their best efforts, they were still unable to completely defeat this powerful monster. After being severely damaged, Pangu 5 Elements Lion did not retreat, but instead burst out with even more amazing power. Its eyes were red like flames, and the colorful scales on its body seemed to be burning, releasing a dazzling light, illuminating the surrounding sea of flowers like a dream. This guy actually has such a tenacious vitality. Nuo Lin was secretly shocked. He felt the power of Pangu 5 Elements Lion was constantly rising, as if every drop of blood and every piece of scale armor was burning, just to completely devour the two people. Xiang Tianlu's expression was solemn. He knew very well that the battle with Pangu's 5 Elements Lion had entered the most critical moment. His body was as fast as lightning. While dodging the monster's attacks, he was also looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Nuo Lin, be careful of its tail. Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted. The tail of Pangu 5 Elements Lion was like a nimble dragon, drawing a graceful arc in the air, and then struck Nuo Lin like lightning. Nuo Lin moved to the side and narrowly avoided the attack. However, the residual power of the tail swept the surrounding sea of flowers into pieces, with petals flying and fragrance everywhere, but it also hid endless dangers. Damn it! Nuo Lin shouted angrily. He felt that Pangu 5 Elements Lion's attacks were becoming more and more fierce. Every attack seemed to tear him into pieces. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu suddenly launched a counterattack. He flashed and appeared on the side of Pangu 5 Elements Lion. His hands clenched into fists, and golden spiritual power condensed on his fists into a dazzling light. He punched the monster's head fiercely, and the wind from his fist was as strong as a dragon, carrying the power to destroy the world. Pangu 5 Elements Lion let out a deafening roar, and its head was hit by Xiang Tianlu's fist, and its colorful scales exploded instantly. However, this was only a brief pause. It quickly adjusted its posture and launched a fierce attack on the two again. The battle in the Sea of Flowers became more and more intense. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two war gods. Under the fierce attacks of the monsters, they remained calm and firm. Their bodies were as fast as lightning, and their fists were as strong as thunder. They fought a desperate battle with Pangu's 5 elements long. Xiang Tianlu, we can't go on like this, Nuo Lin shouted during the battle. We must find its weakness, otherwise we will all die here. Nodding to Tianlu, he knew that Nuo Lin was right. He carefully observed the attack pattern of Pangu 5 elements lion again, trying to find its flaw. Finally, he discovered a shocking fact. Although Pangu 5 elements lion was powerful, every attack required the mobilization of the 5 elements of its body. And at the moment when it mobilizes its strength, its body will feel briefly empty. Nuo Lin, are you ready? Xiang Tianlu shouted. Nuo Lin's eyes flashed with brilliance when he heard this. He flashed and launched another fierce attack on Pangu 5 elements lion. This time, he did not directly attack the monster's vital points, but chose to attack its body at the moment it mobilized its strength. Pangu 5 elements lion roared in pain, and its body trembled violently under Nuo Lin's attack. And at this moment, Xiang Tianlu also launched a counterattack. He appeared behind Pangu's 5 elements lion in an instant like a flash of golden lightning, with his hands turned into claws, grabbing its back fiercely. At the moment when Xiang Tianlu's sharp claws, shining with golden light, were about to touch Pangu 5 elements lion's back, the monster seemed to have sensed a fatal crisis. It suddenly turned its huge body to the side, twisting it to an almost impossible angle and avoiding the fatal blow. At the same time, a hint of cunning and anger flashed in its flaming eyes, as if it was mocking the futility of the two people's efforts. Cunning guy, Xiang Tianlu cursed in his heart, but his body did not slow down at all. He flipped in the air with the momentum, his legs like whips, with a whistling sound. Wolf Wolf whipped Pangu Wuxing Shai's side abdomen. This strike was the essence of all his spiritual power. Even a rock as hard as iron would be shattered into pieces. However, the reaction of Pangu 5 elements lion was beyond imagination. At the critical moment, it used one of its strong front paws to block Xiang Tianlu's leg attack, making a loud bang sound that shook the surrounding air. Xiang Tianlu only felt a huge force coming, and he flew backwards involuntarily and almost lost his balance. To the sky. Nuo Lin's eyes flashed with worry when he saw this, but he did not hesitate at all. His body turned into a golden stream of light and instantly penetrated to the other side of Pangu 5 elements lion. He clenched his fists like two bright stars and slammed into its neck. Pangu's 5 elements lion roared continuously, and under Nuo Lin's continuous bombardment, its colorful scales made a clang sound of metal collision, and stars flew everywhere. Its eyes became even redder, and it was obviously completely enraged. The spiritual energy fluctuations in its body reached an unprecedented peak, as if it wanted to swallow up the entire sea of flowers. Nuo Lin, be careful. Although Xiang Tianlu was repelled, he quickly adjusted his state and joined the battle again. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and the golden spiritual power outlined complex patterns in the air, each of which contained unfathomable power, trying to block the actions of Pangu 5 elements lion. Throw, request flowers. Pangu 5 elements lion seemed to feel the threat from Xiangtian Road. It exerted its strength suddenly, and its 4 limbs were like 4 giant pillars, stomping on the ground to crack. Its body suddenly doubled in size, as if to break free from all restraints. It opened its huge mouth, and a storm mixed with the power of the 5 elements gushed out of its mouth, turning into a colorful dragon, rushing straight into the sky, and then suddenly falling down, aiming directly at Nuo Lin, Xiangtian Road. Come on, Nuo Lin shouted, his whole body glowing with golden light. Instead of retreating, he advanced and directly confronted the 5 elements dragon. The two collided, causing a deafening roar. The entire sea of flowers seemed to tremble under this force. The petals and spiritual power intertwined to form a doomsday picture. 0. Nuolin, cooperate with me. Xiang Tianlu's voice was particularly clear in the roar. He accelerated again, like a meteor across the night sky, heading straight for the eyes of Pengu's 5 elements lion. He knew that this was the only breakthrough and the key to victory or defeat. Nuolin understood what he meant. He turned around and, while fighting with the 5 elements dragon, he separated some of his spiritual power and transformed it into a giant golden hand to assist Xiang Tianlu. The two of them, one in front and one behind, one attacking and one defending, worked in perfect harmony and forced Pengu's 5 elements lion into a desperate situation. At the moment when Zhang Yanlu was approaching the eyes of Pengu 5 elements lion at a rapid speed like a meteor streaking through the night sky, the monster seemed to realize that it was a matter of life and death. Its eyes became even redder, burning with an unyielding flame. It suddenly let out an earth-shaking roar, and the sound waves spread out like a substance, shaking the surrounding sea of flowers into pieces, with petals flying everywhere, as if it was raining a gorgeous and sad flower rain. Nuolin, it's now. Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded unusually firm amidst the roar. His hands had turned into golden blades, flashing with cold light, pointing directly at the eyes of Pengu 5 elements lion. Nuolin was shocked when he heard this, as he knew the importance of this moment. In the process of struggling with the 5 elements dragon, he relied on his amazing willpower and spiritual power control, and the golden giant hand suddenly accelerated, with an unstoppable force, blasting towards the head of Pengu 5 elements lion from the flank, forming a perfect coordination with Xiang Tianlu's attack. Under the double attack, Pengu 5 elements lion let out an even more miserable roar. Its eyes seemed to spit fire at this moment, but it was ultimately unable to withstand this sudden and fatal blow. The golden blade and the giant hand hit the target at the same time, and brilliant spiritual light burst out from the head of Pengu 5 elements lion, as brilliant as fireworks, but full of the breath of destruction. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening noise, Pengu 5 elements lion's huge body was finally unable to withstand the successive blows and began to tremble violently. The colorful scales began to fall off piece by piece, revealing the bloody body inside. Streams of blood spurted out, dyeing the surrounding sea of flowers red, making this originally beautiful place desolate and terrifying. "Hold on, head for the sky," Nuolin shouted. He felt the final struggle of Pengu 5 elements lion. The power from ancient times seemed to still be resisting unwillingly. 3, 2, 7, but he did not retreat. Instead, he became more determined. The golden spiritual power surged again, turning into chains that tightly wrapped around the body of Pengu 5 elements lion, restricting its movements. Xiang Tianlu also gritted his teeth, and the golden blades in his hands kept cutting at the eyes of Pengu 5 elements lion. Every touch was accompanied by Pengu 5 elements lion's painful roar and the dissipation of spiritual power. Finally, after a fierce cut, the eyes of Pengu 5 elements lion completely lost their light, becoming empty and dim. Roar! Pengu 5 elements lion let out a last weak roar, and then its huge body fell down with a loud bang, causing violent fluctuations in the surrounding sea of flowers. Its life flame was completely extinguished at this moment, leaving behind only a devastated battlefield and a strong smell of blood in the air. The fall of Pengu's 5 elements lion marked the end of this epic battle. Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other. Although they were exhausted, their eyes were shining with the joy of victory and infinite longing for the future. They paused for a moment in this sea of flowers destroyed by battle, looking at the petals stained red with blood, yet gently swaying in the breeze, feeling an inexplicable emotion well up in their hearts. "Let's go towards the sky," Nuolin said softly, with a barely perceptible tenderness in his voice. He knew that although the battle was over, their journey was far from over. Nodding to Tianlu, the two of them put away the fragments of the heart of nature, moved their bodies, and became like two golden streams of light, cutting through the sky and flying into the distance. Soon, they came to a small village hidden in the mountains. The village is surrounded by mountains and rivers and is picturesque. In the distance, there are continuous mountains shrouded in clouds and mist, like a fairyland. Nearby, a clear stream flows in front of the village, and the gurgling stream sounds like the sound of nature. The village is shaded by green trees and filled with the fragrance of flowers. The villagers work from sunrise to sunset, leading a peaceful life away from worldly concerns. Nualin and Xiang Tianlu landed at the entrance of the village. Looking at the picturesque scene in front of them, they couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of intimacy in their hearts. They slowly walked into the village and saw the villagers were dressed simply, smiling and greeting them warmly. "Where are you from?" "Two brave men. Judging from your attire, you're not from our village, are you?" An elderly villager came forward and asked curiously. Nualin smiled and replied, "We came from far away and went through a lot of hardships to get here. Excuse me, can we rest in the village for one night?" "Definitely yes. Please follow me, brave man." The old villager enthusiastically led them to a clean and tidy inn and arranged rooms for them. As night falls, the village is brightly lit and the aroma of food wafts from every household. Nualin and Xiang Tianlu sat in the yard of the inn, enjoying the sumptuous dinner prepared for them by the villagers, their hearts filled with gratitude and warmth. "Xiang Tian Road, what do you think of this place?" Nualin asked while eating. Xiang Tianlu put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hand, took a deep breath of fresh air, and said with emotion, "It is really beautiful here, without the noise and disputes of the outside world, only tranquility and harmony. If I could choose, I would like to stay here and live a peaceful life." Nualin smiled and said, "Yes, it is really beautiful here. But we still have a long way to go, and there are many unknown challenges waiting for us. However, no matter where I go, I will always remember this place, the tranquility and beauty." The two ate and talked, and before they knew it, it was already late at night. They returned to their rooms and lay down, recalling the experiences and feelings of the day. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the window and gently sprinkled into the house, Nualin and Xiang Tianlu woke up almost at the same time. Outside the window, birds are singing one after another, as if singing for the new day. After a simple wash, they walked out of the inn, ready to embark on their journey again. "Look, those are the children of the village." Xiang Tianlu pointed to a group of children playing not far away. They were wearing colorful clothes, chasing and playing in the morning light. Their laughter was clear and pleasant, like the most beautiful music in the mountains. Yes, their carefree appearance is really enviable. Nualin sighed, with a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. He recalled that he had such a carefree time when he was a child, but as the years passed, those innocent days were long gone. The two strolled along the village road and saw that the villagers had already started their day's work. An old man was sitting on the doorstep, holding a bowl of hot porridge in his hand, tasting it slowly, his face filled with satisfaction and happiness. Not far away, several young men were working together to lift a huge stone, preparing to build a new house. Their sweat shone in the sun, but they did not show any signs of fatigue. Although the people here live a simple life, their hearts are full of love and hope for life, Xiang Tianlu said with emotion. "Yes, this is exactly what we practitioners pursue. True strength lies not only in how many enemies you can defeat, but also in whether you can protect this peace and beauty." Nualin nodded in agreement, with a firm light in his eyes. The two continued walking and came to an orchard on the edge of the village. At the moment, it is the season when fruits are ripe. Apples and pears are hanging on the branches, emitting an enticing aroma. Several villagers were busy picking, their faces filled with joy at the good harvest. "Xiang Tianlu, how about we help them?" Nualin suggested. "Good idea." Xiang Tianlu readily agreed, and the two immediately joined the picking team. They were very agile and soon picked several baskets full of fruits. Seeing this, the villagers looked at them with gratitude. In the afternoon, the two sat together with the villagers, sharing the freshly picked fruits and tasting the cakes made by the villagers. Amidst the laughter and joy, They felt unprecedented warmth and satisfaction. I really hope time can stay at this moment forever, Xiang Tianlu said softly, with a reluctant gleam in his eyes. Although we can't stay here forever, this experience will become the most precious memory in our hearts. Nuo Lin patted Xiang Tianlu's shoulder with some comfort and encouragement in his tone. As the sun sets, the two bid farewell to the villagers and set out on their journey again. Looking back at the small village hidden in the mountains, their hearts were filled with gratitude and nostalgia. The afterglow of the setting sun gradually faded, and the last trace of sunset glow in the sky quietly disappeared behind the mountains. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu set out on the winding mountain road and began their new journey. The breeze from the mountains blows gently, bringing a bit of coolness, but also making people feel relaxed and happy. You know, Shangtian Road, I have never seen such a peaceful and beautiful place, Nuo Lin said as he walked, his eyes lingering on the surrounding scenery. Yes, every mountain and every river here seems to have its own story, Xiang Tianlu responded, his voice echoing in the empty valley, adding a sense of remoteness and mystery. They walked along the mountain road, stopping from time to time to admire the beautiful scenery along the way. The trees in the mountains are lush and green, and various wildflowers are in full bloom, emitting bursts of fragrance. In the distance, the mountains are stacked up and shrouded in clouds and mist, like a moving ink painting. Look over there, that stream, Nuo Lin suddenly shouted, pointing ahead. I saw a clear stream flowing down from the mountains, and the water was sparkling with crystal light under the sunlight. Xiang Tianlu walked quickly forward, squatted down, scooped up a handful of stream water with his hands, and took a sip. This water is so sweet, he exclaimed. The two continued walking along the stream. The gurgling water, like the sound of their footsteps, played a melodious movement in this quiet valley. Sometimes they stopped to admire the beautiful scenery by the stream, and sometimes they lowered their heads to listen to the whispers of the stream, as if the whole world was left with only them in this peaceful valley. As night falls, a thin layer of mist rises between the mountains, adding a touch of mystery and haziness to this quiet valley. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu found a cave and planned to spend the night there. They lit a bonfire and sat around it, enjoying the rare tranquility and warmth. The night is as dark as ink, and the mountains are shrouded in mist, as if the whole world is covered by a mysterious veil. The bonfire was burning outside the cave, reflecting the determined faces of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. The two of them sat around the fire, enjoying the rare tranquility, but this tranquility seemed to hide some unknown surge. Xiang Tianlu, do you feel that there seems to be some kind of mysterious power hidden in this valley? Nuo Lin suddenly spoke, with a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu frowned slightly, closed his eyes, and perceived for a while, then slowly said, Indeed, the heaven and earth vitality here seems to be more concentrated than other places, as if something is surging in the dark. At this moment, a sudden gust of wind blew up, blowing the bonfire to the point of collapse. Then, a roar was heard in the valley, as if some huge monster was waking up. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and a hint of solemnity flashed in their eyes. They stood up quickly, gripped their weapons tightly, and looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, a powerful wave of vital energy came from the depths of the valley, sweeping towards the two of them like a raging wave. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu moved, like two streams of light, and rushed forward in an instant. I saw a huge amount of vitality vortex appearing in the valley, which contained tremendous power, as if it was going to swallow everything. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were in the vortex. Their figures kept flashing, and they started a fierce confrontation with the mysterious force. Boom! With a loud bang, the long sword in Nuo Lin's hand collided with the vortex of vital energy, bursting out with dazzling light. His body shook, and he felt a powerful force coming from the tip of the sword, almost breaking his arm. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu instantly appeared beside Nuo Lin, holding a huge hammer in both hands and smashing it towards the vitality vortex. The giant hammer collided with the whirlpool, making a deafening roar, as if it was going to collapse the entire valley. The two men fought a desperate battle with the mysterious force. Every attack was done with all their strength, and every collision was deafening. The vitality in the valley seemed to be drawn by their fight, forming violent storms. As time went by, Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu's physical strength and vitality were constantly consumed. But their eyes became more and more determined, as if they wanted to completely conquer this mysterious power. At this moment, the vortex of vital energy suddenly began to shrink, and the power within it became more and more condensed. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu were startled, knowing that this was the final moment. They looked at each other, then shouted at the same time, concentrating all their strength on the weapons in their hands. Boom! With a loud bang that shook the earth, the vortex of vital energy shattered under the combined attack of the two, turning into points of light that dissipated in the night sky. As the vortex of vital energy was broken, the valley suddenly returned to peace, leaving only the rustling sound of the night wind blowing through the leaves and the occasional roar of beasts in the distance, adding a bit of wild rhythm to the quiet night. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood side by side. Their breathing sounds were particularly clear in the silence. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, but their faces showed determination and relief that were difficult to conceal. It's really hard to imagine where this power comes from. Nuo-Lin panted and glanced around again, trying to catch a clue in the darkness, but everything seemed to have returned to its former calm, as if the thrilling battle just now was just a dream. Xiang Tianlu shook his head slowly, his eyes deep. This valley may hide a secret that is even older than we imagined. Those vital energies seemed to be a force that had been dormant for 1,000 years, awakened by some unknown factor. They slowly walked towards the campfire and sat down again. The campfire swayed in the night breeze, casting mottled light and shadows, adding a bit of warmth to the deep valley. Nuo-Lin picked up a branch and gently poked the fire. Sparks flew and illuminated his thoughtful face. Xiang Tianlu, have you ever thought that perhaps this power is not malicious, but some kind of test or guidance? Nuo-Lin's voice was low and magnetic, as if every word contained deep meaning. Xiang Tianlu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and after a moment's silence he said, "Trial? Guidance? Indeed, if this power is meant to test us or to guide us to discover something, then our journey may have just begun." At this moment, a strange wave came faintly from the depths of the valley. Unlike the previous vortex of vital energy, this time it was more like a low call, gentle and mysterious, as if some kind of wisdom was whispering in the dark, inviting them to explore deeper. The two looked at each other, and without saying anything, their eyes were full of determination. They stood up, packed their equipment, and set out on an unknown journey again, going deep into the valley shrouded in night and auspicious air. Along the way, the mountains are undulating, the ancient trees are towering, and every leaf seems to be telling a story of the past. The night breeze blew across their faces with a cool, moist breeze. The air was filled with the fresh scent of earth, flowers, and plants, which involuntarily calmed people's mood. As they went deeper into the valley, the night became darker and the fog thicker, as if the whole world was covered by an invisible veil, making it difficult to tell the direction. However, Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu have a fire of exploring the unknown in their hearts. Their steps are firm and powerful, and every step is on the ancient and mysterious land. At this moment, a low and long roar of an animal broke the silence of the night. The sound contained endless majesty and power, which made people feel awe. Then, a huge figure slowly walked out of the mist. Its eyes were like two gems burning with dark blue flames, flashing with cold and cruel light. It was a blood demon spider, 10 feet long and dark red all over, as if it had been soaked in blood. Its body is covered with dense scales, each of which flashes with cold light, as if it can cut through everything. The 8 long legs were like 8 steel-hard whips, striking the ground with a thudding sound, and every step seemed to shatter this ancient land. This is the blood demon spider. Nuo-Lin's voice was filled with a hint of incredible shock. He knew very well how powerful and terrifying this monster was. Not only did it possess amazing strength and speed, it also had the terrifying ability to control blood and toxins. Xiang Tianlu tightly grasped the giant hammer in his hand, his eyes firm and calm. it seems that we are not alone in our journey. This blood demon spider may be a test for us. The blood demon spider seemed to have heard their conversation. The dark blue flames in its eyes became more intense. It opened its huge mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and let out a deafening roar. Then, its 8 long legs rose into the air like 8 angry dragons, and pounced towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu with endless power and speed. Nuo Lin dodged the first attack of the blood demon spider like a ghost. The long sword in his hand drew a dazzling trajectory in the night sky. The tip of the sword was condensed with rich energy fluctuations, and it pierced into the eyes of the blood demon spider like a lightning bolt. However, the blood demon spider seemed to have already seen through his movements and easily dodged the attack by turning its body to the side. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu roared and swung the giant hammer in his hand violently, smashing towards one of the long legs of the blood demon spider with the power of a mountain collapse and the earth splitting. However, the blood demon spider's long legs were as hard as steel. When the giant hammer collided with it, only a dull sound was made, but it failed to cause any damage to it. The battle instantly entered a white-hot stage. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu shuttled through the night sky like 2 streams of light and engaged in a fierce battle with the blood demon spider. Every collision seemed to shatter this ancient land, and every attack contained astonishing power and speed. Boom! With a loud noise, Nuo Lin's sword collided with a long leg of the blood demon spider again. This time, he put all his strength into it. The sword flashed with brilliant vitality, as if it wanted to devour everything. However, the blood demon spider seemed to sense the danger and retreated instantly, avoiding the sharp edge of this life. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu moved and pounced on the blood demon spider like a tiger descending from the mountain. The giant hammer in his hand drew a perfect arc in the air, and with endless power and dominance, it smashed towards the head of the blood demon spider. However, the blood demon spider seemed to have the ability to foresee danger, and it moved its body to the side, and the giant hammer missed again. At this moment, the blood demon spider suddenly opened its huge mouth and spit out a cloud of thick black mist. The fog contained endless toxins and corrosiveness. Once contaminated, even steel would decay instantly. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu retreated violently to avoid the deadly attack. However, the black mist seemed to have life, twisting its shape in the air and chasing them closely. The night was as dark as ink and filled with thick fog. The roar of the blood demon spiders echoed in the valley, as if to tear apart the silent night sky. The black mist was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, tightly entwining Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, making every breath extremely difficult. There's something strange about this fog. We must get rid of it as soon as possible. Nuo Lin's voice sounded dull and suppressed in the fog. The long sword in his hand drew a series of brilliant tracks in the darkness, trying to cut off the shackles of nothingness. However, the mist seemed to have life. It cleverly avoided every attack and instead entangled itself more tightly. Xiang Tianlu tightly grasped the giant hammer, his eyes as sharp as torches. He knew very well that the current situation was extremely dangerous. The blood demon spider appeared and disappeared in the mist, and each attack was as elusive as a ghost. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and swung the hammer violently, smashing it towards the area where the fog was thickest. Bang! With a loud bang, the giant hammer collided with something hard, splashing October sparks. However, the fog seemed to be unaffected and still wrapped them tightly. Xiang Tianlu's heart trembled. The strength of this blood demon spider was indeed extraordinary. At this moment, the blood demon spider launched another attack. Its 8 long legs shuttled through the mist like 8 angry dragons, and every impact seemed to shatter the space. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu retreated violently, avoiding the tidal attack. However, the blood demon spider seemed to know their every move and attacked more fiercely. This is not a solution. We must find its weakness. Nuo Lin's voice was filled with anxiety. He knew very well that if they continued like this, they would run out of energy and eventually fall into the mouth of the blood demon spider. Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement, his eyes sharp as torches, searching for traces of the blood demon spider in the mist. However, The blood demon spider seemed to blend into the mist and became a part of the darkness. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu suddenly discovered a subtle movement of the blood demon spider. Every time it attacks, a tiny spot of light on its abdomen flashes. His mind moved. Perhaps that was the weakness of the blood demon spider. Nu Lin, attack its belly. Xiang Tianlu shouted and swung the giant hammer in his hand suddenly, smashing into the belly of the blood demon spider with the power of a mountain collapse and the earth splitting. At the same time, Nu Lin also moved, rushing towards the blood demon spider like a meteor across the night sky, the long sword in his hand flashing with bright vitality light, stabbing at the tiny light spot. However, the blood demon spider seemed to have seen through his Qian's intentions. Its body retreated violently, and its 8 long legs drew strange tracks in the air, like 8 huge amounts of nets, trying to trap them. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu dodged the fatal attack narrowly. Sly guy, Xiang Tianlu roared. He knew very well that the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. The power of the blood demon spider was far beyond their imagination, and each attack was as surging as a raging storm. Nu Lin took a deep breath. His eyes were firm, as if he had prepared for the worst. He knew very well that facing such a powerful enemy, the only way to have a chance of survival was to try his best. At this moment, the blood demon spider launched another attack. Its long legs intertwined in the air like 8 angry dragons to form a huge amount of net, and it pounced towards Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu with endless power and speed. The two of them retreated violently, but the net seemed to have life and kept chasing them. Let's fight, Nu Lin roared, and the long sword in his hand drew a bright track in the night sky, as if to split the darkness in two. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu also tightly grasped the giant hammer, gathered all his strength, and smashed it towards the net. However, the blood demon spider seemed to know their every move. Its long legs swung lightly in the air, and the net seemed to come alive, cleverly avoiding their attacks. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu were startled. The strength of this blood demon spider was indeed extraordinary. At this moment, the blood demon spider suddenly opened its huge mouth and spit out a ball of thick black aura. The fog contained endless toxins and corrosiveness. Once contaminated, even steel would decay instantly. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu retreated violently, but the mist seemed to have life and kept chasing them. If we go on like this, we will be exhausted to death by it sooner or later. There was a hint of despair in Xiang Tianlu's voice, but his eyes became more determined. He knew very well that facing such a powerful enemy, the only way to have a chance of survival was to try his best. Just then, Nu Lin suddenly came up with an idea. He whispered to Xiang Tianlu, "Xiang Tianlu, you attract its attention, and I will find its weakness." Hearing this, Xiang 213 Tianlu nodded. He gripped the giant hammer tightly and rushed towards the blood demon spider again, engaging in a fierce battle with it. Nu Lin took the opportunity to shuttle through the fog, looking for the tiny light. As the night grew darker, the thick fog seemed to become substance, and every breath seemed to devour life. He swung the giant hammer towards Tianlu, and every collision with the blood demon spider caused sparks to fly, making the valley echo, as if even the heaven and earth were shaking. "Come on, you ugly reptile. Let me see your limits," Xiang Tianlu roared, his voice echoing in the mist, filled with indomitable spirit and anger. The hammer was as big as a mountain, and every swing was accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, attempting to smash a hole in the hard shell of the blood demon spider. The blood demon spider seemed to be enraged by Xiang Tianlu's provocation. The dark blue flames in its eyes became even more blazing, and its 8 long legs wove a web of death in the air. Every attack was precise and deadly. However, Xiang Tianlu was like an unyielding tiger who would never back down even in the face of death. Every counterattack, he made the blood demon spider feel pain. On the other side, Nu Lin shuttled through the mist like a ghost, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, staring closely at the tiny light spot on the abdomen of the blood demon spider. That light spot was like the brightest star in the night sky, guiding Nuo Lin in the direction of progress. Found it! Nuo Lin was delighted. He jumped up and rushed towards the blood demon spider like an arrow. The long sword in his hand flashed with cold light. It was his last hope and his only weapon. However, the blood demon spider seemed to have anticipated Nuo Lin's actions. Its long legs drew a strange arc in the air, like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole, instantly blocking Nuo Lin's way. Nuo Lin paused and narrowly avoided the fatal blow. Damn it! Nuo Lin cursed in his heart. He knew very well that if this continued, both of them would die here. He must find a breakthrough point to break the deadlock. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu launched another fierce attack. His huge hammer smashed towards the head of the blood demon spider like a meteor, trying to defeat it with one blow. However, the blood demon spider seemed to have the ability to foresee danger. It turned its body to the side, and the giant hammer missed again, leaving only a roar. Nuo Lin, hurry! Xiang Tianlu shouted, his voice filled with anxiety and expectation. He knew this was their last chance. Nuo Lin heard this and felt grateful. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and rushed towards the blood demon spider again. This time, he did not choose to fight head-on, but used the fog as cover and cleverly went around the side of the blood demon spider. Nuo Lin was like a ghost in the night. Under the cover of fog, he quietly circled around the flank of the blood demon spider. His heart beat like a drum, and every pulse was accompanied by the desire for victory and the fear of the unknown. Although the blood demon spider was restrained by Xiang Tianlu, its dark blue eyes always flashed with a vigilant light, as if it could see through all the falsehoods in the world. Don't think you can dodge me like this. The blood demon spider seemed to have seen through Nuo Lin's intention. It kicked its 8 long legs suddenly, causing the ground to tremble. It turned around at an incredible speed, and its long legs were like whips, cutting through the air, and with a piercing whistle, it went straight for Nuo Lin's vitals. Nuo Lin turned his body sharply, almost parallel to the ground, and his long sword drew a silver trajectory in the air, narrowly avoiding the attack that was powerful enough to shatter rocks. He was secretly shocked. The power and speed of this blood demon spider were far beyond his imagination. If he was not careful, he would be doomed. Xiang Tianlu, hold on! Nuo Lin shouted, with unquestionable firmness in his voice. He knew very well that at the moment, only if the two of them worked together could they have a chance of survival. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He swung the giant hammer again. This time, he no longer aimed to kill with one blow, but used the weight and inertia of the giant hammer to create sparks around the blood demon spider, forming an impenetrable fire net, forcing the blood demon spider to retreat again and again, revealing more flaws. Nuo Lin, it's now. Xiang Tianlu's voice penetrated the thick fog, like the beating of a war drum, inspiring Nuo Lin's heart. Nuo Lin moved again like a ghost. He took advantage of the moment when the blood demon spider was distracted by Xiang Tianlu and approached quickly. His long sword was like lightning, piercing straight at the tiny but deadly light spot. This time, he did not hesitate at all. All his strength, will, and even life were focused on this one strike. The blood demon spider let out a shrill roar, which was its last struggle. The 8 long legs danced wildly, trying to block Nuo Lin's fatal blow, but it was too late. The long sword pierced through the light spot and also pierced through the body of the blood demon spider. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the air was filled with an indescribable feeling of depression and relief. The huge body of the blood demon spider began to tremble violently, and the dark blue flame gradually went out, eventually turning into a pool of black liquid and blending into the valley shrouded in night and fog. The thick fog also dissipated, and the moonlight fell again, illuminating the battlefield as well as the tired but determined faces of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. The disappearance of the blood demon spider made the air around them seem to relax. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other. Without saying anything, they could read from each other's eyes the gratitude and relief of surviving the disaster. It's finally over. Xiang Tianlu let out a long breath. slowly put down the huge hammer in his hand, and his body trembled slightly due to the long-term tension. Nu All-In also retracted his sword, and the tip of the sword lightly touched the ground. He looked at the pool of black liquid that was gradually blending into the earth, feeling both the joy of victory and awe of the unknown world in his heart. Yes, but we can't let our guard down. There are more dangers hidden here. The two smiled at each other. Although they were tired, there was a more determined light in their eyes. They know that this is just a small step in a long journey, and there is still a long way to go, with challenges and opportunities coexisting. Let's go and find a safe place to rest, Nu All-In suggested. Although his voice was a little hoarse, his tone was full of unquestionable power. Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement, and the two began to look for a safe refuge in the moonlit valley. After some searching, they found a hidden cave. The entrance of the cave was covered by vines and was not easy to detect. However, the inside of the cave was spacious and dry, making it an excellent place to rest. After entering the cave, the two of them found a corner to sit down and began to regulate their breathing and heal their injuries. The cave was silent except for their gentle breathing and the occasional sound of wind. The moonlight shines through the cracks in the cave, casting mottled shadows, adding a bit of warmth to this dark space. Time passed quietly, and in the blink of an eye, it was already several days later. During these few days, Nu All-In and Xiang Tianlu gradually recovered their strength and injuries with their tenacious vitality and profound cultivation. Occasionally, they exchanged their cultivation experiences, but more often they sat in meditation quietly to recover their consumed energy. After several days of recuperation, Nu All-In and Xiang Tianlu's spirits and bodies recovered to their best condition. They walked out of the cave, facing the rising sun, and embarked on a new journey. What will be waiting for us ahead? Xiang Tianlu looked into the distance, his eyes flashing with anticipation and curiosity. Nu All-In smiled slightly, his eyes firm. No matter what it is, we will face it together. Let's go into the unknown. The two walked side by side, passing through dense forests and crossing steep mountains. As they went deeper, the surrounding scenery became more desolate and dilapidated. Finally, one evening, they came to an abandoned village. This village seems to have been forgotten by time. The houses are dilapidated, the tiles on the roofs have long fallen off, and the walls are cracked. The weeds were so overgrown that they almost submerged the houses. A gust of wind blew, and the dilapidated wooden door made a creaking sound, as if telling the glory of the past and the desolation of today. Why is there no one here? Xiang Tianlu looked around, feeling uneasy. Nu All-In also frowned. He carefully perceived the atmosphere around him and found that the air was filled with an indescribable weirdness and depression. Something is wrong here. We have to be careful. The two walked into the village carefully, being extremely cautious with every step. They passed through the narrow alley and came to an abandoned ancestral hall. The door of the ancestral hall was closed, but a faint light shone through the crack. "There's light inside," Xiang Tianlu said in surprise. Nu All-In nodded. He slowly walked to the door, gently pushed it open, and looked inside. The interior of the ancestral hall was dark and eerie, but in the center stood an ancient oil lamp with the wick swaying slightly, emitting a faint and eerie light. "Let's go in and take a look," Nu All-In said in a low voice. He walked in first, followed closely by Xiang Tianlu. The two walked into the ancestral hall, only to see worn-out tablets and sacrificial utensils everywhere. The air was filled with a faint smell of mold and incense, which made people feel particularly depressed. What happened here? Xiang Tianlu looked around, feeling an inexplicable fear in his heart. Nu All-In did not answer. He walked to the oil lamp and looked at it carefully. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the wick, and he saw a tiny trace of black aura wrapped around the wick. The black aura seemed to have life and was slowly wriggling on the wick. "This is..." Nu All-In was shocked. He quickly took a few steps back and looked at the oil lamp vigilantly. At this moment, a low and strange laugh suddenly rang out in the ancestral hall. The sound seemed to come from hell and made people shudder. The two looked at each other and saw the fear and anxiety in each other's eyes. "We have to leave here," Nu All-In whispered. He took Xiang Tianlu's hand and quickly ran out of the ancestral hall. However, When they ran to the door of the ancestral hall, they found that the door was tightly closed and could not be opened no matter how hard they tried. "This is bad," Xiang Tianlu said anxiously. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu leaned against the cold and solid wooden door of the ancestral hall, their hearts beating like drums. Every beat seemed to resonate with a low laughter, shaking their souls. What's going on?" Xiang Tianlu's voice trembled. He tried to push the door again, but the door seemed to be locked by an invisible force and did not move at all. Nuo Lin's eyes were cold. He looked around, trying to find the source of the strange laughter, but there was nothing else in the ancestral hall except the swaying oil lamp and the dilapidated appearance. "Don't worry, we will find a way out." Suddenly, the air in the ancestral hall seemed to freeze, and a cold breath rushed in from all directions, making people feel like they were falling into an ice cellar. The laughter became clearer and clearer, as if it was right next to my ear, carrying with it endless ridicule and mockery. "Zero. Asterisk. You want to leave? Not that easy." As the voice fell, the light in the ancestral hall began to distort, as if it was stirred by the power of the invisible, and the flame of the oil lamp dimmed instantly. Only circles of strange halos were left. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and without further ado, they both attacked at the same time. Nuo Lin drew his sword. The sword light was like a dragon, and with a sharp sword energy, he slashed in all directions, trying to cut off the invisible Dongfu. Xiang Tianlu swung a huge hammer, and the shadow of the hammer hit the wall of the ancestral hall, trying to open a way out. However, their attacks seemed to fall on deaf ears, with no response at all. The cold air became thicker and thicker, and the space in the ancestral hall seemed to be compressed, making it difficult for them to breathe. "This is not a solution," Nuo Lin shouted. He retreated violently and stood back to back with Xiang Tianlu, with a determined look in his eyes. Let's work together to see if we can break this strange restraint." Xiang Tianlu nodded, took a deep breath, and tensed all his muscles, like a wild beast about to escape. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu attacked at the same time. The sword light and hammer shadow intertwined together, forming a dazzling light curtain, blasting towards the invisible restraints. At that moment, it was as if thunder roared in the ancestral hall. The air was torn apart, and light overflowed. However, when the light faded, they found that the restraints still existed. The door of the ancestral hall was still closed, and the strange laughter became clearer and clearer, as if whispering in their ears. "Humph! A mere mortal dares to challenge my authority?" The laughter was filled with endless mockery, and Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt gloomy. At this moment, the light in the ancestral hall distorted again, and a dark hole slowly emerged before their eyes, as if leading to an unknown abyss. The laughter stopped abruptly, leaving only dead silence. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stared at the sudden dark hole, their hearts filled with shock and confusion. The air in the ancestral hall seemed to freeze, and even breathing became heavy. What is this?" Xiang Tianlu's voice was low and trembling. He tried to look through the black hole, but could only see endless darkness and the unknown. Nuo Lin held the sword tightly, the tip of the sword trembling slightly, which was a reflection of his inner uneasiness. "I don't know, but we have to get out of here. The emergence of this black hole may be our only way out." Xiang Tianlu nodded. Although his heart was filled with fear and anxiety, he knew that at the moment he had to move forward bravely. He took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing and mentality, and prepared to face unknown challenges. The two of them walked slowly towards the black hole, and each step seemed particularly heavy. When they stepped into the edge of the black hole, a powerful suction force suddenly hit them, as if it was going to swallow them into an endless abyss. "Be careful," Nu Lin shouted. He held Xiang Tianlu's hand tightly. The two stood side by side, resisting the suction together. The space inside the black hole seems to be distorted, and the light becomes mottled. They seem to be in a world full of illusions and fog, and every step was full of unknowns and dangers. We must stay awake and not be misled by these illusions. Nu Lin's voice echoed in the black hole. He stared at the front, trying to find a way out. Nodding to Tianlu, he swung his giant hammer, bombarding the illusions around him, trying to break the chaos. However, every attack was like a stone 160 sinking into the sea, with no response at all. As they continued to move forward, the scene inside the black hole became increasingly bizarre. Sometimes they seemed to be in a desolate desert, with the sun scorching and the heat unbearable. Sometimes they seemed to be in a cold snowfield, with the wind blowing bitingly cold. This black hole seems like an endless maze. Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with fatigue and helplessness. He didn't know how long he had been walking, but there was still darkness and unknown ahead. Nu Lin did not answer. He held the sword tightly and looked around vigilantly. He knew that at the moment he had to remain calm and alert in order to find a way out. At this moment, the scene inside the black hole changed again. They seemed to have come to an ancient relic, surrounded by ruins and desolation. The ancient walls are engraved with mysterious runes and patterns, as if telling a forgotten history. Look, those runes! Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with surprise and curiosity. He tried to decipher the runes, but found that they seemed to contain some mysterious power that was beyond human reach. Nu Lin's eyes moved over those ancient runes, and an inexplicable throbbing surged in his heart. These runes seemed to resonate with some kind of power deep within his heart, but he could not clearly grasp the source of that power. These runes seemed to be hiding some secrets. Nu Lin's voice was low and mysterious. He slowly walked towards the wall, trying to observe the runes more closely. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, his giant hammer trembling slightly in his hand, as if he was ready to deal with any possible danger at any time. These runes don't look simple. We have to be careful. The moment they approached the wall, the runes suddenly began to flicker, emitting a dazzling light. A powerful energy wave emanated from the rune, as if it was going to swallow them up. Be careful, Nu Lin shouted, and he quickly drew out his sword, which shone like a dragon, and slashed at those monsters. However, the moment his sword light touched the rune, it seemed to be bounced away by some invisible force and could not cause any damage to it. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu also swung his giant hammer at the rune. However, when the giant hammer touched the runes, it was also bounced back, as if the runes were protected by an invisible shield and could not be broken. What's going on? Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with fear and despair. He couldn't imagine that these seemingly ordinary runes could have such powerful power. Nu Lin stared at the runes, his eyes flashing with determination and indomitable spirit. We can't give up. There must be other ways. At this moment, the runes suddenly began to move quickly, as if forming a complex pattern. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw the fear and anxiety in each other's eyes. Quick, we must stop them, Nu Lin shouted, and he swung his sword at the rune again. Xiang Tianlu also swung his giant hammer and smashed at the fast-moving runes. However, their attacks seemed to be in vain. Those runes formed huge amounts of magic circles while moving rapidly, emitting strong light and energy fluctuations. Oh no, we are trapped. There was a hint of despair in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He couldn't imagine that he would encounter such a predicament in this mysterious black hole. Nu Lin held the sword tightly, his eyes flashing with an unyielding light. Don't be afraid, we will definitely find a way out. At this moment, the magic circle composed of runes suddenly burst out with strong light, enveloping them. In the light, they seemed to be pulled by a powerful force, and their bodies flew involuntarily towards the center of the magic circle. The two screamed at the same time. They tried their best to break free from that force, but to no avail. Under the pull of the irresistible force, Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu fell rapidly towards the center of the magic circle like a kite with a broken string. The light was blinding, the energy fluctuated violently, and their heartbeats accelerated as if they were about to jump out of their chests. Nu Lin, what should we do? Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded weak and trembling in the light, and his hands, which were tightly gripping the giant hammer, had turned white due to tension. Don't be afraid. We will definitely find a way out. Nu Lin's voice was firm and powerful. He stared at the front, trying to find a flaw in the light. However, the light became stronger and stronger, and their vision became blurred. At this moment, their bodies shook violently, as if they were hit by something heavy. Then, they found themselves in the center of the magic circle. It was pitch black all around, with only the runes still flashing strangely. Where is this? There was a hint of confusion in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He looked around, trying to find a familiar trace. However, everything here seemed so strange and weird. Nu Lin did not answer. He held the sword tightly and looked around vigilantly. Just then, a low roar suddenly sounded, as if something was approaching them. "Be careful," Nu Lin shouted, and he turned around quickly, only to see a knife and axe general as big as an ear rushing towards them, waving a sharp knife and axe. The sword and axe corpse exuded a rotten smell, and his eyes were red, like a demon crawling out of hell. "What is this?" Xiang Tianlu exclaimed. He had never seen such a terrifying monster like 0.4. "No matter what it is, we have to deal with it carefully," Nu Lin shouted, and he quickly swung his sword at the sword and axe corpse general. The sword light was like a dragon, but the sword and axe corpse seemed to not care at all. It swung its sword and axe and easily defeated Nu Lin's sword light. What a strong force! Nu Lin was shocked. He knew that he had encountered a powerful enemy. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu also swung his huge hammer and attacked the sword and axe zombie. However, the sword and axe corpse seemed to have infinite power. It easily blocked Xiang Tianlu's attack and slashed at his chest with its backhand. "Ah!" Xiang Tianlu cried out in pain. His body was hit by swords and axes, and blood splattered everywhere. However, he did not fall down. Instead, he gritted his teeth and swung the giant hammer to attack the sword and axe zombie again. Nu Lin also quickly joined the battle, fighting side by side with Xiang Tianlu to fight against the powerful sword-axe corpse general. Their figures moved quickly in the darkness, with sword lights and hammer shadows intertwined to form brilliant trajectories. However, the sword and axe corpse seemed tireless. Its strength grew stronger, and its attacks became more fierce. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu gradually felt powerless. Their bodies were hit again, and blood stained their clothes red. "We can't go on like this," Nu Lin shouted, staring into the eyes of the sword and axe corpse general, trying to find its flaw. However, the sword and axe corpse general seemed to have no flaws, and its attacks were continuous like storm. Nu Lin's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, closely following every move of the swordsman. He knew very well that facing such a powerful enemy, any negligence would lead to eternal damnation. "Shangtian Road, we must find its weakness, otherwise we will all be exhausted if we continue like this." Nu Lin's voice sounded unusually firm in the fierce fight. Every time he swung his sword, there was a whistling sound in the wind, and it collided with the sharp swords and axes of the sword and axe corpse general, creating dazzling sparks. Although Xiang Tianlu was injured, his fighting spirit was even higher. He knew very well that retreating at the moment would only make the enemy more arrogant. He clenched his teeth, and the huge hammer in his hand seemed to turn into a mountain. Every blow made the air tremble, but the sword and axe corpse still stood firmly, as if no attack could shake it. "Its power is too strong. We have to find a way to restrict its movements," Xiang Tianlu said breathlessly, his words full of anxiety and determination. Nu Lin's heart moved when he heard this. He quickly adjusted his tactics and stopped engaging the sword and axe zombie head-on. Instead, he began to move around it, looking for flaws in his attack. His sword was as flexible as a spirit snake, sometimes stabbing at the joints of the sword and axe corpse, sometimes slashing across its neck, trying to find the fatal blow. However, the sword and axe corpse general seemed to possess infinite strength and speed, and every attack was easily resolved by it. Its eyes were as hot as flames, staring at Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, as if it wanted to devour them completely. "We can't go on like this. We must attack together," Nuo Lin shouted. He retreated violently and stood back to back with Xiang Tianlu. Their eyes were full of determination and trust, as if at this moment they had already handed their life and death over to each other. Seeing this, the sword and axe corps generals seemed to be aroused to fight. It brandished its sword and axe and let out a deafening roar, as if it wanted to tear the entire space apart. "Come on!" Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu shouted at the same time. They jumped up like lightning, and their long swords and huge hammers blasted towards the sword and axe corps generals at the same time. Their attacks were as fierce as a storm, and every blow contained all their strength and will. Although the sword and axe corps general was powerful, he had to retreat temporarily under the combined attack of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. There was a flash of fear in its eyes, as if it felt an unprecedented threat. However, this was only a brief respite. The sword and axe corps soon launched another fierce attack, and its sword and axe chopped towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu like a violent storm. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were not afraid. They fought side by side again and jointly resisted the attack of the sword and axe zombies. Their figures moved quickly in the darkness, with sword lights and hammer shadows intertwined to form brilliant trajectories. Every collision seemed to tear the space apart, and every attack contained all their strength and will. In that strange space illuminated by the light of runes, the figures of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two unyielding lightning bolts, fighting a life-and-death battle with the sword and axe general. Every collision between sword and axe was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if even the space was shaking and about to collapse. "Nuo Lin, be careful of its sweep," Xiang Tianlu warned loudly while panting. His giant hammer was almost knocked out of his hand in a collision, but he quickly adjusted his posture and raised the giant hammer again, ready for the next attack. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin turned his body to the side and narrowly avoided the sword and axe corpse's sweeping blow that was powerful enough to split mountains and rocks. His long sword drew a brilliant arc in the air, heading straight for the sword and axe corpse's soft spot at the waist, but was blocked by the monster's axe handle at an astonishing speed. This monster's reaction speed is too fast. Nuo Lin was secretly shocked, but he was not discouraged. Instead, he observed every subtle movement of the sword and axe corpse general more attentively, looking for the almost non-existent flaws. The sword and axe corpse seemed to have sensed the tenacity of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Its attacks became more and more fierce. Every swing of the axe was accompanied by a gust of wind, as if it wanted to split everything in half. Although Xiang Tianlu was covered in wounds, he still gritted his teeth, wielded the giant hammer, and together with Nuo Lin, he resisted the storm from hell. "Xiang Tianlu, we can't go on like this. We must find its weakness." Nuo Lin's voice seemed a little hoarse in the fierce battle, but his eyes were more determined. He nodded to Tianlu. Even though he was exhausted, his indomitable will kept him fighting. He took a deep breath, and suddenly, a brilliant light burst out from the giant hammer, as if it had accumulated all its strength and blasted towards Kai Hujiang's head. Nuo Lin also seized this opportunity. His long sword pierced through the darkness like the first ray of sunlight at dawn and stabbed straight into the heart of the axe corpse general. The two attacks arrived at almost the same time, forming an irresistible force. In that space filled with flashing runes and bizarre lights, the attacks of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two meteors streaking through the night sky, interweaving with the violent offensive of the sword axe corpse general to form a thrilling picture. The space seemed to be torn apart by their power. Every collision caused ripples visible to the naked eye, shaking the air around them. Nuo Lin 213, its power is increasing. We must fight quickly and decisively. There was a hint of urgency in Xiang Tianlu's voice. Every swing of his giant hammer was accompanied by a thunderous roar, but even so, he could only barely resist the seemingly endless offensive of the sword and axe corpse. New Orleans' eyes became increasingly cold. He knew very well that facing such an enemy, any trace of hesitation could be fatal. His figure was like a ghost, constantly moving among the attacks of the sword and axe zombies, looking for a glimmer of hope. The longsword seemed to have life in his hand. Sometimes it turned into a silver dragon, entwining the limbs of the sword and axe corpse general, trying to restrict his movement. Sometimes it cut through the sky like lightning and hit the vital points. However, the sword and axe corpse general's tenacity was beyond imagination. Even New Orleans' fierce attack only left shallow marks on his body. Its eyes were like two burning flames, revealing endless madness and murderous intent. Each time it seemed to split the entire world in half. We can't let it go on like this. New Orleans roared in his heart. He knew very well that if they continued to delay like this, the strength of the two would be exhausted sooner or later. He took a deep breath and gathered all his strength at one point. A dazzling light began to condense on the sword, as if to illuminate the entire space. "Xiang Tianlu, get ready," New Orleans shouted, and his figure suddenly accelerated, rushing towards the sword and axe corpse general like an arrow from a bow. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu also burst out with his last bit of strength. The light on the giant hammer became brighter, as if a bright star had fallen to the earth. The two men's attacks broke out at the same moment. New Orleans' long sword pierced through the chest of the sword and axe corpse general like the dawn, while Xiang Tianlu's giant hammer smashed heavily on its head like the collapse of the sky and the splitting of the earth. At that moment, the entire space seemed to tremble. The axe corpse suspended its huge body in the air for a moment, then fell down with a bang, turning into a pool of black liquid and dissipating in this mysterious space. In that space dotted with strange runes, as the sword and axe corpse fell, an atmosphere that had been suppressed for a long time was finally released. New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu stood there, their panting sounds echoing in the empty space, and each other's eyes flashed with a mixture of determination and exhaustion. This guy is really troublesome. Xiang Tianlu wiped the sweat from his forehead, and the giant hammer slowly fell down. The remaining light on it gradually dissipated, but it seemed to still echo the roar of the battle. New Orleans nodded, looking deeply at the pool of black liquid that was gradually dissipating, with mixed feelings in his heart. "Yeah, but we won in the end. Xiang Tianlu, your strength makes me look at you with new eyes." Xiang Tianlu smiled bitterly and patted New Orleans on the shoulder. "It's the same with you. If it weren't for your speed and insight, we would have been torn to pieces by it long ago. Next, there will be more challenges for us, right?" Hearing this, New Orleans' eyes became more resolute. He looked up into the distance, where more runes were flashing, like an endless maze, waiting for them to explore. Yes, this space is full of unknowns and dangers, but also hides countless opportunities. Now that we have come this far, there is no turning back. The two exchanged a firm look, and then New Orleans took the lead and embarked on the unknown road ahead. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, and the giant hammer lightly paused on the ground with a dull sound, as if announcing their determination to the world. As they went deeper, the surrounding scene began to change. The light of the runes became brighter and even began to interweave into complex patterns, as if each ray of light contained an ancient and powerful power. There was a faint fragrance in the air, mixed with a subtle, yet subtle scent of danger. As New Orleans and Shangtian Road went deeper, the space seemed to come alive. Each rune was like an ancient guard, quietly watching their steps. The subtle fragrance in the air became stronger and stronger, but it also began to make people uneasy, as if some unknown existence was secretly watching them. "New Orleans, do you feel that these runes seem to be changing?" There was a hint of vigilance in Xiang Tianlu's voice, and he unconsciously gripped his giant hammer tighter, as if he was ready to deal with any sudden change at any time. Nuo-Lin stopped and scanned the runes around him sharply, frowning. Yes, they're flowing like they are alive. We must be careful on the road to heaven. There may be some ancient mechanism hidden here. Before he finished speaking, the surrounding runes suddenly burst in a dazzling light, enveloping the two of them. Then, a powerful suction force came from all directions, as if sucking them into an endless abyss. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu's bodies swayed, and they almost lost their balance. But they quickly adjusted their posture and looked at each other, with an unyielding light flashing in their eyes. Hold on, Xiang Tianru. We must not be trapped by these runes. Nuo-Lin shouted, swung his sword, and slashed at the nearest rune light. However, those runes seemed to have life, nimbly avoiding his attacks and instead entangled with him even more tightly. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath and swung the giant hammer suddenly, bringing up a gust of wind in an attempt to shatter the runes. But those runes were like tough cobwebs, tightly wrapped around his giant hammer, and even began to erode his strength. Damn it! These runes can actually devour power. Xiang Tianlu roared, tensing his muscles in an attempt to break free from the runes. However, the runes became tighter and tighter, as if they were going to swallow him whole. Nuo-Lin was extremely anxious when he saw this. He knew very well that if they continued like this, both of them would be doomed. He bit his tongue hard, spurting out a mouthful of blood. A brilliant light suddenly burst out from the sword, as if to illuminate the entire space. Xiang Tianlu, hold on. I will break these runes. Nuo-Lin shouted, and the long sword was like the first ray of sunlight at dawn, penetrating the heavy constraints of the runes and piercing straight to the core where the light was the most dazzling. Just as the sword was about to touch the core, the entire space suddenly shook violently. The runes seemed to feel threatened and began to surge wildly, trying to stop Nuo-Lin's attack. But Nuo-Lin did not flinch and kept moving forward with his sword. Finally, with a deafening roar, the runes were completely defeated and turned into points of light that dissipated in the air. As the runes dissipated, the surrounding scene began to change rapidly. The originally dim space was gradually replaced by a soft light, as if waking up from an ancient and mysterious dream. Step into a whole new world. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, their eyes showing both relief and confusion about the new unknown. What's going on? Xiang Tianlu looked around and saw a vast plain in front of him. The plain was covered with strange plants. They emitted a faint light, which decorated the whole space like a dream. Nuo-Lin shook his head, frowning slightly. I don't know, but this feeling is both familiar and strange. We seem to have left that rune space and entered a more complicated place. The two of them stepped carefully onto the grass in front of them, taking every step with extreme caution. Those strange plants seemed to have no reaction to their arrival and continued to emit light quietly. But there was an indescribable sense of oppression in the air, which made people feel heavy in their hearts. Nuo-Lin, look over there. Xiang Tianlu suddenly pointed to a small hill not far away. On the hill stood an ancient stone tablet, Li Qian's. The stone tablet was engraved with intricate patterns, which were similar to the previous runes. Nuo-Lin looked in the direction Xiang Tianlu was pointing, and an inexplicable impulse surged in his heart. Let's go and take a look. The two walked across the grass and headed toward the hill. As the distance got closer, they found that the stone tablet was not only huge, but also exuded an ancient and solemn atmosphere, as if it was originally the Asgardian of this land. These patterns, I seem to have seen them somewhere. Xiang Tianlu stared at the patterns on the stone tablet with a frown, as if he was trying hard to recall something. Nuo-Lin did not answer. He was also deeply attracted by the patterns on the stone tablet. Those lines seemed to contain some kind of ancient power, and just looking at them can make people feel relaxed and happy, or even in awe. When they finally stood in front of the stone tablet and prepared to study it carefully, suddenly, the lines on the stone tablet began to flow slowly, as if they were given life. Immediately afterwards, a strong energy wave emanated from the stone tablet, enveloping the two of them. What is going on? Xiang Tianlu was shocked. He had never seen such a strange sight and was at a loss for a moment. Nuo Lin's face also changed slightly, but he quickly calmed down and stared at the stone tablet, trying to find the secret in it. It seems that we have triggered some kind of mechanism. Go to the sky and prepare to fight, but remember, we need to find a way to leave here, not to fight against this force. However, the energy fluctuation did not turn into an attack, but instead brought the two into a strange space. This space is filled with flowing light spots, each of which is like a star in the universe, but more mysterious than a star. They seem to be in an endless universe, and everything around them became blurry and distant. In this strange space composed of light spots, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were trying to understand what was happening before their eyes. Suddenly, a cold breath broke the tranquility around them. They looked up and saw a huge monster slowly emerging from the void. Its body was like a demon in the night, its wings were as black as ink, and its eyes were shining with faint green light. It was the legendary black spirit crow. The wings of this black crow spread out to be dozens of feet wide and were covered with dense black scales, which shone with a cold metallic luster under the reflection of the light. Its beak is as sharp as a sword, shining with a cold light, and every time it opens and closes, it seems to be able to tear apart space. The most frightening thing is that under its eyes, there are two elixir beads shining with strange light. They are the inner elixir condensed after thousands of years of practice, and they contain terrifying power. Is this a black spirit crow? How did it appear here? Xiang Tianlu's voice trembled. He knew very well how powerful this monster was. Even a cultivator in the Jindan stage would often find it difficult to escape unscathed when facing a black spirit crow. Nuo Lin looked solemn. He held the sword tightly, and the tip of the sword trembled slightly, as if responding to the master's mood. I don't know, but we have to be careful. Xiang Tianlu, you are responsible for restraining its actions, and I will find its flaws. The black crow seemed to sense the hostility of the two people. It let out a sharp cry. The sound was like a sharp blade cutting through the sky, causing the eardrums of the two people to ache slightly. Then it spread its wings, turned into a black lightning, and pounced towards the two people. He shouted loudly to Tianlu and swung the giant hammer suddenly, bringing up a gust of wind, trying to stop the attack of the black crow. However, the black crow was so fast that the giant hammer only had time to hit the edge of its wings, causing a spark. The black crow flipped deftly in the air and easily avoided Xiang Tianlu's subsequent attack. Nuo Lin was shocked when he saw this. He knew very well that facing a monster of this level, any negligence could lead to fatal consequences. He took a deep breath and swung his sword, which turned into a silver sword light and pierced the black crow's eyes. A hint of cunning flashed in the black crow's eyes. It seemed to have anticipated the direction of Nuo Lin's attack. It flapped its wings and twisted its body strangely in the air, easily avoiding the sword light. At the same time, its beak stretched out like lightning and went straight for Nuo Lin's throat. Nuo Lin moved to the side and narrowly avoided the attack. But the black raven's attack did not stop. Its wings were like two huge amounts of sickles, waving continuously, each time carrying a terrifying force that was enough to tear apart space. Nuo Lin, be careful, Xiang Tianlu warned loudly. At the same time, he swung the giant hammer again, trying to disrupt the attack rhythm of the black crow. However, the black raven seemed to see through his intentions and cleverly avoided the coverage of the giant hammer with every attack. The battle gradually became fierce, and Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were forced to retreat step by the black crow. They knew that if they continued like this, both of them would be in dire straits. Xiang Tianlu, we must attack together, Nuo Lin shouted. He saw an opportunity and swung his sword, which turned into a dazzling sword light and went straight to the black crow's danju. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu also mobilized all his strength and swung the giant hammer suddenly, smashing it into the chest of the black crow with a momentum that could cause mountains to collapse and the earth to split. The black raven seemed to sense the two men's determination. It let out a sharp cry, flapped its wings violently, and accelerated its body instantly, trying to avoid the attack. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's attacks were following him like a shadow and could not be avoided. Just when the two's attacks were about to hit the Black Crow, something strange happened. The Black Crow's body suddenly became blurred, as if it had merged into the surrounding light spots. Then, a powerful energy wave emanated from its body, completely swallowing up the attacks of the two. At the moment when the energy wave spread out, the expressions of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were both fixed. They could feel that it was not an ordinary energy backlash, but came from some unknown region deep inside the body of the crow. Ow, how is this possible? Xiang Tianlu's voice was full of disbelief. He widened his eyes and stared at the blurry area, as if he wanted to see through it. Nuo Lin's heart also trembled. He unconsciously increased the strength of his grip on the sword, and the sword body trembled slightly, making a crisp sound. He knew very well that the Black Crow before him was by no means comparable to an ordinary monster, and the power contained in its body was beyond their imagination. Just as the two were shocked, a stronger energy wave suddenly erupted from the blurred area, as if a bomb hidden in the abyss was detonated, instantly tearing the surrounding space into pieces. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu only felt an indescribable force coming at them, and their bodies were thrown out like kites with broken strings. In the air, they could only barely adjust their bodies to avoid being directly destroyed by this force. Bang! With two loud bangs, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu crashed into two huge rocks in the distance respectively. The rocks instantly broke into pieces and smoke and dust rose up. The two men struggled to get up from the rubble. Their faces were as pale as paper, with traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. This Black Raven is so powerful. There was a hint of bitterness in Nuo Lin's voice. He knew very well that he and Xiang Tianlu had fallen into an unprecedented crisis. Xiang Tianlu also looked solemn. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked firmly at the blurred area. Nuo Lin, we can't give up. We must find a way to defeat it. At this moment, the blurred area gradually dissipated and the figure of the Black Crow reappeared. Its wings were still as black as ink, and its eyes were flashing an even darker green light, as if the previous attack was just a trivial warm-up for it. You are too weak. The voice of the Black Crow echoed in the void, carrying a hint of disdain and ridicule. It flapped its wings gently, and a strong wind swept in, blowing the surrounding gravel and grass into the sky. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw determination and unyielding spirit in each other's eyes. They knew very well that retreating in the face of such an enemy would only mean death. Let's go together, Nuo Lin shouted, and his figure instantly rose up like a silver lightning, rushing straight towards the Black Raven. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind. His giant hammer drew a perfect arc in the air, and with a devastating momentum, it slammed into the top of the Black Crow's head. The Black Crow snorted coldly and flapped its wings suddenly. An even more violent storm formed instantly, which dispersed the attacks of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. At the same time, its beak was like a sharp blade, attacking the vital points of the two people. Nuo Lin moved his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack from the Black Crow's beak, but his sword was lightly swept by the Black Crow's wings and instantly broke into several pieces. Xiang Tianlu used the heaviness of his giant hammer to block the attack from the Black Crow's beak, but his hands were numbed by the shock, and the cracks on the giant hammer were clearly visible. Damn it! Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu roared at the same time. They knew that the gap between their strength and that of the Black Crow was too big. If they continued like this, Song Quan's efforts would be in vain. However, at this moment of life and death, a gleam of determination suddenly flashed in the eyes of the two men. They knew that they had no way out, and that only by trying their best could they create a glimmer of hope. Xiang Tianlu, let's use that trick together. Nuo Lin's voice was filled with a hint of determination and tragedy. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, he immediately understood Nuo Lin's intention. During one of their training sessions, the two of them accidentally discovered a combined attack method. Although it was extremely powerful, it also came with great risks. Okay, Xiang Tianlu shouted and stood side by side with Nuo Lin. The auras of the two blended together in an instant, as if forming a new force. At this moment, the black crow attacked again. Its wings were like two huge amounts of black sickles, carrying the terrifying power to tear through space, and went straight to the vital points of the two men. However, this time, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not choose to hide. They took a deep breath, concentrated the strength in their bodies to the extreme, and then burst out at the same time. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire space seemed to be torn apart by this force. The attack of the Black Crow seemed insignificant in the face of this force and was instantly annihilated without a trace. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, the figure of the Black Crow was still standing. There was a fainter green light flashing in its eyes, as if the previous attack was just a tickle to it. "You're still too weak." The voice of the Black Crow echoed in the void again, with a hint of disdain and ridicule. It flapped its wings lightly, and an even more violent storm swept in, blowing Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu to the brink of collapse again. In the storm, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like candles in the wind and rain, swaying but never extinguished. Their clothes were torn to shreds by the strong wind, and their skin was covered with bloodstains, but the light in their eyes became more determined. "Umph, you arrogant Black Crow, today is your doom." Xiang Tianlu roared. His voice was particularly loud in the storm, as if it could penetrate all obstacles and hit the Black Crow's heart directly. Nuo Lin has no words, but his actions speak louder than any words. He flashed and rushed towards the Black Raven again. Although he knew that doing so might put his life in danger, he did not flinch. The Black Raven sneered continuously, as if it did not take these two ant-like beings seriously. It spread its wings and stirred up a more violent storm again, attempting to completely submerge Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. However, this time, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were not intimidated by this force. They depended on each other tightly, as if they were one, and faced this unprecedented challenge together. "Xiang Tianlu, remember our previous agreement. No matter life or death, we must face it together." Nuo Lin's voice rang in Xiang Tianlu's ears, with a hint of determination and tragedy. Xiang Tianlu nodded, tears glistening in his eyes, but that was not fear, but deep respect and reluctance to leave his comrades. He knew that at this moment, they had no way out, and only by going all out could they have a chance of survival. In the storm, the two figures intertwined again, and they seemed to have turned into a flash of lightning that pierced Leah's vital points. The Black Crow obviously did not expect that these two ant-like beings could have such powerful explosive power, and was caught off guard for a moment. Bang! With a loud bang, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's attacks finally hit the Black Crow. This time, they did not give it any chance to breathe, but attacked continuously like a violent storm, vowing to completely destroy this arrogant Black Crow. The Black Crow let out a shrill cry, with fear and unwillingness flashing in its eyes. It once thought that it was the overlord of this world, but at this moment it felt unprecedented fear and despair in front of these two ant-like beings. "You actually dare?" Before the Black Crow could finish his words, he was interrupted by Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's even more fierce attacks. "Throw a request, flowers, oh." In the storm, the silhouette of the Black Raven gradually became blurred. Its wings were no longer powerful, and its eyes lost their luster. Finally, with a deafening roar, the Black Crow's body completely exploded, and black feathers and blood mist filled the sky. When everything returned to calm, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu had collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. They were breathing heavily, but their faces were filled with the joy of victory. They knew that they had finally defeated the powerful Black Crow and brought a little peace to this world. After the storm subsided, the surroundings fell into deathly silence, with only the heavy breathing of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu echoing in the empty sky and earth. They supported each other and staggered towards a dense forest not far away, which was their only safe haven at the moment. Nuo Lin, we did it, we really did it. There was a slight tremor in Xiang Tianlu's voice, an emotion mixed with excitement and relief. Nuo Lin smiled slightly. Although he was exhausted, his eyes were still bright as torches. Yes, Xiangtian Road, we wrote our own legend together. Now, let's find a safe place and have a good rest. They went deep into the dense forest and finally found a sheltered corner under a towering ancient tree. The ancient trees are lush with branches and leaves, as if they can isolate them from all the disturbances of the outside world, providing them with a peaceful world. The two sat down back to back, and their tired bodies finally relaxed. It is surrounded by lush trees, and the sunlight shines through the dense leaves, casting mottled shadows. Occasionally, birds sing happily on the branches, their voices clear and melodious, adding a bit of vitality to this quiet forest. The breeze brings coolness and makes people feel relaxed and happy. I really hope time can stay at this moment forever. Xiang Tianlu sighed softly, his eyes passing through the treetops and looking towards the unknown world in the distance. Nuo Lin closed his eyes, feeling the rare tranquility. Yes, on the road to heaven, as long as we have light in our hearts, no matter where we go, we can find our own peace. In the next few days, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu rested in this dense forest. They used the herbs they carried with them to treat their wounds, washed their bodies with clear stream water, and occasionally caught some small animals to fill their stomachs. As time went by, their injuries gradually improved and their physical strength slowly recovered. Nuo Lin, I feel like I can fight again. Xiang Tianlu patted his chest, a confident smile on his face. Nuo Lin also showed a long-lost smile. Me too, Xiang Tianlu. However, we still need to be more cautious. After all, there are still many unknown dangers waiting for us in this world. The two packed up their bags and set out on their journey again. They bid farewell to the dense forest that gave them shelter and set out on the road to their next destination. Along the way, they encountered more challenges and difficulties, but each time, they were able to overcome them together with mutual trust and tacit understanding. As the protagonist, Nuo Lin's wisdom and courage are constantly honed and improved during his journey, and Xiang Tianlu is always his strongest support. Nuo Lin, look over there. Xiang Tianlu suddenly pointed to 500 and shouted at a valley in front. Nuo Lin looked in the direction of the finger pointing to the sky and saw the valley ahead was shrouded in clouds and mist like a fairyland. The sunlight shone through the gaps in the clouds, covering this mysterious place with a layer of golden gauze. In the valley, the gurgling streams and the clear sound of water and the occasional bird calls in the distance interweave into a melodious natural symphony. What a paradise on earth! Shantian Road, why don't we explore it first? Nuo Lin's eyes sparkled with curiosity and yearning, and his voice was full of desire for the unknown world. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his eyes also showing a strong interest in this mysterious valley. Good idea, Nuo Lin. Maybe we can find some rare treasures or ancient secrets here. The two of them walked carefully down the winding mountain road. The soil under their feet was moist due to the morning dew, and each step made a slight sound. Along the way, wildflowers are in full bloom and colorful, and the air is filled with a faint floral fragrance, which makes people feel refreshed. As you go deeper, the scenery of the valley becomes more and more charming. Small waterfalls cascade down from the cliffs, splashing water and forming fine mist that reflects colorful light under the sun. The pool below the waterfall is crystal clear, and fish are swimming leisurely in the water, occasionally jumping out of the water, drawing graceful arcs. This place is so beautiful that it makes people intoxicated. Nuo Lin, don't you think? Xiang Tianlu stopped and turned to look at Nuo Lin, his eyes full of admiration. Nuo Lin smiled slightly, his eyes still lingering on the picturesque scenery. Yes, Shantian Road, I feel as if I am in another world, all the troubles and fatigue have disappeared. The two continued walking forward, passing through a dense bamboo forest. The bamboo shadows were swaying, and the breeze blew, making rustling sounds in the bamboo leaves, like the whisper of nature. Deep in the bamboo forest, an ancient pavilion stands quietly. The traces of time have left mottled marks on it, making it look more ancient and solemn. Look, there's a pavilion over there. Let's go there and take a rest, Nuo-Lin suggested. There was a hint of fatigue in his voice. The continuous march had indeed consumed a lot of physical energy. Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement, and the two of them quickened their pace and came to the pavilion. Inside the pavilion, a stone table and several stone benches are quietly waiting for the arrival of travelers. They sat on the stone benches, feeling the breeze coming through the bamboo forest, and their bodies and minds were greatly relaxed. The two of them sat quietly in the pavilion, enjoying the rare tranquility and coolness. Nuo-Lin gently closed her eyes, took a deep breath of the fresh air, and felt the beauty of nature. Xiang Tianlu was gazing into the distance, seemingly thinking about something. Nuo-Lin, do you feel that since we embarked on this journey, every scenery we encounter is so unique, as if every step is full of surprises? Xiang Tianlu broke the silence, with a hint of emotion in his voice. Nuo-Lin opened his eyes and looked at Xiang Tianlu with a smile. Yes, Xiang Tianlu, this journey is like an adventure. Every exploration brings us closer to the truth of this world. Moreover, with you by my side, I feel that no matter what difficulties we encounter, we can overcome them together. Xiang Tianlu smiled warmly when he heard this. You are right, Nuo-Lin. Having you as my partner is my greatest luck. The two smiled at each other, and the tacit understanding and friendship in their hearts were sublimated again. They continued to sit in the pavilion, enjoying this rare tranquility, until the sun gradually set and the golden afterglow filled the entire valley. It's time for us to go, Nuo-Lin. It was getting late. We had to find a place to spend the night. Xiang Tianlu stood up and dusted himself off. Nuo-Lin also stood up and nodded. Okay, Xiang Tianlu. Let's go. The two left the pavilion and continued along the path in the bamboo forest. As night falls, the scenery in the valley becomes more mysterious. The moonlight shines through the clouds, covering the quiet bamboo forest with a layer of silver-white gauze. Suddenly, a slight buzzing sound broke the silence of the night. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu stopped and looked around vigilantly. I saw a group of black insects flying out of the bamboo forest, their wings vibrating at a very high frequency, making a shrill, buzzing sound. Is this a blood-sucking mosquito? Nuo-Lin frowned. He had read about this insect in a book. They feed on blood, and once bitten, one will feel severe pain and itching. Xiang Tianlu also showed a nervous look. Oh no, we have to leave here quickly. Once the number of blood-sucking mosquitoes increases, a black sea of clouds will form, and it will be difficult for us to escape. The two quickened their pace and ran desperately along the path. However, the blood-sucking mosquitoes were extremely fast. They soon caught up with them and circled around them. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu waved their arms, trying to drive away the annoying insects, but with little effect. The night was as dark as ink, the moonlight was dim, and the path in the bamboo forest became deep and eerie. The blood-sucking mosquitoes were like demons in the night. There were so many of them that they almost covered the sky, forming a rolling black sea of clouds. The buzzing sound was deafening, as if it could tear a person's eardrum. This is not a solution. We must find a breakthrough. Nuo-Lin's voice sounded unusually firm amid the buzzing sound, and his eyes flashed with an unyielding light. He 2.2 looked around, searching for possible life opportunities, but all around him was nothing but dense bamboo forests, endless darkness, and a swarm of insects. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath, and there seemed to be some kind of power surging in his body. His eyes suddenly became unusually bright, as if they could see through everything in the darkness. "Follow me," he growled, and suddenly turned his body to the side, rushing to one side of the bamboo forest. There was a relatively sparse area there, which seemed to be a breakthrough. The two men were like two sharp arrows, shuttling through the bamboo forest. Every swing of their arms was accompanied by the sound of air exploding, but the blood-sucking mosquitoes seemed endless. They were not afraid of life or death, and kept coming one after another, vowing to devour the two men. Lin had a broken bamboo stick in his hand. He swung this crude weapon. Every time he hit a mosquito, several blood-sucking mosquitoes exploded, and black juice splashed everywhere. There was a sickening smell in the air. "If I keep going like this, I'll run out of energy." Xiang Tianlu thought quickly. He stopped suddenly, quickly formed seals with his hands, and a circle of faint blue light lit up around his body. It was a protective shield formed by the release of his internal energy. As soon as the shield was formed, countless blood-sucking mosquitoes crashed into it, making intensive pop-paw sounds like raindrops hitting lotus leaves. But the shield was extremely tough and was not damaged at all. "Lin, come in quickly," Xiang Tianlu shouted. His voice was particularly clear amid the buzzing background sound. Lin rushed into the shield without hesitation, and the two stood back to back, facing the sea of blood-sucking mosquitoes that was surging like a tide. However, the number of blood-sucking mosquitoes was too huge, and even Xiang Tianlu's vitality shield began to crack, and the light gradually dimmed. At this critical moment, Lin suddenly remembered something, and he took out a strange jade pendant from his waist, which was a treasure they accidentally obtained during their journey, said to contain mysterious power. "Xiang Tianlu, get ready. We're going to give it a try." Lin shouted in a low voice and raised the jade pendant high. As the vitality in his body was injected, the jade pendant burst into a dazzling light, and an ancient and powerful aura emanated from it, instantly repelling the surrounding blood-sucking mosquitoes by several meters. "What is this?" Xiang Tianlu was surprised and also felt the power coming from the jade pendant. He immediately adjusted his breathing and guided this power together with Lin, turning it into a curtain of light that tightly wrapped the two of them. Outside the light curtain, the blood-sucking mosquitoes were like moths encountering flames. Once touched, they turned into nothingness. The air was filled with the smell of burning and destruction. The two took this opportunity and exerted their strength again, like two lightning bolts, penetrating the encirclement of blood-sucking mosquitoes, rushing out of the bamboo forest and coming to an open area. When the last ray of light faded, the surroundings returned to silence, leaving only the rapid breathing of the two people. When they looked back, they saw that the bamboo forest had been cleared. The corpses of blood-sucking mosquitoes covered the ground, and the air was filled with an indescribable sense of victory and relief. The night was still dark. The moonlight seemed to be swallowed up by thick clouds, and only endless darkness and silence remained between heaven and earth. Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood in an open area, still catching their breath, their eyes fixed on the bamboo forest that was once occupied by blood-sucking mosquitoes. "This jade pendant is so powerful." Xiang Tianlu's voice was a little shocked. He looked at the jade pendant in Lin's hand. Although the light on it had dimmed, he could still feel the ancient power contained in it. Lin gently stroked the jade pendant, with a complex look in his eyes. "We are lucky to have discovered its true purpose at the critical moment. Otherwise, tonight may be dangerous." The two looked at each other, and without saying anything, they both understood in their hearts that this experience had undoubtedly deepened the bond between them. Just then, a gust of wind blew through, and a rustling sound was heard among the bamboo forest, as if something was stirring in the dark. Lin and Xiang Tianlu were instantly alert, standing back to back, their vital energy surging, ready to deal with any possible crisis. However, when the rustling sound became clearer, they discovered that what came out of the bamboo forest were several extremely large blood-sucking mosquitoes. The sound of their wing vibrations was low and powerful, completely different from the previous mosquitoes. "Is this the blood-sucking mosquito king?" Xiang Tianlu exclaimed in a low voice. He had never seen such huge amounts of blood-sucking mosquitoes. The aura emanating from their bodies made people feel palpitations, even from a distance of several meters. Nuo Lin tightly grasped the jade pendant, his eyes solemn. It seems that the real test is not over yet. These blood-sucking mosquito kings are by no means comparable to those we encountered before. As the blood-sucking mosquito king approached, the air around it seemed to solidify. They flapped their wings slowly, and each flap was accompanied by the sound of air tearing. The dust on the ground was rolled up to form tiny tornadoes. "Prepare for battle," Nuo Lin shouted, holding the jade pendant high, ready to activate the power within it again. However, at this moment, a blood-sucking mosquito king suddenly accelerated and rushed towards Nuo Lin like a black lightning. Nuo Lin dodged the attack by moving his body to the side, but another blood-sucking mosquito king had already attacked him from the side, its sharp mouthparts flashing with cold light, pointing directly at his vital points. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly, and his body turned into a blue light. He instantly appeared in front of Nuo Lin, clenched his fists, and punched the blood-sucking mosquito king. Bang! With a loud bang, Xiang Tianlu's fist collided with the body of the blood-sucking mosquito king. The air seemed to be torn into tense circles, and visible ripples spread in all directions. However, the blood-sucking mosquito king only paused, then spread its wings again and launched a more fierce attack on the two. Nuo Lin saw this and stopped hesitating. He held the jade pendant high up, and the vitality in his body rushed into it crazily. The jade pendant glowed with unprecedented light, and an ancient and powerful force burst out instantly, forming a dazzling beam of light that enveloped all the surrounding blood-sucking mosquito kings. Within the beam of light, the blood-sucking mosquito kings let out shrill screams. Their black shells began to crack, and their wings lost their luster, as if they had been deprived of their vitality by some mysterious force. However, just as the light column was about to dissipate, a blood-sucking mosquito king suddenly burst out with a powerful aura. It actually broke free from the suppression of the light column, vibrated its wings, and rushed straight towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. "Be careful," Nuo Lin shouted. He and Xiang Tianlu exerted their strength at the same time, and the vitality in their bodies surged in preparation for this final decisive battle. However, just when the blood-sucking mosquito king was about to touch them, a loud thunder suddenly sounded in the sky, and a purple lightning flashed across the night sky and hit the blood-sucking mosquito king directly. The purple lightning collided with the blood-sucking mosquito king, making a deafening roar, and the whole world seemed to tremble at this moment. When the lightning dissipated, the blood-sucking mosquito king had turned into ashes, while Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood there in a daze, staring at the sky, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. The night seemed to grow darker after the purple lightning, as if even the moonlight was afraid of the power at that moment and hid in the thick clouds. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other. There was both relief and confusion in each other's eyes. Where did that purple lightning come from? Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded particularly clear in the quiet night sky. His eyes were still fixed on the bamboo forest that was once occupied by blood-sucking mosquitoes, but has now returned to peace. Nuo Lin shook his head gently, and the light of the jade pendant in his hand had completely dissipated, as if everything just now was just an illusion. "I don't know, but that power is definitely not something we can control. Perhaps there are still secrets on this land that we have never known." The two were silent for a moment, with an indescribable emotion surging in their hearts. They know that this experience is just a small episode in their long journey. But this small episode makes them full of more expectations and curiosity about the future. Let's continue on our way. Nuo Lin took a deep breath and broke the silence. He looked up into the distance, with a determined light in his eyes. Nodding to Tianlu, he walked side by side with Nuo Lin. They passed through the bamboo forest that had been ravaged by the blood-sucking mosquito king and found that the bamboo forest had returned to its former tranquility, as if those horrible mosquitoes had never existed. Walking out of the bamboo forest, they came to an open grassland. On the grass, wildflowers sway in the wind, emitting a faint fragrance. In the distance, towering mountains stand shrouded in clouds and mist, like a fairyland. The scenery here is so beautiful. Xiang Tianlu couldn't help but stop and exclaimed. He looked at the endless mountains and felt an urge to climb them. Nu Lin also stopped and looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him, with an intoxicated look on his face. Yes, every scene on this land seems to be a work of art carefully carved by nature. We are extremely lucky to be able to witness these beautiful sights with our own eyes. The two continued to move forward, following the path on the grass, heading towards the distant mountains. As they went deeper, the surrounding scenery kept changing. Sometimes it is a dense forest, sometimes it is a clear lake, and sometimes it is a vast grassland. Look, what is that? Xiang Tianlu suddenly stopped and pointed to a patch of grass in front of him. Nu Lin looked in the direction of Xiang Tianlu's finger and saw a strange flower slowly blooming on grass. The color of the flower is unpredictable, sometimes red like flames, sometimes blue like the deep sea, sometimes green like emerald, just like a flowing gem. What kind of flower is this? Nu Lin asked in surprise. He had never seen such strange flowers. Xiang Tianlu shook his head, a curious look on his face. I don't know, but looking at its appearance, it seems to contain some mysterious power. Shall we take a closer look? Nu Lin felt an inexplicable impulse when he heard this. He nodded and walked carefully towards the strange flower with Xiang Tianlu. However, when they approached the flower, they found a faint scent of dew surrounding it. The fog seemed to have life. As they approached, it suddenly became thicker and completely enveloped their figures. Nu Lin was shocked. He tried to disperse the mist around him, but found that the mist seemed to have merged with the air and could not be dispelled no matter what. Amid the mist, Nu Lin and Xiang Tianru's sight became blurred. Everything around them seemed to be isolated by an invisible veil, and even the passage of time seemed to slow down. This fog is unusual, whispered to Tianlu, his voice echoing in the fog with a hint of unspeakable depression. The vital energy in his body surged secretly, trying to break through the shackles of the fog. But the fog seemed to have a spirit, and every impact was like a drop in the ocean, eliminating the invisible. Nu Lin held the jade pendant tightly. Although the jade pendant had dimmed, he could still feel the weak power remaining in it. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down and analyze the situation. We need to be careful. There must be something fishy in this fog. Before he finished speaking, the fog suddenly boiled up, and gusts of cold air rushed in from all directions, like countless undercurrents converging into a sea, ready to swallow them up. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood back to back, their eyes sharp, their internal energy running to the extreme, ready to meet unknown challenges. Suddenly, there were bursts of low roars in the fog, as if some huge creature was waking up. Immediately afterwards, invisible waves shuttled through the mist, like a sharp blade cutting through space, pointing directly at the two of them. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu attacked at the same time. Their vital energy transformed into a shield that collided with those invisible attacks, making a deafening explosion. Is this an illusion in the fog? Xiang Tianlu's face changed slightly. He found that although the attacks were fierce, they seemed to have no substance. They were more like some kind of spiritual oppression. Nu Lin's eyes were solemn. He understood that an opponent of this level could not be fought with simple force. His heart moved, and the jade pendant emitted a faint light again. Although the light was dim, it revealed an ancient and mysterious aura, as if it could penetrate all the fog and heavy essence. When the time is right, let's rush out of this sea of fog together. Nu Lin shouted. The vitality in his body and the power of the jade pendant echoed each other, forming a powerful thrust, ready to break through the restraints. At this moment, a strong light suddenly burst out from the fog. The light was so dazzling that it instantly enveloped the two of them. In the light, countless illusions intertwined, including an ancient battlefield, a vast starry sky, and unknown creatures roaring in the void, as if to completely destroy their will. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu gritted their teeth, closed their eyes, and concentrated, observing the world with their hearts, not being moved by illusions. The vital energy in the body surged like a river, transforming into powerful willpower to fight against the illusion. Finally, after a deafening roar, the light dissipated and the fog dissipated with it. The two stood on the grass again, and everything in front of them returned to calm. The strange flower was still slowly blooming, as if telling some unknown secret. "We succeeded?" Xiang Tianlu panted, his clothes soaked with sweat, but his face could not hide the excitement. Nuo Lin nodded slightly, but his eyes became deeper. "This is just the beginning. The real test may still be behind." At this moment, the strange flower suddenly glowed brightly, and a powerful force surged out of it, dragging the two of them into an unknown space again. There was chaos in the space, with countless power of rules intertwined, as if to trap them here forever. "Where is this?" Xiang Tianlu looked around in astonishment. His voice echoed in the chaos, sounding small and powerless. Nuo Lin looked around. In the chaos, everything was strange and bizarre. The power of rules was like an invisible chain entangled around them. Every attempt to break free would trigger a more violent backlash. He frowned and thought to himself, "This place is definitely not ordinary. We must find the exit, otherwise we will be lost in this chaos forever." Xiang Tianlu looked around, trying to catch a trace of familiarity from this chaos, but everything was so strange and so unpleasant. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. "Nuo Lin, look at those, the power of rules. They seem to be operating according to certain rules. We may be able to follow these rules and find a way out." Nuo Lin's eyes lit up when he heard this. He carefully observed the power of rules around him and found that although they were complicated, there was indeed a subtle balance and law. He had an idea in his mind and looked at Xiang Tianlu. The two of them understood each other and decided to explore the mysteries of this chaos together. They carefully shuttled through chaos, treading on thin ice with every step for fear of triggering some unknown mechanism and causing a greater crisis. As they went deeper, the power of rules around them became denser and denser, as if it was going to devour them completely. Suddenly, Nuo Lin discovered that there was an intersection of the power of rules ahead. There was a flickering light there, forming a sharp contrast with the surrounding chaos. His heart moved, and he said to Xiang Tianlu, "Look over there. Maybe that's our way out." Looking in the direction of Nuo Lin's finger, Xiang Tianru saw a shining intersection. He nodded and headed in that direction with Nuo Lin. As they approached, the chaos around them seemed to begin to tremble, and the power of rules became more violent. "Be careful," Nuo Lin warned in a low voice. The vitality in his body surged and turned into a layer of shield, tightly wrapping the two of them. They carefully passed through the violent power of rules and finally arrived at the intersection where the light was flashing. At the center of the intersection, a bead emitting soft light was suspended. The bead seemed to contain infinite power. It was this bead that opened up a unique space in chaos. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and both felt unprecedented shock and mystery from this pearl. "Is this the pearl of rules?" Xiang Tianlu exclaimed in a low voice. He had never seen a treasure that contained so much of the power of rules. Nuo Lin nodded slightly. He reached out to touch the bead, and instantly, a powerful force surged into his body, shaking him all over. He clenched his teeth and tried hard to withstand the impact of this force. At the same time, he also felt some information contained in the beads, which seemed to be guiding them towards some unknown area. Maybe we can use this bead to leave this chaos," Nuo Lin whispered, with a hint of uncertainty in his voice, but more of determination and expectation. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He nodded and focused his attention on the rule bead with Nuo Lin Yuzhou. As they worked hard, the light on the beads became brighter and brighter, as if it was about to break through the shackles of chaos and bring them into a whole new world. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were concentrating on a rule bead, as if the whole world had stopped. The light on the beads became brighter and brighter, like a rising sun, piercing through the darkness of chaos and bringing a ray of hope. Are you ready? Nuo Lin's voice rang out in the silence, with a hint of unquestionable determination. He could feel that the power contained in the bead was resonating with them, as if it was bringing them into a whole new realm. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath, his eyes determined. Together, the vitality in his body surged like a river bursting its banks, echoing with Nuo Lin's power, and together they impacted the rule bead. In an instant, the chaos was in turmoil, and the power of rules was like an enraged beast, surging violently. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu are like two leaves in a storm, small but tenacious. The vitality in their bodies transforms into two bright rays of light, engaging in a fierce battle with the power of rules and chaos. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if the heaven and earth were shaking. In chaos, light and darkness interweave, forming a series of shocking pictures. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, like two brave warriors, use their strength to write their own legends in this endless chaos. Hold on, Nuo Lin growled, his eyes burning like flames, the vitality in his body gushing out constantly like a volcanic eruption. He could feel that the Rule Pearl was gradually absorbing their power, like an invisible bridge connecting them to a world outside chaos. Xiang Tianlu clenched his teeth, his clothes were soaked with sweat, but his eyes became more determined. The vitality in his body was like a huge wave in a strong wind, hitting chaos's restraints again and again, and every impact made the power of rules around it tremble. Finally, after the most violent collision, the Rule Pearl seemed to have reached a certain limit and instantly burst out with dazzling light, completely enveloping Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. In the light, they seemed to be sucked into a spinning vortex, and everything around them became blurry and illusory. This is... Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the light, and he felt unprecedented shock and wonder. They seemed to have crossed the boundaries of time and space and arrived in a completely new realm. Xiang Tianlu clenched his fists tightly. He could feel that the vitality in his body was released and sublimated unprecedentedly in this area. He believed that as long as they persisted, they would be able to find a way out of this chaos. However, just as they were about to touch the edge of that area, the light suddenly dissipated, and they were thrown back into the chaos again. Everything around remained the same, and the power of rules was still surging, as if they had never left here. The moment the light faded, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt an indescribable sense of loss welling up in their hearts, as if everything they had just experienced was just an illusory dream. However, when they regained their footing, they saw a huge monster appearing in their sight, which completely broke their sense of loss. It was a scarlet flame sky bear, as big as a mountain, covered with scarlet hair, like a burning flame, and particularly dazzling in the chaos. Its eyes are like two bright stars, flashing with wisdom and cunning, and its huge amounts of muscles on its body seemed to contain infinite power. From time to time, the scarlet flame sky bear would let out a low roar that echoed in the chaos like thunder. Each roar was accompanied by a wave of blazing air that made the surrounding the power of rules tremble. Its limbs were strong and powerful, and every step it took seemed to crush the chaos into pieces. Is this the scarlet flame sky bear? Nuo Lin's voice was filled with a hint of disbelief. He had never seen such a powerful monster before, and he never expected to encounter such a creature in this chaos. Xiang Tianlu's expression also became solemn. He could feel that the strength of this red flame sky bear was definitely above theirs. It would probably not be easy for them to leave this chaos easily. Prepare for battle, Xiang Tianlu shouted in a low voice, and the vital energy in his body surged, turning into a thick shield that tightly wrapped himself and New All-In. He knew very well that facing such a monster, they had to go all out in order to have a chance of survival. The Scarlet Flame Sky Bear seemed to sense the hostility of New All-In and Xiang Tianlu. It let out a deafening roar and lunged forward, unstoppable like a mountain torrent. New All-In and Xiang Tianlu attacked at the same time. Their vital energies transformed into two bright rays of light, engaging in a fierce battle with the Scarlet Flame Sky Bear. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if the heaven and earth were shaking. The claws of the Scarlet Flame Sky Bear were like sharp blades. Every time it swung, it stirred up a gust of wind, tearing the surrounding chaos into pieces. New All-In and Xiang Tianlu relied on their flexible movements and powerful vitality to engage in a roaming fight with the Red Flame Sky Bear. "Be careful of its flames," New All-In shouted. He noticed that a ball of blazing flames had begun to gather in the mouth of the Red Flame Sky Bear, preparing to launch a fatal attack. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu immediately activated the vital energy in his body, transforming it into a thick ice shield to protect himself and New All-In. However, the flames of the Red Flame Sky Bear were extremely fierce, like a blazing fire, instantly melting the ice shield without a trace. "Damn it!" Xiang Tianlu cursed angrily. He didn't expect the Red Flame Sky Bear's flames to be so powerful that even his ice shield couldn't withstand it. New All-In took the opportunity to launch an attack. His vitality turned into a sharp sword beam, piercing the vital point of the Red Flame Sky Bear. However, the Scarlet Flame Sky Bear seemed to be prepared. It suddenly turned sideways and avoided New All-In's attack. "It's not slow either." New All-In was shocked. He didn't expect that the Scarlet Flame Sky Bear was not only powerful, but also so fast. The Scarlet Flame Sky Bear attacked again, its sharp claws slashing through chaos like lightning, going straight for New All-In and Xiang Tianlu's vital points. New All-In and Xiang Tianlu relied on their extraordinary reaction speed and strong vitality to escape danger time and time again. However, as time went on, New All-In and Xiang Tianlu both felt unprecedented fatigue. They knew that if they continued like this, sooner or later they would run out of energy and become food for the Scarlet Flame Sky Bear. Just as New All-In and Xiang Tianlu's physical strength and vitality were gradually running out, the Red Flame Sky Bear once again let out a deafening roar. The pressure contained in the roar made the surrounding chaos seem to solidify. Its eyes flashed with an even more intense light, as if it had locked onto the two humans who dared to challenge its majesty. "We can't go on like this. We have to find its weakness." New All-In's voice was a little hoarse from the fierce fight, but his eyes were clear. He knew very well that facing such a powerful monster, a head-on confrontation would not work, and he had to find its weakness. He nodded to Tianlu. His face was as pale as paper, but his eyes were burning with an unyielding fire. He took a deep breath, suppressed the fatigue in his body, mobilized his energy again, and started a new round of confrontation with the Red Flame Sky Bear. The Scarlet Flame Sky Bear seemed to be enraged by their tenacity. It kicked its legs hard, and its huge body rushed towards New All-In and Xiang Tianlu like an arrow. Its sharp claws drew red tracks in the air, and each swing was accompanied by a wave of hot air, as if it wanted to burn away all the chaos in the moon. Upon seeing this, New All-In and Xiang Tianlu immediately used their skills, shuttling through the chaos like two lightning bolts, tried to avoid the attack of the Red Flame Sky Bear. However, the speed of the Scarlet Flame Sky Bear was incredibly amazing. It seemed to be able to predict their actions, and each of its attacks narrowly missed their bodies. "This is not a solution. We have to cooperate," Xiang Tianlu shouted to New All-In while dodging the attack of the Red Flame Sky Bear. New All-In immediately understood what he meant when he heard it. He took a deep breath suppressed the fatigue in his body, and cooperated tacitly with Xiang Tianlu. They moved one in front and one behind, one attacking and one defending, trying to find the flaw of the red flame sky bear through teamwork. However, the scarlet flame sky bear seemed to see through their intentions. It suddenly turned sideways to avoid Nuo Lin's attack, and at the same time opened its huge mouth and spewed out a ball of blazing flames. The flames were like a blazing fire dragon, instantly devouring Xiang Tianlu's protective energy shield without a trace. Xiang Tianlu let out a scream. His body was engulfed by flames and burned to pieces in an instant. However, he did not give up. Instead, he relied on his tenacious will to mobilize his vitality again and fought a desperate battle with the red flame sky bear. Nuo Lin felt a strong sense of grief and indignation when he saw this. He roared, and the vitality in his body surged like a volcanic eruption. He transformed into a brilliant ray of light and rushed towards the scarlet flame sky bear, attempting to use his body as a weapon to engage in a final battle with this powerful monster. The red flame sky bear also seemed to be enraged by Nuo Lin's madness. It let out a deafening roar and suddenly lunged forward, engaging in a fierce collision with Nuo Lin. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if the heaven and earth were shaking. However, at this critical moment, Nuo Lin suddenly discovered a flaw in the red flame sky bear. There was a flash of determination in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, pushed his vitality to the extreme, transformed it into a sharp light, and pierced the vital point of the red flame sky bear. Nuo Lin's figure was like a meteor streaking through the night sky, rushing towards the vital point of the flame bear with determination and indomitable spirit. His eyes flashed with madness, as if he wanted to concentrate all his anger and strength on this one strike. The scarlet flame sky bear sensed Nuo Lin's determination, and it let out an even more deafening roar, which was filled with endless anger and unwillingness. Its eyes were like two burning flames, staring at Nuo Lin as if to pierce him through. Nuo Lin's speed was extremely fast, and his figure left a trail of afterimages and chaos, as if he had transcended the constraints of time. His fist carried endless vitality and was as heavy as a mountain, going straight for the heart of the red flame sky bear. However, the scarlet flame sky bear is no ordinary creature. It twisted its huge amounts of body in the air and managed to avoid Nuo Lin's fatal blow. At the same time, its claws swung out like lightning, cutting through chaos and going straight for Nuo Lin's throat. Nuo Lin was shocked, but he did not back down. With his extraordinary reaction speed and keen intuition, he dodged the attack of the red flame sky bear at the critical moment. His figure appeared again like a ghost beside the red flame sky bear, attempting to launch another attack. The red flame sky bear seemed to be irritated by Nuo Lin's tenacity. It let out an even more shrill roar, and huge amounts of its body rushed towards Nuo Lin like a mountain torrent. Its sharp claws drew red tracks in the air, and every swing was accompanied by a wave of hot air, as if it wanted to swallow Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin felt a strong sense of crisis when he saw this. He knew very well that he could no longer go head-on with the scarlet flame sky bear. He must find a way to break the attack rhythm of the red flame sky bear, otherwise he will be defeated by it sooner or later. Xiang Tianlu, help me! Nuo Lin shouted loudly during the fierce fight. Xiang Tianlu heard this and immediately understood what he meant. He endured the pain in his body and urged his vital energy once again, transforming it into a bright light that rushed towards Qi Yinnong. His figure left a trail of afterimages and chaos, as if he had formed a tacit cooperation with Nuo Lin. The red flame sky bear didn't seem to expect Xiang Tianlu to launch an attack at this time. It let out a roar and suddenly turned its body to the side, trying to avoid Xiang Tianlu's attack. However, Xiang Tianlu seemed to have predicted its movements. His figure suddenly turned in the air and went straight for the other eye of the red flame sky bear. The red flame sky bear let out a scream, and its other eye was hit by Xiang Tianlu and lost its luster in an instant. It roared angrily, huge amounts of its body waving its claws wildly in the air, trying to tear Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu into pieces. The red flame sky bear's anger was like a volcanic eruption. Its sharp claws stirred up violent storms and chaos, and every swing brought destructive power. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were at the center of the storm, but they stood firm like two rocks. Xiang Tianlu, be careful. Nuo Lin warned loudly in the strong wind. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, capturing every subtle movement of the red flame sky bear. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu slightly turned his body and cleverly avoided the fierce attack of the red flame sky bear. Although his face was pale, there was an unyielding fire burning in his eyes. He knew that he had no way out at this moment, and only by going all out could he defeat this powerful monster. The eyes of the scarlet flame sky bear had turned blood red, and it seemed to have lost its mind, with only endless anger and desire to kill left. Its claws were like sharp blades, drawing red tracks in chaos, and every swing seemed to tear the space apart. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other upon seeing this, with a determined look in their eyes. They knew that this was a matter of life and death, and they had to try their best to defeat the monster. Let's go together, Nuo Lin shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the chaos, as if carrying an irresistible force. Xiang Tianlu nodded immediately after hearing this. He took a deep breath, endured the pain in his body, and urged his vitality again, turning into a bright light and rushing towards the red flame sky bear. His figure was like a flash of lightning and chaos, so fast that it was dizzying. Nuo Lin followed closely behind, his figure moving around the red flame sky bear like a ghost, looking for the best time to attack. His fists carried endless vitality, and every time he swung them, it seemed as if he was going to break through space. The scarlet flame sky bear seemed to feel the threat from the two people. It let out an even more shrill roar and waved its claws wildly in the air with huge amounts of its body. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu seemed to have seen through its actions. They dodged flexibly in the chaos while looking for opportunities to counterattack. After a fierce fight, Nuo Lin finally found a perfect opportunity to attack. He kicked his legs hard and rushed towards the vital point of the red flame sky bear like an arrow. His fist carried endless vitality and was as heavy as a mountain, going straight for the heart of the red flame sky bear. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu also launched an attack. He transformed into a brilliant light and rushed towards the scarlet flame sky bear from another direction. His figure left a trail of afterimages in the air, as if forming a perfect match with Nuo Lin. The scarlet flame sky bear let out a desperate roar. Its body trembled violently in the air and then slowly fell to the ground. Its eyes had lost their luster, and its body could no longer move at all. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at the red flame sky bear lying on the ground, and a strong sense of victory surged in their hearts. They looked at each other and then hugged each other tightly. At this moment, all the fatigue and pain have disappeared, leaving only endless joy and motivation. 0-. After defeating the scarlet flame sky bear, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt as relaxed and happy as birds that had broken free from their fetters. They continued along the winding mountain road and soon arrived at a small town called Beishanqing. Beishan City is located by the mountain and the water. Its city walls are built of bluestone, which is simple and solemn. On both sides of the city gate, two huge amounts of stone lions majestically guard this land, as if they could dispel all evil and unrest. Above the city gate, there is a plaque engraved with 3 large characters, Beishan City. The strokes are vigorous and reveal an extraordinary momentum. Walking into the city, you can see shops lining both sides of the street, which is very bustling. Various hawking sounds and laughter interweave together to form a vivid picture of the market. On both sides of the street, various stalls are filled with a wide variety of goods, ranging from precious medicinal herbs to exquisite accessories. Nu Lin and Zhang Tianlu strolled on the street, feeling this rare tranquility and prosperity. They first came to a tea house, intending to taste the local specialty tea. Inside the tea house, the aroma of tea fills the air and the melodious sound of the zither echoes in the air, making people feel relaxed and happy. "Boss, give me 2 pots of your specialty," Nu Lin said to the tea house owner with a smile. Road. Upon hearing this, the boss immediately and enthusiastically served them 2 pots of hot tea. The tea has a fragrant aroma and tastes sweet, leaving you with an endless aftertaste. After tasting the tea, Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu came to a busy market. There are a wide variety of stalls in the market, which are dazzling. They moved among the crowd, stopping from time to carefully examine the merchandise on the stalls. In a corner, a seemingly inconspicuous stall caught their attention. There are some seemingly ordinary stones and jades on the stalls, but if you look closely, you can find that they contain extraordinary spiritual energy. "Boss, how much are these stones and jades for?" Nu Lin asked curiously. The stall owner was an elderly man. He smiled and said, "These are all my treasures. The price cannot be too high." Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other. They knew that the old man was obviously testing their eyesight, so they began to select carefully. After some selection, they finally set their eyes on a seemingly ordinary stone. The surface of this stone is rough, but there's a warm glow inside. "Boss, how much is this stone?" Nu Lin asked, pointing at the stone. The old man smiled and said, "This stone is the treasure of my stall, so it is naturally very expensive. However, seeing that you 2 young people have such good eyesight, I will give you a preferential price." After some bargaining, Nu Lin finally bought the stone at a reasonable price. After they left the stall, they immediately found a quiet place and began to study it carefully. This stone looks ordinary, but it contains a strong spiritual energy. It is obviously not an ordinary item, Xiang Tianlu said as he carefully observed the stone. Nu Lin nodded and said, "That's right, and I feel that there seems to be some mysterious power hidden inside this stone." They decided to find a local weapon refiner to see if they could turn the stone into a powerful magic weapon. After some inquiries, they finally found a highly skilled weapon refiner. After carefully studying the stone, the weapon refiner said in surprise, "This stone is actually a rare spiritual jade. It contains powerful spiritual energy and mysterious power. If it is made into a magic weapon, its power will be absolutely amazing." Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise in their eyes when they heard the weapon refiner's exclamation. "Really? This stone is actually a piece of spiritual jade?" Nu Lin asked, unable to hide his excitement. The weapon refiner nodded in confirmation, his eyes full of admiration. "That's right, and this piece of spiritual jade is of extremely high quality. It is very rare. If I can turn it into a magic weapon, I will be able to unleash its amazing power." Xiang Tianlu was delighted when he heard this. "Then I'll leave it to you, Master Refiner. I wonder how long it will take to make this magic weapon." The weapon refiner thought for a moment and said, "Making a magic weapon requires careful carving. Don't be impatient. It will take about 7 days. You can stay in Beishan City for a while. I will notify you after the magic weapon is successfully made." Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other and nodded gratefully. They knew that they were lucky to find such a skilled weapon refiner. In the next few days, Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu enjoyed themselves in Beishan City. They strolled along the quaint streets, feeling the tranquility and prosperity of the small town of Wenzhua. The shops on both sides of the street are filled with a wide variety of goods, which are dazzling. They stopped from time to carefully look at the goods on the stalls and occasionally bought 1 or 2 items they liked. One day, they came to an antique shop. The store is filled with various antiques and cultural relics, each of which exudes the vicissitudes and charm of history. "Look, that bronzeware looks very old. It must be a good thing." Nu Lin pointed to a bronzeware in the store and said to Xiang Tianlu. Xiang Tianlu looked at it carefully and nodded. "Indeed, and the patterns on it are also quite unique, and seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power. They decided to buy this bronze as a souvenir of their trip to Beishan City. The shop owner was a kind old man. Seeing that the two were quite interested in antiques, he enthusiastically introduced other antiques in the store to them. In the antique shop, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu accidentally discovered an ancient book. The cover of this ancient book has turned yellow, but the words on it are still clearly visible. They opened the ancient books and saw all kinds of mysterious legends and spells recorded in them. This ancient book looks quite precious. Why don't we buy it? Xiang Tianlu suggested. Nuo Lin nodded in agreement. So they bought the bronze ware and the ancient book and left the antique shop happily. 7 days passed in a flash, and the weapon refiner finally succeeded in turning the spiritual jade into a magic weapon. This is a crystal-clear long sword with a faint aura flowing through it, emitting a captivating light. This long sword is called the Spirit Jade Sword, and is carefully crafted from that piece of spiritual jade. It contains powerful spiritual energy and mysterious power, and will surely become your right-hand man in battle. The weapon refiner smiled and handed the sword to Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Nuo Lin took the Spirit Jade Sword, and the sword body trembled slightly, as if resonating with his soul. He gently stroked the hilt of the sword, feeling the spiritual energy flowing through the sword, and an indescribable excitement surged in his heart. 213 is so beautiful. Zhang Dianlu, what do you think? Nuo Lin turned to look at Zhang Dianlu, his eyes flashing with excitement. Xiang Tianlu also carefully looked at the Spirit Jade Sword, with admiration in his eyes. This sword is indeed extraordinary. The power of the spiritual jade is perfectly integrated into it. With it, our strength will be able to reach a higher level. The two of them carefully put away the Spirit Jade Sword and decided to go sightseeing on their last day in Beishan City. They walked out of the weapon refiner shop and walked slowly along the street. At the moment it was dusk, the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the streets, giving the town a golden coat. The shops on both sides of the street began to close one after another, and people were walking home in twos and threes with satisfied smiles on their faces. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt the tranquility and harmony, and their hearts were filled with gratitude. They came to a small bridge under which the water was flowing, clear and limpid. On both sides of the river, willow trees sway in the wind. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the river, sparkling like a moving picture. The scenery here is so beautiful. It makes people feel relaxed and happy. Nuo Lin stood on the bridge, looking at the mountains in the distance, and said with emotion. Xiang Tianlu also nodded. He walked to the bridge, gently picked up a stone, and threw it into the river with force. The stone jumped on the surface of the river several times and finally sank to the bottom of the water, causing ripples. Yes, it's really beautiful here. However, we still have a long way to go, and many unknown adventures are waiting for us. Xiang Tianlu looked at the river with a firm look in his eyes. Hearing this, Nuo Lin also retracted his gaze. He patted Xiang Tianlu on the shoulder and said with a smile, "That's right, we can't stop here. Let's go and continue our journey." The two left the small bridge and continued along the mountain road. As the night deepened, the stars in the sky began to twinkle. They walked carefully on the mountain road in the moonlight and starlight. There are lush trees on both sides of the mountain road, and occasionally you can hear the howling of one or two beasts. But Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were not afraid at all. They knew that as long as they were with each other, nothing could stop them from moving forward. After walking for a long time, they finally came to an open meadow. On the grass, fireflies are flying like stars. They found a flat place and sat down to rest. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu sat on the grass, surrounded by dancing fireflies, as if they were in a dreamy sea of stars. The night breeze blew gently, bringing with it the coolness of the mountains and the fragrance of the grass and trees, making the two people's mood even more peaceful. Xiang Tianlu, do you think there is really a secret to immortality in this world? Nuo Lin suddenly spoke, his eyes deep, as if he could penetrate the mist of time and space, exploring unknown mysteries. Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly and shook his head. Immortality? That's just a mortal's delusion. But in this endless universe, there must be powers and mysteries that we have never touched, waiting for us to explore. While the two were talking, suddenly the sky and the earth changed violently. The originally quiet night sky was covered by a thick, dark cloud. The moonlight and starlight disappeared, and the surroundings fell into darkness. Immediately afterwards, an inexplicable pressure descended from the sky, as if some ancient and powerful force was awakening. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw shock and vigilance in each other's eyes. They stood up quickly, tightly grasped the spirit jade sword in their hands, and were fully alert to deal with this sudden change. At this moment, a violent energy wave came from deep in the grass, as if some giant beast was awakening, trying to break free from its restraints and rush out of the ground. The energy fluctuations were so strong that they both felt palpitations, as if they could be torn apart by this force at any time. This is... Nuo Lin frowned, his eyes sharp, trying to capture the source of that power in the darkness. No matter what it is, we have to deal with it carefully. Xiang Tianlu whispered. Although his voice was light, it revealed an unquestionable firmness. Suddenly, a deafening roar sounded, and something seemed to explode deep in the grass. A dazzling light shot up into the sky, instantly illuminating the entire land. Immediately afterwards, a violent energy storm swept in, carrying the power to destroy the world, and swept towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. The two men retreated violently, waving the spirit jade sword in their hands at the same time. The sword light was like a dragon, colliding with the violent energy storm, erupting with a deafening roar. The sword light and the energy storm intertwined together, forming a shocking picture, as if the heaven and earth were trembling under this power. However, the energy storm was too powerful, and even the sharp edge of the spirit jade sword could not completely resist it. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were so shocked by this force that their blood was boiling. They staggered and almost lost their balance. We can't go on like this. We must find the source of this power and eliminate it completely. Nuo Lin shouted, with an unyielding light flashing in his eyes. Nodding to Tianlu, the two swung their swords again and engaged in a fierce battle with the violent energy storm. The sword light was like lightning, interweaving with the storm, and every collision seemed to tear the heaven and earth apart. In this fierce battle, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's strength was greatly enhanced. They seemed to have merged with the spirit jade sword, and nothing could be broken by the sword's light. However, the energy storm seemed endless. Every time it was dispersed, it would condense again as if it would never end. Just when the two felt exhausted, an even stronger light suddenly burst out from the center of the energy storm. Then, an ancient and mysterious power emanated from it, instantly suppressing the violent energy storm. The light faded, and the world returned to tranquility. Fireflies in the night began to flicker again, as if putting an end to this sudden storm. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other. Both of them had shock and confusion that could not be concealed. What kind of power is this? Nuo Lin panted. The spirit jade sword in his hand trembled slightly, and the spiritual energy on the sword seemed to be a little disordered due to the battle just now. Xiang Tianlu was silent for a moment, looking deeply at the place where the energy storm dissipated, and said slowly, "This power is ancient, mysterious, and contains endless mysteries. I have never seen such a powerful force. It seems to be out of this world." The two slowly approached the grassland, only to see that the once vibrant grassland was now in a mess, with dirt flying and grass and trees broken, as if it had just experienced a doomsday battle. However, in the center of the chaos, there was a strange pattern looming, with a faint fluorescent light flowing on the pattern, which seemed to be inextricably linked to the power just now. "Look, what is this?" Nuo Lin pointed at the pattern, curiosity and exploration gleaming in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu squatted down and looked at the pattern carefully, frowning. This seems to be an ancient rune, containing some mysterious power. But I have never seen such a rune in any ancient book or legend. The two of them circled around the pattern several times, trying to find more clues from it. Suddenly, Xiang Tianlu seemed to have discovered something. He reached out and touched a part of the pattern, his fingers trembling slightly. Here, there seems to be a weak energy fluctuation here. Upon hearing this, Nuo-Lin also quickly reached out his hand for perception. Sure enough, from the depths of the pattern came a weak and stable energy fluctuation, completely different from the violent storm just now. This energy seemed unusually peaceful, as if it could soothe all the restlessness and anxiety in people's hearts. Is this the source of that ancient power? Nuo-Lin said in surprise, with a hint of disbelief in his voice. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his eyes flashing with thought. It's very likely, but why did this power suddenly awaken? And why did it intersect with us? All of this is too weird. The two looked at each other again, and they both understood in their hearts that this sudden change was by no means accidental. They knew that they might have been drawn into a huge vortex far beyond their imagination. Just as Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu were immersed in thinking about the strange pattern, the pattern suddenly burst in a brilliant light, and an ancient and majestic force surged out from it, like a raging sea, instantly sucking the two of them into it. In the light, Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu only felt a darkness before their eyes, and their bodies seemed to be torn apart by countless forces, and their souls were about to be swallowed by this force. They tried their best and tightly grasped the spirit jade sword. The spiritual energy on the sword seemed to resonate with this ancient power, bursting out with dazzling light, trying to resist this unknown devouring force. Xiang Tianlu, hurry! We must find an outlet for this power. Otherwise, we will all be swallowed up by it. Nuo-Lin shouted, with endless anxiety and determination in his voice. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged and merged with the spirit jade sword. The sword light was like a dragon, breaking through numerous obstacles and rushing towards the source of that power. The two men struggled hard in this ancient power. Every time they swung their swords, it seemed as if they were fighting against the heaven and earth. The sword light collided with the power, and a deafening roar broke out. The whole space seemed to tremble under this power. However, this force was too strong, even the sharp edge of the spirit jade sword. It is also difficult to resist it completely. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu staggered under the impact of this force and almost lost their balance. We can't go on like this. We must find the weakness of this power. Otherwise, we will all be trapped here. Xiang Tianlu shouted, his voice filled with endless determination and indomitable spirit. Nuo-Lin nodded, and the two of them swung their swords again, engaging in a more intense battle with the ancient power. The sword light was like lightning, intertwined with that power. Every collision seemed to tear the heaven and earth apart, and the entire space was filled with the breath of destruction. In this fierce battle, Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu's strength was greatly improved. They seemed to have merged with the spirit jade sword, and nothing could be broken by the sword's light. However, that ancient power seemed endless. Every time it was dispersed, it would condense again, as if it would never end. Just when the two felt exhausted, the pattern suddenly shone with dazzling light again, and an even stronger energy wave emanated from it, instantly suppressing the ancient power. At the same time, Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt a flash before their eyes, and their bodies seemed to be lifted up by a powerful force, and they were instantly freed from the restraints of that force. The two landed on an unfamiliar land, surrounded by desolate ground and no sign of life. They looked at each other, with shock and confusion in their eyes that were difficult to conceal. Where are we? Nuo-Lin panted, the spirit jade sword in his hand trembling slightly, and the spiritual energy on the sword seemed to be a little sluggish due to the battle just now. Xiang Tianlu looked around with a frown on his face. This place seems to be an ancient space, isolated from the outside world. We were transported here by that force. Just as the two were shocked by the strange and desolate environment around them, a low and powerful roar suddenly sounded in the distance, shaking the dead land. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, both with vigilance in their eyes. They tightly grasped the spirit jade sword and slowly walked towards the direction where the sound came from. Passing through a withered thorn bush, they finally saw the source of the sound, a huge monster standing quietly not far ahead. The monster had a slender and agile body, and its fur was as black as the night, but under the moonlight, it faintly revealed a dark red glow, as if blood was flowing underneath. Its eyes sparkled with a faint green light, like two dazzling gems, revealing endless wildness and cruelty. "This is the black nether blood refining leopard," Xiang Tianlu exclaimed in a low voice, with a hint of fear that was hard to conceal in his voice. He had read about this monster in ancient books and knew that it not only had amazing power, but also possessed an unimaginable recovery ability, almost a regenerative healing factor. Nuo-Lin's expression turned serious when he heard this. He tightly grasped the spirit jade sword, and the spiritual energy on the sword surged again, as if resonating with his will. He knew very well that facing such a monster, if he was not careful, he might be doomed. The black nether blood refining leopard seemed to sense the presence of the two people. It slowly raised its head, and its dark green eyes stared straight at Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu, as if it wanted to see through them. Then, it roared even louder and rushed toward the two of them like an arrow shot from bow. Nuo-Lin shouted and rushed forward with his sword. The sword flashed like lightning, colliding with the sharp claws of the black nether blood refining leopard, causing a deafening roar. However, the monster's claws were as hard as steel, and they smashed the sword light into pieces. Nuo-Lin only felt a huge force coming, and his body involuntarily took several steps back, almost unable to stand. "Be careful. Its power is far beyond your imagination," Xiang Tianlu reminded from the side, and at the same time, he swung his sword and started fighting with the black nether blood refining leopard. The sword light was like a dragon, colliding with the claws and fangs of the monster. Every confrontation seemed to tear the world apart. However, the speed and strength of the black nether blood refining leopard were far beyond the two's imagination. It shuttled between the two like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the sword lights of the two with every attack, while its claws and fangs were like the scythe of the death god, constantly attacking the two. Under the attack of the monster, Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu gradually fell into a bitter battle. They tried their best and engaged in a fierce battle with the black nether blood refining leopard, but every attack seemed to fall on deaf ears and could not cause any substantial damage to the monster. "We can't go on like this. We must find its weakness," Nuo-Lin shouted, his voice filled with endless anxiety and determination. He knew very well that if they continued like this, sooner or later the monster would exhaust their spiritual power and eventually become its meal. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged to the extreme, merging with the spirit jade sword and bursting out with dazzling light. He moved around the black nether blood refining leopard like a ghost, trying to find its weakness. However, the monster seemed to have seen through Xiang Tianlu's intention. It dodged and avoided Xiang Tianlu's fatal blow. Then, it let out an even louder roar and pounced towards the two again, as if it wanted to devour them completely. Just when the two felt despair, the pattern flashed with dazzling light again, and an even stronger energy wave emanated from it, instantly suppressing the black nether blood refining leopard. However, the monster seemed to have not suffered any substantial harm. It just roared angrily and suddenly jumped up again, attacking the two people. Under the impact of this force, Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt a flash of light before their eyes, and their bodies seemed to be lifted up by a powerful force, and they were instantly freed from the confrontation with the black nether blood refining leopard. They landed on an even more desolate piece of land, and the monster was roaring not far away, staring at them with its eyes, as if it would attack again at any time. After Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu landed, they staggered slightly, obviously not yet fully recovered from the previous impact. They looked at each other, their eyes full of solemnity and determination, knowing that this battle was far from over. The black netherblood refining leopard was roaring not far away, its eyes like dark green flames, burning with endless savagery and cruelty. Its body suddenly rose up again like black lightning and attacked the two people in an instant. Nuo Lin shouted loudly, and the spiritual power in his body surged. He tightly grasped the spirit jade sword, and the spiritual energy on the sword seemed to resonate with his will, bursting out with dazzling light. He swung his sword to meet the attack, and the sword light collided with the sharp claws of the black netherblood refining leopard, causing a deafening roar. However, the monster was too powerful. Even though Nuo Lin had done his best to strike it, he only left a shallow mark on its fur. The black netherblood refining leopard roared and swung its sharp claws again, bringing with it endless gusts of wind and blood, as if it was going to tear Nuo Lin apart. Xiang Tianlu saw this from the side, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that if he continued like this, Nuo Lin would sooner or later fall into the mouth of the monster. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged to the extreme. His figure flashed out like a ghost, and he swung his sword to cut at the flank of the black netherblood refining leopard. However, the monster seemed to have seen through Xiang Tianlu's intention. It turned its body to the side and easily dodged Xiang Tianlu's attack. At the same time, its tail swung out like a steel whip with a whistling sound and lashed towards Xiang Tianlu. Xiang Tianlu dodged the monster's tail in a flash. His face turned pale, knowing full well that the power of this monster was far beyond their imagination. He looked at Nuo Lin. A trace of anxiety flashed in his eyes. What should we do? Its power is too strong. Nuo Lin heard this, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that retreating at the moment would only put them in a more dangerous situation. He shouted, "Don't be afraid. Together we can defeat it." As he spoke, he swung his sword again and attacked the black netherblood refining leopard. The sword flashed like lightning, colliding with the sharp claws of the monster, and exploded into brilliant sparks. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind and swung his sword to chop at the monster's other claw. The two of them joined forces, and the sword light and the claws and fangs of the monsters continued to collide with each other. Every confrontation seemed to tear the world apart. However, the monster seemed tireless, its strength was endless, and each attack was more ferocious. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu gradually felt overwhelmed by the attack of the monster. Their spiritual energy was constantly being consumed, while the power of the monsters seemed endless. They knew very well that if they continued like this, sooner or later they would run out of spiritual power and become food for monsters. At this moment, the pattern shone brightly again. An even stronger energy wave emanated from it, instantly suppressing the black netherblood refining leopard. However, the monster seemed to have not suffered any substantial harm. It just roared angrily and suddenly jumped up again, attacking the two people. Under the impact of this force, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt their eyes light up, and their bodies seemed to be lifted up by a powerful force, and they were instantly freed from the confrontation with the black feast blood refining leopard. They landed on an even more desolate piece of land, and the monster was roaring not far away, its eyes fixed on them, as if it would attack again at any time. The moment the two men landed on the ground beneath their feet seemed unable to withstand the huge amounts of impact and cracked into tiny cracks, with dust flying everywhere. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu steadied themselves and looked at each other, seeing determination and indomitable spirit in each other's eyes. This beast is so troublesome. Nuo Lin gritted his teeth, his eyes like torches, staring at the black nether-blood refining leopard that was ready to attack again not far away. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath, wiped the blood that accidentally spilled from the corner of his mouth, and said in a deep voice, "Its power seems endless, but we can't give up. Otherwise, not only will we die here, but this land will never have peace." The roar of the black nether-blood refining leopard sounded again, shaking people's hearts like thunder. Its body suddenly rose up again, like a black gale, rushing towards the two people with a suffocating feeling of oppression. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu moved almost at the same time, like two flashes of lightning, rushing towards the attack of the monster. Their figures intertwined in the air, and the sword lights weaved like a weave, colliding with the claws and fangs of the black nether-blood refining leopard, erupting in a deafening roar. On this barren land, dust and gravel were stirred up by the fierce battle, raging like a storm. Every time they fought, it seemed as if they were going to tear the world apart, and the air was filled with a thick smell of blood and anxiety. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's figures kept changing in the air. Relying on their tacit cooperation and amazing speed, they engaged in a fierce fight with the black nether-blood refining leopard. Every time the sword light and the sharp claws collided, sparks flew, as if they were going to ignite the entire space. However, the monster was too powerful, and even with the two of them working together, they could only barely resist it. Their spiritual energy was constantly being consumed, and every swing of the sword seemed to be overdrawing their lives. "We can't go on like this. We have to find its weakness," Nuo Lin shouted, his voice filled with endless anxiety and determination. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that at the moment it was a matter of life and death, and there was no room for hesitation. He took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged to the extreme. His figure shuttled around the black nether-blood refining leopard like a ghost, trying to find the fatal flaw. The black nether-blood refining leopard roared, waving its sharp claws and fangs continuously, narrowly avoiding the sword lights of the two men with every attack. However, in this fierce battle, its movements gradually revealed some flaws. Nuo Lin's eyes flashed when he saw this. He shouted loudly, and the spiritual power in his body seemed to boil out, and the sword light instantly became dazzling. He swung his sword towards the monster's neck. The sword flashed like lightning, carrying a heart-pounding power. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind. His sword light was like a dragon emerging from the sea, heading straight for the heart of the black nether-blood refining leopard. The attacks of the two arrived almost at the same time. The sword light and the sharp claws collided again, and an unprecedented roar broke out. This time, the black nether-blood refining leopard was finally unable to resist. Nuo Lin's sword cut a deep wound on its neck, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Xiang Tianlu's sword light pierced its heart, instantly cutting off its life. The black nether-blood refining leopard let out a shrill roar. Its body trembled a few times in the air, and finally fell weakly to the ground. Its eyes gradually lost their luster, and its huge body gradually became cold. The death of the black nether-blood refining leopard seemed to make this desolate land tremble, and the smell of blood in the air lingered for a long time. After Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu landed, their bodies swayed slightly. It was obvious that the fierce battle had consumed a lot of their energy, but their eyes became more determined, as if after experiencing the brink of life and death, they were more fearless of the road ahead. "Finally, it's over," Nuo Lin panted, looking at the monster lying in a pool of blood, with a barely perceptible trace of fatigue and relief in his tone. Xiang Tianlu was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly, and said in a low voice, "Yes, but the battle has never really stopped. It just changed into a different form." The two looked at each other and smiled, and in that smile there was both recognition of their tacit understanding and fearlessness for the future. They know that there are more challenges waiting for them in this vast world. After a short rest, Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu set out on their journey again. On the barren land, their figures gradually faded away, leaving behind only a string of footprints of varying depths, recording their past footsteps. As they moved forward, the wind and sand continued to blow, as if it was a test from nature for them. The two men's clothes were rustling in the wind, but they didn't care and just walked forward firmly. What will be ahead? Xiang Tianlu suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. His eyes looked towards the distant horizon, full of anticipation and curiosity. Hearing this, Nuo-Lin tilted his head slightly and looked into the distance. I don't know, but no matter there are thorns or a smooth road ahead, we will move forward side by side. At this moment, a low roar suddenly came from afar, as if some huge monster was waking up, shaking the earth. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu's faces changed at the same time. They stopped and looked vigilantly in the direction where the sound came from. What's that sound? There was a hint of nervousness in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He could feel that the power was extraordinary. Nuo-Lin frowned and shook his head, his tone full of uncertainty. I don't know, but he is definitely not a good person. We have to be careful. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and without further ado, they quickly adjusted their breathing, mobilizing the remaining spiritual power in their bodies to the best state, preparing to deal with the upcoming unknown challenges. As the low roar became clearer, the air around seemed to grow heavier, and the wind and sand seemed to be affected by some force, starting to swirl in the air in an irregular manner, forming a strange and magnificent picture. This feeling is like some kind of rule between heaven and earth has been triggered. Xiang Tianlu whispered, his eyes filled with both awe and curiosity, as if he was exploring a whole new world. Nuo-Lin nodded, his eyes like torches scanning the surroundings. Yes, and this power is very ancient, as if it has been sleeping since ancient times and has just been awakened. As they were talking, the ground beneath their feet began to shake slightly, as if something was wriggling deep underground and was about to break out. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu retreated quickly, maintaining a relatively safe distance, while keeping a close eye on the front. At this moment, a huge amount of cracks suddenly appeared on the barren land, and what gushed out was not magma or quicksand, but thick fog, which spread rapidly. Everything around it was enveloped, even the sky was obscured, and the whole world seemed to be plunged into chaos. This is the mist-hidden secret realm. Xiang Tianlu shouted in surprise. He had read about the mist-hidden secret realm in ancient books. It was said that it concealed ancient secrets and treasures that countless powerful people dreamed of, but it also meant endless dangers. Nuo-Lin did not answer. His eyes were unusually solemn, because he could feel that there was some strange energy fluctuation contained in this mist. This fluctuation made the spiritual power in his body slightly restless. Should we go in? Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with a hint of hesitation. He knew very well what challenges they would face once they stepped into this unknown territory. Nuo-Lin was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath, his eyes firm. Whether there are opportunities or traps ahead, we cannot retreat. Since fate has led us here, we must go on and uncover the secrets of all this. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He nodded, stood side by side with Nuo-Lin, and prepared to step into this unknown foggy, secret realm together. Just as they were about to take a step forward, a long and ancient chanting sound suddenly rang out from the mist. The sound seemed to have traveled through time and space, carrying with it endless vicissitudes and mystery, causing both of them to tremble involuntarily. At the moment when the ancient chanting sound echoed in the secret realm hidden in the fog, Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt an inexplicable force surging from the depths of the fog, as if it was going to draw their souls into an unknown vortex of time and space. The two looked at each other, with a flash of determination in their eyes, and the spiritual power in their bodies surged, ready to meet the upcoming unknown challenges. Let's go, Nuo-Lin shouted in a low voice, and rushed into the fog like an arrow from a bow. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, and the two figures were looming in the mist, like two streams of light shuttling through chaos. Within the fog, the space seemed to become distorted and strange. Every step taken seemed to cross thousands of mountains and rivers or fall into an endless abyss. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu had to constantly circulate their spiritual power to keep their bodies stable, while being alert to possible dangers hidden around them. This secret realm hidden in the fog is indeed extraordinary. Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the fog with a hint of solemnity. Nuo-Lin nodded, his eyes sharp as he scanned the surroundings. Indeed, the rules here are completely different from the world we are familiar with. We must proceed with caution. At this moment, a sudden strong wind swept in, and the fog rolled towards the two of them like an enraged beast. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu flashed and used their unique skills to dodge flexibly in the garden energy. However, the strong wind seemed to have a spirit and kept chasing them. Each attack became more and more fierce, as if it wanted to devour the two completely. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu had to join forces to deal with it. They stood back to back, and the spiritual power in their bodies surged out, forming an indestructible shield. Boom! With a loud bang, the strong wind finally collided with their shields, bursting into a dazzling light. The spiritual light was like a brilliant fireworks, blooming in the mist and illuminating everything around. However, just as the spiritual light dissipated, an even more powerful force came from the depths of the fog, causing the shields of both men to tremble. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu's faces changed drastically. They knew that this was just a small test given to them by the Wuin's secret realm, and the real challenge was still to come. We must find the source of this power, otherwise there will be no peace. Nuo-Lin said in a deep voice, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. He nodded to Tianlu, and the spiritual power in his body surged again, ready to meet the next challenge. At this moment, a strange wave suddenly came from the fog. It seemed like an ancient call, or some unknown existence was watching them. This is... Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu stopped at the same time. Their eyes penetrated the mist, as if they saw some incredible scene. Wang's at the moment when the strange fluctuations became stronger and stronger. Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu only felt an ancient and mysterious force surging from the depths of the fog, like a river bursting its banks, unstoppable. This power contained endless mysteries and might, which made the souls of both of them tremble. Is this a gift from the secret realm of mist? There was a hint of disbelief in Xiang Tianlu's voice, and his eyes were shining with excitement. Nuo-Lin nodded, his eyes fixed on the source of that power. He could feel that this power was resonating with their souls, as if to give them unprecedented power. We must seize this opportunity. This power will greatly increase our strength. Nuo-Lin said in a deep voice, his tone full of determination and expectation. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, the spiritual power in his body surged out again, echoing with the mysterious power. His figure gradually became blurred, as if merging with the fog. A powerful aura emanated from his body, causing the surrounding fog to retreat. Nuo-Lin was equally unwilling to be outdone. He gripped the hilt of the sword tightly. The spiritual power in his body surged like boiling river water. At that moment, his sword seemed to be endowed with life. The sword light flickered and the sword intent soared into the sky, as if it was going to cut through the fog of chaos and reach the sky. At this moment, the mysterious power finally integrated completely with the souls of the two people, and an unprecedented powerful force surged out of their bodies, like a volcanic eruption, unstoppable. Boom! With a loud bang, Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu burst out with powerful momentum at the same time. The surrounding fog seemed to be frightened by this power and retreated one after another, revealing an empty and mysterious space. In this space, the strength of both of them has made a qualitative leap. Their spiritual power has become purer and stronger. Their body movements have become more agile and graceful, and their sword intent has reached an unprecedented height. Is this the gift from the mist-hidden secret realm? Xiang Tianlu felt the surging power in his body, and an unbelievable smile appeared on his face. Nuo-Lin nodded, his eyes sharp. He could feel that his strength at this moment had surpassed any time before, as if he had the power to conquer this secret realm. However, Just as they were about to continue exploring the secret realm hidden in the fog, a sudden vibration broke the tranquility of this space. The surrounding fog began to roll again, as if a more powerful force was awakening and was about to attack them. What's going on? Xiang Tianlu's face became solemn. He could feel that this force was completely different from the strong wind he had encountered before. It was more ancient and mysterious, as if it contained some unknown mystery. Nualin also felt threatened by this force. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his eyes sharp, ready to meet the upcoming challenge. However, at this moment, the power suddenly stopped surging, as if it was observing them or waiting for something. Just as the ancient and mysterious power suddenly died down, the mist around Nualin and Xiangtian Road began to flow slowly at a strange rhythm, as if the entire space was breathing with some unknown rhythm. The light is twisted and refracted in the fog, forming a series of bizarre pictures that are dazzling to the eyes. This power seems to be guiding us, Xiang Tianlu whispered, with a hint of awe in his voice, and his eyes followed the ever-changing lights and shadows closely. Nualin nodded. The spiritual power in his body was flowing in an unprecedented way at this moment, as if it resonated with every inch of this space. Yes, it seems to be guiding us somewhere, but what is hidden there? As they moved forward, the fog around them gradually thinned, and an ancient and solemn stone gate gradually appeared before their eyes. The stone gate is carved with intricate totems and runes, and every line reveals the vicissitudes of time and the weight of history. On both sides of the stone gate, two huge amounts of stone statues stand tall, holding weapons and with sharp eyes, as if they are guarding the gateway to another world. Is this the portal leading to the depths of the secret realm hidden in the fog? Xiang Tianlu's voice trembled slightly. He could feel that there were endless secrets and unknowns hidden behind this stone door. Nualin took a deep breath, his eyes determined. Whatever lies ahead, we must find out. Let's go toward the sky. The two walked towards the stone gate side by side. When they got closer, the runes on the stone gate suddenly lit up, and an ancient and powerful force enveloped them. Then, the stone door slowly opened, revealing a deep and mysterious passage. The light in the passage was dim, with only the gems inlaid on the wall emitting a faint glow, illuminating the way forward. There is an ancient and mysterious atmosphere in the air, which makes people feel awe involuntarily. This place seems to be isolated from the world, Xiang Tianlu said softly, his voice echoing in the empty passage, sounding particularly clear. Nualin nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. Yes, but it is this isolation from the world that gave rise to the magic and mystery of this secret place. We must go on and uncover the secrets of all this. The two continued along the passage, and the surrounding scenery kept changing. Sometimes ancient murals appeared, depicting long-lost legends and myths. Sometimes strange plants appeared. It exudes a faint fragrance and sways as if it has life. Just as they were about to reach the end of the passage, a dazzling light suddenly came from the front, illuminating the entire space like daylight. In the light, an altar of huge amounts suddenly appeared before their eyes. On the altar was placed a treasure that exuded an ancient atmosphere, as if it was the core and soul of the entire secret realm. Is this the treasure of the mist-hidden secret realm? There was a hint of disbelief in Xiang Tianlu's voice, and his eyes were fixed on the treasure. Nualin did not answer. His eyes were also attracted by the treasure, but at the same time, he also felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. This sense of crisis does not come from external threats, but from a certain intuition deep in their hearts. Nualin stared at the treasure on the altar, an indescribable attraction and sense of danger intertwined in his heart. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner turmoil, and turned to look at Xiang Tianlu, his eyes revealing a hint of solemnity. Xiang Tianlu, this treasure seems to contain endless power, but it may also hide huge amounts of risks. What should we do? Xiang Tianlu clenched his fists, his eyes determined, as if he had already made a decision. Nuolin, now that we have come this far, there is no turning back. No matter whether there is blessing or disaster ahead, we must face it bravely. We must get this treasure. Before he finished speaking, Xiang Tianlu flashed and rushed towards the altar like a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Nuolin followed closely without hesitation. The two figures quickly shuttled through the dim passage, like two meteors streaking through the night sky. As they approached the altar, the treasure on the altar suddenly burst into dazzling light, and a powerful force surged out from the treasure, colliding violently with their spiritual power. Boom! With a loud noise, the whole space seemed to be shaking. Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu were knocked back by the force and hit the walls on both sides of the passage heavily. However, they did not give up, but became more determined to get the treasure. The two men got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths, and rushed to the altar again. This time, they no longer charged blindly, but instead each used their unique skills to nimbly dodge around the altar, trying to find the flaws in the treasure. Nuolin was seen tumbling and leaping in the air like a dragon, and each attack was precise and deadly. While Xiang Tianlu was wandering around the altar like a ghost, his hands quickly forming seals. Waves of spiritual energy danced at his fingertips, as if a powerful attack would erupt at any time. The battle between the two and the treasure became more and more intense. The whole space was filled with strong fluctuations of power and fierce collision sounds. Every attack seemed to tear the space apart, but the treasure always stood firm, emitting a dazzling light. As time went by, Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu's spiritual power began to be gradually consumed, and their movements became slower. However, they did not give up, but continued to fight even more determinedly. Xiang Tianlu, we can't go on like this. We must find the broken part of the treasure. Nuolin shouted loudly, with a hint of anxiety and determination in his voice. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. Nuolin, I understand what you mean. Next, I will use my strongest attack, and you must find the right moment to grab the treasure in one fell swoop. Before he finished speaking, Xiang Tianlu quickly formed seals with his hands, and his entire body seemed to merge into this space. Then, a bright beam of spiritual energy burst out from his body, streaking through the night sky like a meteor and heading straight for the treasure on the altar. Nuolin saw this, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. He gripped the hilt of the sword tightly. The spiritual power in his body surged out, and as the sword light flashed, he was ready to strike. Just as Xiang Tianlu's spiritual power beam was about to hit the treasure suddenly burst out with an even brighter light, and a powerful force surged out from it, colliding violently with Xiang Tianlu's attack. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire space seemed to be shrouded by this force. Nuolin took the opportunity to jump up, his sword gleaming like a dragon, and rushed straight towards the treasure. However, just as his sword was about to touch the treasure, a sudden force knocked him away. When he landed again, he saw that the treasures on the altar had disappeared without a trace, leaving only an empty altar and a messy scene. Nuolin staggered back, and in the flying dust, his eyes were like steel tempered by fire, flashing with an unyielding light. The air around seemed to freeze, and every breath became extremely difficult, but the desire for unknown power was like a wildfire, unstoppable. How could this happen? Xiang Tianlu knelt on the ground, clenched his hands into fists, and pounded the ground fiercely, causing dust to fly everywhere. His voice was hoarse, filled with resentment and anger. It was so close. Why did it end like this? Nuolin stood up slowly and looked at the end of the passage. It was dark there, as if it had swallowed up all the light and hope. On the road to heaven, there is no need to be discouraged. The secrets in this secret realm are far deeper and more complex than we can imagine. The disappearance of the treasure may just be the beginning of another test. Xiang Tianlu heard this and looked up at Nuo Lin, with a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He slowly stood up, dusted himself off, and said in a deep voice, "You are right, we haven't reached the end yet. No matter what is waiting for us ahead, we must take it all." The two looked at each other, and without further words, the tacit understanding was already deeply engraved in their bones. They set out on their journey again, entering a deeper passage. Every step seemed to be on the cracks of time, and every fluctuation in space contained an ancient and mysterious power. At the end of the passage, an unknown space slowly unfolds. The previous darkness is gone, replaced by a brilliant interweaving of light and shadow, like the edge where dreams and reality intertwine. In the center, a suspended altar stands quietly. There's nothing above it, but it gives people an extremely depressing feeling, as if all power is being silently swallowed up by it. Xiang Tianlu's voice trembled slightly. The scene before him was beyond his imagination. Could this be the real test? Nuo Lin did not answer. His attention was completely attracted by the runes slowly rotating around the altar. Those runes were like living things. Every time they flowed, they released an indescribable pressure, making the entire space tremble. "We must decipher these runes," Nuo Lin said in a deep voice, his voice echoing in the empty space with unquestionable firmness. Nodding to Tianlu, the two of them took steps at the same time and approached the altar. As they approached, the light of the runes became more and more dazzling, and powerful waves of power began to impact their bodies, like raging waves in a storm trying to devour them. "Keep calm and fight with your spiritual power," Nuo Lin shouted, and the spiritual power in his body surged and turned into a solid shield, protecting the two of them firmly. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, quickly forming seals with his hands. Waves of spiritual power shuttled between the runes like a dragon, trying to find a way to crack it. The battle quietly unfolded at this moment. There was no smoke, no shouting, only the fierce collision of spiritual power and ancient runes. Every confrontation seemed to tear the space apart, releasing a deafening roar. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like being in the center of storm. Their figures were looming in the interweaving of light and shadow. Every attack was done with all their strength, and every defense was full of danger. With sweat and hard work intertwined, their spiritual power reached an unprecedented limit through constant consumption and replenishment. In this endless battle and exploration, time seems to have lost its meaning, and only the fluctuation of spiritual power and the flashing of runes bear witness to everything. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, these two former partners, are now more like dancers of destiny, performing their own legends on a stage woven by the ancient and the unknown. "Xiang Tianlu, have you noticed that these runes seem to follow some kind of pattern?" Nuo Lin suddenly spoke after another fierce collision of spiritual power, with a barely perceptible gasp in his voice. His eyes were sharp, as if he could penetrate the brilliance of the runes and see directly into their essence. Xiang Tianlu paused when he heard this, and quickly adjusted the flow of his spiritual power, observing the runes with a more focused attitude. Indeed, they seemed to flow according to some ancient rhythm, rather than changing randomly. He responded, with a hint of surprise in his voice, as if he had discovered the clue to a treasure. The two began to try to adjust their own spiritual power output according to the rhythm of the rune circulation, and each attack and defense became more precise and powerful. The roar in the space gradually weakened, replaced by a more harmonious and stable fluctuation, as if they had reached a delicate balance with this unknown space. "Look!" Nuo Lin suddenly shouted, pointing to a blank area above the altar. There, as the runes flowed, a faint, almost invisible halo quietly emerged, like the farthest star in the night sky. Although not bright, it was bright enough to attract all eyes. That is, Xiang Tianlu's voice trembled slightly with excitement. He realized that this might be the answer they had been looking for, or the key to deeper secrets. The two of them simultaneously increased their spiritual power output, trying to establish a connection with the halo. However, at this moment, the entire space suddenly shook violently, and an unprecedented force surged out from the depths of the altar, instantly destroying their spiritual shields. The two of them were like kites with broken strings, and were thrown around by huge amounts of force. When Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood up again with difficulty, they found that the space around the altar had undergone earth-shaking changes. The runes that were originally rotating slowly have now turned into streams of light, interweaving into ancient patterns in the air, and those patterns seem to hide some secrets that are beyond their understanding. When Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu staggered to their feet, the scene before their eyes was no longer the flow of runes as before, but was covered by an ancient and mysterious pattern. The air was filled with an oppressive and solemn atmosphere. Just as they were about to further explore the secrets of these patterns, a distant and deep sound of a phoenix, like a call across time and space, suddenly echoed in this space. Before the voice fell, a huge creature slowly appeared from the void above the altar. Its wings were as bright as the stars. Every feather seemed to contain the brilliance of the sun, moon, and stars, flashing a dazzling light. This is a black phoenix with 2 wings. Its body is so large that it almost fills the entire field of vision. Its eyes are like 2 pearls in the abyss, shining with wisdom and majesty. The pressure it emanates makes Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu feel unprecedented pressure. This is the double-winged black phoenix? Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with a hint of disbelief. He knew very well how rare and powerful this monster was. According to legend, they only existed in the most ancient books and were born from the purest spiritual power between heaven and earth, and possessed the ability to control space and time. Nuo Lin's expression was solemn. He stared at the giant beast in front of him. The spiritual power in his body surged, and he was ready for battle. No matter what it is, we can't retreat. His words were firm and powerful, as if he was encouraging himself and Xiang Tianlu. The double-winged black phoenix did not seem to launch an attack immediately, but instead glanced at the 2 people in front of it with its deep eyes in a scrutinizing manner. Zero, request flowers. Suddenly, its wings spread gently, and the space seemed to be torn apart. An indescribable wave of power instantly enveloped the entire space. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu only felt a flash before their eyes, as if they were drawn into an endless vortex. Keep calm and fight with your spiritual power, Nuo Lin shouted. The spiritual power in his body surged and turned into a solid shield, protecting the 2 of them firmly. At the same time, he quickly formed seals with his hands, and waves of spiritual energy shuttled through the cracks in space like a dragon, trying to find a way to break through. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind. He knew very well that in front of such power, any hesitation would be fatal. He clenched his fists, and the spiritual power in his body boiled, turning into fish shadows, which slammed into the space cracks that tried to swallow them. Every collision of the fish shadows was accompanied by a deafening roar, and the space seemed to be completely torn apart at this moment. Zero. However, the black phoenix with 2 wings did not retreat. Instead, it cried even more angrily and spread its wings again. This time, countless spiritual feathers poured down like a meteor shower. Each feather contained enough power to destroy mountains and rivers, covering the space where Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were. Be careful, Nuo Lin shouted, and his figure flashed, turning into a stream of light, skillfully avoiding the attacks of the light feathers. At the same time, the spiritual power in his body surged, turning into a huge amount of spiritual power sword light, slashing towards the double-winged black phoenix. Xiang Tianlu was not to be outdone. He shuttled between the light feathers like a ghost. Every time a fish shadow was thrown out, it was accompanied by a tremor in space, as if he wanted to completely shatter the world. The battle broke out completely at this moment. The roar and vibration in the space continued. The collision of spiritual power and the laws of space released a dazzling light, illuminating the entire space like daylight. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like being in the center of a storm. Their figures were looming in the interweaving of light and shadow. Every attack was done with all their strength, and every defense was full of danger. However, as time went on, they gradually discovered that the power of the double-winged Black Phoenix seemed endless. Each attack was more fierce, while their strength was constantly being consumed. If we continue like this, we will run out of spiritual power sooner or later. Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with anxiety. He knew very well that once their spiritual power was exhausted, they would face unimaginable consequences. Nuo Lin's eyes were like burning torches. He knew very well that the situation was now critical. Facing the seemingly endless spiritual light feathers of the double-winged Black Phoenix, an indomitable fighting spirit arose in his heart, as if he wanted to burn the whole world to ashes. Xiang Tianlu, we can't just sit there and wait to die. Nuo Lin's voice was like thunder in the roar. His figure flashed again, turning into a stream of light, rushing straight towards the double-winged Black Phoenix, trying to break this endless attack with close combat. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that they had no way out at this moment, and only by trying their best could they have a chance of survival in this battle. He suddenly jumped up like a bright meteor, following Nuo Lin, and launched a fierce charge towards the Bijuan Xianfeng. The figures of the two people shuttled through the gaps in the light feathers. Every time they dodged 0-30, it was like walking between life and death. If they were not careful, they would be hit by the light feathers that were powerful enough to destroy mountains and rivers and shatter to pieces. However, they seemed to have forgotten their fear and only kept moving forward, attacking the seemingly invincible beast with all their might. The Black Phoenix seemed to be enraged by the madness of the two men. It howled towards the sky, its voice full of anger and disdain. The wings spread out again, and this time, there were not only feathers of spiritual light, but also spatial cracks that spread like a spider web, as if to swallow up the entire space. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were in this chaotic space, but they seemed unaware of it. They had only one thought in their minds, and that was to defeat this Black Phoenix and find a secret leading to a deeper level. They are like two bright stars, shining in this endless darkness, trying their best to illuminate the road ahead. Nuo Lin, we can't just keep attacking blindly like this. We have to find its weakness. Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly while dodging again. There was a hint of urgency in his voice. He knew very well that if they continued like this, their spiritual power would be exhausted sooner or later, and by then, they would completely lose their vitality. Nuo Lin heard this and encouraged him. He recalled the flow of runes he had observed before. Those runes seemed to hide some kind of rules. Perhaps this was the key to unlocking the power of the double-winged Black Phoenix. He quickly told Xiang Tianlu about this idea, and the two began to try to adjust their attack methods according to the rhythm of the rune's flow. Their attacks began to become methodical, and each surge of spiritual power seemed to resonate with the fluctuations of space, causing the light feathers and space cracks that were originally powerful enough to destroy everything to begin to slow down or even stagnate for a short time when they came into contact with their spiritual power. The double-winged Black Phoenix seemed to sense the changes in the two people. It became even more angry, and its attacks became more fierce. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu seemed to have found the key to crack its power. Their attacks began to become more and more powerful. Every collision seemed to completely shatter this space. The battle entered a white-hot stage. The entire space seemed to be torn apart by this powerful force. The spatial cracks spread like a spiderweb. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two bright stars, shining in this chaotic darkness, trying their best to illuminate the road ahead. Just when the battle became most intense, the double-winged black phoenix suddenly let out a cry that shook the sky. The originally bright starlight on its wings now had a tendency to evolve into a black hole, swallowing up all the light around it, and even the space seemed to be sucked into the endless abyss. "Oh no, it's evolving." Nu Lin was shocked. He felt the power of the double-winged black phoenix rising sharply, as if the whole world was shaking at this moment. Even he felt unprecedented pressure. Xiang Tianlu's expression also changed drastically. He didn't expect that this black phoenix with two wings had such a terrifying ability that it could continuously evolve and improve its strength during battle. He clenched his fists tightly, and the spiritual power in his body surged like a tide, preparing for a more difficult battle. The wings of the double-winged black phoenix suddenly flapped, and immediately, a force that was strong enough to tear apart space swept towards Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu. The two men retreated violently, but were still shocked by the force, and their blood was boiling, almost vomiting blood. "Nu Lin, we must join forces, otherwise we will be unsustainable," Xiang Tianlu shouted. He knew very well that the current situation did not allow for any hesitation. Only by going all out could they defeat this evolved double-winged black phoenix. Nu Lin nodded, took a deep breath, and circulated the spiritual power in his body to the extreme. His eyes were as sharp as torches as he stared at the double-winged black phoenix, as if he wanted to see through the essence of its power. "Xiang Tianlu, you attack the left wing, I'll attack the right wing. We attack at the same time and try to kill them with one strike." Nu Lin's voice was firm and powerful. He knew very well that this was their only chance. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He nodded, and his body suddenly rose up again, rushing towards the left wing of the double-winged black phoenix like a flash of lightning. His hands were like two sharp swords, cutting through the space and going straight to the vital points of the double-winged black phoenix. Nu Lin followed closely behind, his figure like a tornado, carrying an endless storm of spiritual power, rushing straight towards the right wing of Bai Xuan Xianfeng. He clenched his fists tightly, and each punch contained enough power to destroy mountains and rivers, as if he wanted to completely shatter the right wing of the giant beast. The attacks of the two were like two bright stars, shining in this dark space, and they collided most violently with the double-winged black phoenix. Every attack seemed to tear the space apart completely, and every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar, as if even the heaven and earth were shaking. However, the double-winged black phoenix seemed to have endless power. It flapped its wings, and suddenly, an even more violent force counterattacked towards Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu. The two men only felt an indescribable force coming, and their bodies flew backwards involuntarily, hitting the space crack heavily, and blood spurted out. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu were hit so hard that they saw black and almost fell into a coma. But with their amazing willpower, they managed to steady themselves and open their eyes. The wings of the Black Phoenix 1.2 were like a black hole, swallowing up everything around it. Every flap brought endless destructive power, making them feel unprecedented despair. Nu Lin, what should we do? Xiang Tianlu's voice was trembling. He knew very well that they were in a life-and-death situation at this moment. Nu Lin gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain in his body, and looked at Xiang Tianlu firmly. "We can't give up like this. Xiang Tianlu, remember, no matter how big the difficulties are, as long as we still have a breath, we must never give up easily." Xiang Tianlu was also excited when he heard this. He took a deep breath, gathered the spiritual power in his body again, and prepared for the next battle. However, the Black Phoenix seemed to have seen through their intentions and suddenly flapped its wings, and a more violent force swept towards them again. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu tried their best to resist, but were still shocked by the force and retreated again and again. Their bodies were covered with wounds and blood was constantly flowing, but their eyes became more determined. Nuolin, if we continue like this, our spiritual power will be exhausted sooner or later. Xiang Tianlu shouted again. He knew very well that the situation was extremely critical at the moment. Nuolin clenched his fists and looked around, trying to find a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, his eyes fell on a space crack not far away. That crack seemed different from the other cracks. It emitted a faint light, as if hiding some secret. Xiang, look there! Nuolin shouted, pointing at the crack. Xiang Tianlu heard this and looked in the direction Nuolin pointed. His mind moved, as if he understood something. You mean we can use that crack to escape? Nuolin nodded. That's right. This is our only chance. Are you ready? Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath and sighed. The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with determination. They suddenly jumped up and rushed toward the crack like two lightning bolts. However, the Black Phoenix seemed to see through their intentions. 03 it flapped its wings, and a powerful force attacked them again. Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu tried their best to resist, but they were still shaken by the force. Hurry! Nuolin shouted, and the spiritual power in his body surged and turned into a shield, protecting the two of them firmly. At the same time, he quickly formed seals with his hands, and waves of spiritual energy shuttled through the space like a dragon, trying to stabilize the crack. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, the spiritual power in his body boiling and transformed into fist shadows, blasting towards the space cracks that tried to block them. Every collision of fist shadows was accompanied by a deafening roar, and the space seemed to be completely torn apart at this moment. Just as Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu were bombarding the space crack with all their might, the roar of the double-winged Black Phoenix sounded again, as deafening as thunder. Its wings flapped suddenly, and a force powerful enough to destroy the world swept towards the two of them, as if it was going to swallow up the entire space. Nuolin, be careful! Xiang Tianlu shouted, and he retreated violently, trying to avoid this destructive force. However, the force was too strong. He only felt a huge force coming, and his body flew backwards involuntarily and hit a space crack heavily. Nuolin's body also swayed, but he relied on his amazing willpower to stabilize his body. He clenched his teeth and quickly formed seals with his hands. Waves of spiritual energy shuttled through the space like a dragon and collided violently with the destructive force. Xiang Tianlu, hold on. We have to leave here as soon as possible, Nuolin shouted. He knew that the situation was extremely critical at the moment. If they were not careful, they would both die. Xiang Tianlu struggled to get up from the ground. His body was covered with wounds and blood was constantly flowing. But he did not give up. Instead, he gathered the spiritual power in his body again and prepared for the next battle. Nuolin, I'm fine. You concentrate on stabilizing the crack, and I'll resist its attack, Xiang Tianlu shouted, and he flashed and rushed towards the double-winged Black Phoenix again, trying to attract its attention. Nuolin was moved when he heard this. He knew that this was their only chance to escape. He took a deep breath and mobilized the spiritual power in his body to the extreme. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and waves of spiritual power surged towards the space crack like a tide. The double-winged Black Phoenix seemed to see through their plan. It flapped its wings, and an even more violent force attacked the two again. However, this time Nuolin did not choose to resist head-on, but cleverly used the fluctuations of the space crack to direct the force in other directions. Xiang Tianlu took the opportunity to launch an attack. The spiritual energy in his body boiled over and transformed into fist shadows, blasting towards Billy Xianfeng. Every collision of fist shadows was accompanied by a deafening roar, and the space seemed to be completely torn apart at this moment. With the joint efforts of the two, the space crack finally began to expand gradually, emitting a more dazzling light. Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, their eyes filled with determination. Their figures flashed and rushed into the crack like two streams of light. The crack closed quickly behind them, isolating the roar of the double-winged Black Phoenix outside. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu only felt a flash before their eyes, as if they had crossed the boundaries of time and space and arrived in a whole new world. They landed in a strange land, surrounded by dense forests and continuous mountains. The two men smiled at each other. Although their bodies were covered with scars, their eyes were filled with joy of surviving the disaster. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu landed in a strange land. The dense forests and continuous mountains around them gave them an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Although their bodies were covered with wounds, their hearts were filled with gratitude for having survived the disaster. Nuo Lin, we have to find a safe place to heal our wounds. Xiang Tianlu panted, with a hint of fatigue in his voice. Nuo Lin nodded, looked around, and his eyes fell on a cave not far away. The cave was hidden in a dense grove of trees, making it particularly secluded. "It looks good there. Let's go over there," Nuo Lin said, pointing at the cave. The two men walked carefully through the forest and came to the cave. Xiang Tianlu walked in first, and after confirming that it was safe inside, he nodded to Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin followed closely behind, and the two of them walked into the cave. The cave was pitch black, but their eyesight was amazing, and they quickly adapted to the environment. They found a flat place to sit down and began to heal their wounds. Nuo Lin took out a small bottle from his arms, which contained precious healing medicine. He poured out 2 pills, handed one to Xiang Tianlu, and took the other himself. "This is the healing pill I prepared earlier. Although it may not be able to completely heal our injuries, it can at least relieve them," Nuo Lin said. Xiang Tianlu took the pill and nodded gratefully. After he took the pill, he felt a warm current rising from his dantian and quickly spreading throughout his body. His wounds began to heal, and the pain gradually subsided. Nuo Lin also began to heal his wounds. He closed his eyes and concentrated, mobilizing the spiritual power in his body to the extreme. He formed seals with his hands quickly, and waves of spiritual energy traveled through his body, repairing his damaged meridians and muscles. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. The only sounds in the cave were their heavy breathing and the sound of the pill melting. They devoted themselves to healing their wounds, seemingly forgetting everything about the outside world. After an unknown amount of time, Nuo Lin finally opened his eyes. He glanced at Xiang Tianlu, only to see that Xiang Tianlu had just woken up and was looking at him with gratitude. "How does it feel?" Nuo Lin asked. Xiang Tianlu stood up and stretched his body. "Much better. The wound has healed almost completely." "And you?" Nuo Lin also stood up. He smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine too. The effect of this pill is quite good." The two smiled at each other. They knew that they were able to escape this time, thanks to their mutual understanding and persistence. They walked out of the cave and looked at this strange world again. I saw the surrounding mountains rolling, the forests dense, and the air filled with a faint fragrance. "I don't know where this place is, but at least we are safe for the time being," Xiang Tianlu said with emotion. Nuo Lin nodded. "That's right. Let's rest here for a while, and then find a way to leave here after the injuries are fully recovered." The two found some wild fruits and clean water near the cave and simply solved the problem of food and clothing. Then they returned to the cave to continue recovering from their injuries. In the following days, they took turns going out to look for food and water, while also exploring the surrounding area. However, they did not have much time to explore the world. Although their injuries have mostly recovered, it still takes time to consolidate. In the following days, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's life gradually got back on track. They worked from sunrise to sunset, as if they had become hermits in this unknown land. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight penetrated the treetops and shone into the cave, Nuo Lin had already woken up. He got up quietly, afraid of waking up Xiang Tianlu, who was still sleeping. He walked to the entrance of the cave, took a deep breath of the fresh air, and felt refreshed. "Xiang Tianlu, get up. Today it's my turn to find food and water," Nuo Lin called softly. Xiang Tianlu rubbed his eyes and sat up. "Okay, be careful. I will continue to recover here and see if I can find some medicine." Nuo Lin nodded, took his simple weapons and backpack, and set out on a journey to find food and water. He walked along the winding path through the dense forest. Along the way, he saw many exotic flowers and plants he had never seen before and heard the singing of birds and the gurgling of streams. He came to a clear stream, and the water was sparkling in the sunlight. He bent down, scooped up a handful of stream water, and took a sip. It just tastes sweet and delicious, refreshing. He was delighted and quickly filled the kettle in his backpack with stream water. Then he continued to look for food by the stream. He found many wild fruits and mushrooms and picked some carefully. He knew that some mushrooms were poisonous and that he had to be careful. When he returned with a full load, Xiang Tianlu was already waiting at the cave entrance. He saw the food and water in Nuo Lin's hands, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Nuo Lin, you're back. We had a good harvest today, Xiang Tianlu said. Nuo Lin smiled and said, yes, the water in this stream is very sweet, and there are many wild fruits and mushrooms. We won't have to worry about food and drink anymore. The two divided the food and water and began to enjoy breakfast. They sat at the entrance of the cave, looking at the mountains and forests in the distance, enjoying this rare tranquility. In the following days, they continued to take turns going out to look for food and water, while also exploring the surrounding area. They found that this world was completely different from their own, full of unknowns and mysteries. They saw many strange creatures and plants, and heard many sounds they had never heard before. However, they did not have much time to explore the world. Although their injuries have mostly recovered, it still takes time to consolidate. They knew that only after their injuries were fully recovered would they be strong enough to face unknown challenges. Finally, one day, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt that their injuries had fully recovered. They stood in front of the cave, looking at the mountains and forests in the distance, their hearts full of anticipation and longing. Nuo Lin, it's time for us to get on the road, Xiang Tianlu said. Nuo Lin nodded. Yes, we have to find a way home. However, this world is so mysterious that I want to explore it more. The two smiled at each other, knowing that the journey ahead would be full of unknowns and challenges. But they also understand that only by bravely facing these unknowns and challenges can they find their way home. They embarked on a new journey. The land beneath their feet gradually became rugged, and the dense forests were replaced by continuous mountains. Nuo Lin walked side by side with Xiang Tianlu, his eyes determined, as if he could penetrate the endless fog ahead. This mountain range contains endless mysteries. I always feel that there is a force calling me. Nuo Lin stopped and stared at the towering peaks in front of him, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu nodded. He could also feel this mysterious power, as if it was closely connected with their fate. He took a deep breath and said, no matter what lies ahead, we must face it together. The two continued to move forward, crossing mountains and rivers tirelessly. They passed through narrow valleys and crossed turbulent rivers, and every step was full of hardship and danger. But their hearts are filled with desire for the unknown, as if there is an invisible force pushing them forward. One day, they came to a steep cliff. The cliffs are towering into the clouds, as if connected to the sky. The cliff is covered with sharp rocks, and you will be crushed to pieces if you are not careful. But Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu showed no fear. They smiled at each other, as if they were ready to face the challenge. We have to go up from here. Nuo Lin pointed to the top of the cliff with a determined light in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu nodded, took a deep breath, and suddenly accelerated, rushing towards the cliff like an agile cheetah. He held onto the rock with both hands and pushed hard with his feet, his body drawing a graceful arc in the air. Nuo Lin was not to be outdone. He followed closely behind, his figure moving back and forth on the cliff like a ghost. Their movements were swift and powerful, as if they had merged into one with the cliff. However, the steepness of the cliff was beyond their imagination. They constantly encountered sudden dangers, sometimes a loose rock, sometimes a strong mountain wind. But they were not afraid at all. With their amazing perseverance and tacit cooperation, they were able to overcome danger time and time again. Finally, they reached the top of the cliff. This is a vast plain, like a fairyland isolated from the world. They stood here, overlooking the mountains and forests below, with a sense of accomplishment in their hearts. However, at this moment, a sudden force blew them away. They only felt a powerful energy surging in their bodies, as if it was going to tear them apart. They struggled hard, but could not withstand the impact of this force. "What's going on?" Nuo Lin exclaimed. Xiang Tianlu also showed a look of horror. He clenched his teeth and tried to steady himself. But the power was growing stronger and stronger, as if it was going to swallow them up. At this moment, they suddenly saw a strange light. This ray of light emanated from the jade pendants on their chests and instantly enveloped them. They only felt a warm force surge into their bodies, instantly stabilizing the violent energy. "This is our jade pendant protecting us?" Nuo Lin said in surprise. Xiang Tianlu nodded, with a look of disbelief. "It seems so. This jade pendant seems to have a power that we don't know yet. It awakened us at our most critical moment." After they stabilized themselves, they looked around and found that they were in an ancient and mysterious ruins. In the center of the ruins is an altar made of huge stones. The altar is engraved with ancient runes and emits a faint fluorescence, which echoes the light of the jade pendants on their chests. "Is this the place where that power guided us to?" Nuo Lin walked slowly towards the altar. Each step seemed extremely heavy, as if every step was stepping on the dust of history. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, his eyes wandering over the murals surrounding the altar. Those murals depicted scenes from ancient times, with the changing stars, the roaring of giant beasts, and rituals of communication between humans and unknown forces. Each mural revealed a solemnity and mystery that transcended time. "Look at these murals," Xiang Tianlu whispered. "They seem to be telling a story about the inheritance of power. The jade pendant on our chest may be the key to unlocking this inheritance." Nuo Lin walked to the altar and gently touched the runes. A warm and familiar feeling came from his fingertips, as if resonating with some ancient memory. "I feel that these runes are telling us our destiny and why we were chosen." Suddenly, the light in the center of the altar became brighter, and an illusory figure slowly emerged. It was the image of an ancient wise man wearing a robe and holding a scepter. His eyes seemed to travel through time and space, looking directly at Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. "Brave travelers, you have finally arrived here." The wise man's voice echoed in the ruins, with an unquestionable majesty and kindness. "I am the Asgardian of this land, and the guide of your destiny. The jade pendant on your chest is the source of power left over from ancient times. It chose you because you have the potential to unlock the ancient secret of balancing the world's power." Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, with shock and excitement in their eyes. They never thought that they would undertake such an important mission. "But with power comes responsibility," the wise man continued. "You must learn to control this power and use it to protect rather than destroy. The road ahead will be more difficult and full of challenges, but please believe that you are not alone." As the wise man's words fell, the light on the altar gradually dimmed, and the illusory figure slowly dissipated. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood there, their hearts filled with an unprecedented sense of mission and responsibility. Just as Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were immersed in the wise man's teachings and preparing to embark on a new journey, a strong energy fluctuation suddenly surged in the ruins, as if something was awakening. Immediately afterwards, a low and majestic roar echoed in the depths of the ruins, shaking every inch of space. "What's that sound?" Xiang Tianlu looked solemnly and looked towards the source of the sound vigilantly. Nuo Lin clenched his fists, his eyes were sharp. He could feel that this power was extraordinary. "We have to be careful. It looks like an unknown entity is approaching." Before he finished speaking, a gigantic creature walked out from the shadow of the ruins. Its size was so huge that it almost filled the entire space. It was a blue flame phantom lion, its body covered with glowing blue scales, each of which seemed to contain endless firepower. Its eyes were like two burning flames, revealing endless majesty and bloodthirsty desire. From time to time, it spewed out blazing flames, roasting the surrounding air and causing it to distort and shape-shift. The blue flame phantom lion is a powerful monster that has been extinct in ancient times. I didn't expect to meet it here, Xiang Tianlu exclaimed in a low voice. He knew very well the strength of this monster. Even a warrior with a high level of cultivation would find it difficult to contend with it. Nuo-Lin took a deep breath. He felt an unprecedented challenge, but more of a desire for power and an exploration of the unknown. Whatever it is, we can't back down. Our mission is to balance the world's forces, not to escape them. The blue flame phantom lion seemed to sense Nuo-Lin and Xiang Tianlu's determination. It let out a deafening roar, leaped suddenly, and turned into a blue flame, rushing straight towards Nuo-Lin. Nuo-Lin dodged the blue flame illusion lion's 10th attack with his familiarity with the ruins terrain. His body was light, as if he was walking in the air. Every time he dodged, he was just right, neutralizing the attack of the blue flame phantom lion. Xiang Tianlu, you are responsible for restraining its actions, and I will look for its flaws. Nuo-Lin shouted to Xiang Tianlu while dodging the attack. Nodding to Tianlu, his body shook, and a powerful force surged out of his body, turning into a golden light and hitting the Qingyan Huanli lion directly. Although his attack could not cause any substantial damage to the blue flame illusion lion, it successfully attracted the attention of the monster and bought Nuo-Lin precious time. Nuo-Lin's eyes were sharp. He carefully observed the attack pattern of the blue flame illusion lion, looking for its flaws. Finally, at the moment when the green flame phantom lion leaped into the air, he discovered that a scale on the monster's abdomen was slightly flickering and seemed to be different from the other scales. It's here! Nuo-Lin was delighted. He accelerated suddenly and rushed towards the green flame phantom lion like an arrow. At the moment when the monster was about to fall to the ground, he twisted his body to avoid the encirclement of the green flames. At the same time, he put his hands together like swords, gathered all the strength of his body, and stabbed fiercely at the glittering scales. Bang! With a loud bang, Nuo-Lin's attack accurately hit the weak point of the blue flame phantom lion. The monster's body trembled, and the green flames on its body were instantly extinguished, and the light in its eyes became dim. It let out a shrill roar, staggered backward, and finally fell to the ground powerlessly, losing its life. Just when Nuo-Lin thought the battle was over and was about to check the remains of the blue flame phantom lion with Xiang Tianlu, the seemingly dead monster suddenly mutated. Its body began to tremble violently, as if some ancient and powerful power was reviving within it. "Oh no, it's not dead yet," Xiang Tianlu exclaimed. There was a hint of fear in his eyes, but more of it was awe of the unknown power. Nuo-Lin's expression instantly became solemn. He could feel that the energy surging in the blue flame illusion lion's body was stronger and more bizarre than before. It was a power beyond their comprehension, as if it had been dormant since ancient times and had finally been awakened. It is resurrecting." Nuo-Lin's voice was low and powerful. He clenched his fists, tensed all his muscles, and prepared to fight again. The body of the blue flame phantom lion began to emit a faint blue light, which gradually gathered into a powerful energy flow that enveloped its body. As the light gathered, the blue flame phantom lion's eyes lit up again, and its flaming gaze revealed an even deeper and more bizarre aura. How is this possible?" Xiang Tianlu murmured to himself in disbelief. He had never seen such a strange and powerful resurrection phenomenon. The blue flame phantom lion let out a deafening roar, the sound filled with anger and unwillingness. It suddenly leaped up, leaving a green trail in the air, and headed straight for Nuo-Lin. This time, its attack was more swift and deadly, as if it wanted to completely devour Nuo-Lin. Nuo-Lin dodged the first attack of the blue flame phantom lion with great difficulty. He knew in his heart that this opponent was no longer the monster that could be easily defeated before, but an extremely cunning enemy with ancient power. Xiang Tianlu, be careful of its fire attack. Nuo Lin shouted to Xiang Tianlu while dodging the attack. Nodding to Tianlu, his whole body shone with golden light, forming an indestructible shield that blocked the flame attack of the Qingyan Huanli lion. However, the strange power contained in the flames made him feel palpitations, as if something was eroding his soul. Nuo Lin knew very well that this battle with the blue flame phantom lion was no longer a simple contest of force, but a comprehensive test of will, wisdom, and strength. He must find a way to completely destroy this resurrected monster. Otherwise, both of them will fall into endless crisis. During a fierce confrontation, Nuo Lin suddenly discovered a tiny flaw in the blue flame phantom lion. It was a scale located on its neck. Compared with other scales, this scale seemed more fragile, as if it would break with the slightest touch. "It's here!" Nuo Lin was delighted. He accelerated suddenly and rushed towards the green flame phantom lion like lightning. At the moment when the monster was about to launch its next attack, he twisted his body and cleverly avoided the flames. At the same time, he put his hands together like swords and gathered all his strength to stab the fragile scale fiercely. However, just when Nuo Lin's attack was about to hit, the blue flame phantom lion seemed to have sensed the danger. It trembled and actually dodged Nuo Lin's fatal blow at an incredible angle. At the same time, an even hotter flame spewed out of its mouth and headed straight for Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin retreated quickly, narrowly avoiding the blazing flames that could burn the sky and boil the sea. Flames exploded behind him, cracking the stone walls of the ruins and sending rubble flying, as if even space was being torn apart by this force. "Sly God," Nuo Lin cursed in his heart. He knew very well that this battle with the blue flame phantom lion could not afford any negligence. He had to concentrate fully to find a glimmer of hope under the fierce attack of this monster. The blue flame phantom lion's eyes were like two burning flames, staring at Nuo Lin closely, as if it wanted to devour him completely. It let out another deafening roar, and its figure flickered in the void like a ghost, with each attack carrying a force that was enough to destroy the world. Nuo Lin moved as fast as the wind, dodging left and right in the ruins, and each time he managed to dodge the fatal blow of the blue flame illusion lion. He knew very well that he could not keep on the passive defense and had to find an opportunity to counterattack. "Xiang Tianlu, you must divert its attention." Nuo Lin shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the ruins with unquestionable firmness. Nodding to Tianlu, his body shook and golden light shone all over his body like a golden god of war. He rushed towards the blue flame phantom lion, his hands condensing with golden light, and started a fierce battle with the monster. Every collision made a deafening sound, as if even the heaven and earth were shaking. Nuo Lin took advantage of the opportunity when Xiang Tianlu was fighting with the blue flame illusion lion and quickly went around to the side of the monster. His eyes were as sharp as torches, fixed on a fragile scale on the neck of the Qingyan Huanli lion. That was his only hope. "This time, I won't give you another chance," Nuo Lin whispered to himself, his muscles tense, as if every nerve was gathering strength for the impending fatal blow. In the gap between the battle between Qingyan Huanli lion and Zhang Dianlu, Nuo Lin suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the monster like a flash of lightning. He put his hands together and pointed his fingers like swords, gathering all his strength and stabbing hard at the fragile scale. The blue flame phantom lion seemed to have sensed danger, and it trembled, trying to dodge Nuo Lin's attack again. However, this time Nuo Lin didn't give it any chance. His body twisted in the air, avoiding the monster's counterattack at an incredible angle, while the fingertips of both hands pierced into the fragile scale accurately. Bang! With a loud bang, the body of the green flame phantom lion seemed to be torn apart by an invisible force. It let out a shrill roar, and the green flames all over its body were extinguished instantly. Its eyes lost their light, and its body fell limply to the ground, completely lifeless. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other. They knew that the victory in this battle was won by their wisdom, courage, and persistence. They hugged each other tightly, as if at this moment, all the fatigue and danger disappeared. When the huge body of the blue flame illusion lion finally fell and the dust settled, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu slowly walked towards the once terrifying monster. Their faces showed both the joy of victory and curiosity about the unknown. Let's see if there are any treasures on it. A monster like this must be very powerful, Nuo Lin suggested, his eyes searching the body of the blue flame phantom lion carefully. Nodding to Tianlu, he wrapped his hands with golden light and carefully explored the body of the monster. Soon, he found a crystal that was shining with strange light in the heart of the blue flame phantom lion. The crystal was a light green in color, as if it contained all the vitality and power of the blue flame phantom lion. "Look, what is this?" Xiang Tianlu shouted excitedly, and he handed the crystal to Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin took the crystal and looked at it carefully. He could feel that this crystal contained an ancient and powerful power, as if it was a treasure passed down from ancient times. This should be the inner elixir of the blue flame illusion lion. According to legend, the inner elixir of a demon beast contains its lifelong cultivation and strength. We may be able to improve our strength through it. Nuo Lin pondered. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. They all knew that such an opportunity was rare, and perhaps this was the key to their breaking through their own bottleneck. The two decided to take the inner elixir together. They sat cross-legged, placed the inner elixir between them, put their hands together, and began to practice their respective cultivation methods. As their breathing gradually became deeper and more powerful, the power in their inner elixir began to slowly overflow, transforming into streams of warm energy that flowed into their bodies. This energy was so powerful and pure that it seemed to be able to cleanse the impurities in their bodies and improve their roots and qualifications. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu both felt an unprecedented power surging in their bodies, as if every cell in their body was cheering. As time went by, their aura became stronger and stronger, and the golden light and the green light intertwined on their bodies, forming a beautiful picture. When the last bit of energy was absorbed by them, they opened their eyes at the same time, with confidence and determination shining in their eyes. "I feel like my strength has improved a lot," Xiang Tianlu shouted excitedly. He waved his fist, and a roar seemed to be heard in the air. Xiang Tianlu's excitement was beyond words, and every move he made was filled with new life force. Nuo Lin is more introverted, but his eyes also sparkle with an unprecedented light, which is the joy of self-transcendence and infinite longing for the future. "Not only you, I also feel that my cultivation has made a qualitative leap." Nuo Lin stood up and took a deep breath of fresh air, as if even the air contained the mysteries of heaven and earth, waiting for them to explore. 0. The two smiled at each other without saying much. The tacit understanding and trust were already deeply rooted in each other's hearts. They knew that the shared experience not only improved their strength, but also made their friendship stronger. "Look, there seem to be more secrets hidden in these ruins." Xiang Tianlu pointed to the distance, where there was a wall that was destroyed by the battle between the blue flame phantom lion, revealing an ancient passage hidden behind it. At the end of the passage was an unknown world, full of mystery and temptation. Nuo Lin looked in the direction of Xiang Tianlu's finger, and an urge to explore surged in his heart. They know that every adventure is a challenge to themselves and is also the only way to become stronger. "Let's go and see where this passage will lead us," Nuo Lin suggested, his voice full of desire and expectation for the unknown. The two walked side by side and stepped into the unknown passage. The passage was dark and deep, with only the light in their hands illuminating the road ahead. On both sides of the passage, ancient murals and runes are faintly visible, as if telling the glory and vicissitudes of this relic. As they went deeper, the passage gradually became wider, and a huge amount of underground palace appeared in front of them. Inside the palace, there are many stone pillars, each of which is carved with exquisite patterns, telling legends and myths from ancient times. Here, this is actually such a magnificent underground palace, Xiang Tianlu exclaimed. His voice echoed in the empty palace, setting off layers of echoes. Nuo Lin looked around and was equally shocked. He could feel that this palace contained an ancient and powerful power, as if every inch of land and every stone here had its own story and secrets. We have to be careful. There may be unknown dangers hidden here, Nuo Lin warned, with a hint of vigilance in his tone, but more of curiosity about the unknown and the urge to explore. The two continued to move forward and explore the palace. They walked through the long corridor and passed through the dark secret room. Every step was full of unknowns and surprises. In this ancient palace, they seemed to have traveled through time and space and returned to the ancient times full of mystery and miracles. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu shuttled through the deep corridors of the palace. Every step seemed to be stepping on the dust of history, echoing the call of ancient times. The air is filled with a faint smell of mold and the coldness of ancient stones, which interweave to form a unique atmosphere that is both heart-pounding and fascinating. The layout of this palace seems to contain a secret. We need to be cautious in every step, Nuo Lin whispered. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, observing every detail around him, trying to decipher hidden clues from the ancient murals and runes. He nodded to Tianlu. The tremendous power brought by the inner elixir of the blue flame illusion lion surging in his body. This power gave him more confidence, but also made him more alert. He knew that in this unknown palace, any negligence could lead to unpredictable disasters. The two continued to move forward, and suddenly, a low roar came from the front, as if some huge monster had awakened deep in the palace. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and a hint of solemnity flashed in their eyes. They knew that there were unknown secrets hidden in this palace, and at this moment, this secret seemed to be quietly revealed. As the roar intensified, the stone pillars in the palace began to tremble slightly, as if they could not withstand the impact of some force. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu quickly exchanged glances and decided to explore in the direction where the sound came from. They passed through one secret room after another, and every step was filled with tension and anticipation. Finally, they came to a huge amount of hall. In the center of the hall, an ancient altar emitted a faint light. On the altar, a huge amount of stone tablets stood quietly. The stone tablet was engraved with complicated runes, as if it contained endless mysteries. "Look, those runes!" Xiang Tianlu exclaimed in a low voice. His eyes were deeply attracted by the runes on the stone tablet. These runes seemed to have life, flowing slowly on the stone tablet, releasing an indescribable power. Nuo Lin also stared at the stone tablet. He could feel that there was some kind of ancient power hidden behind these runes. This power resonated with his cultivation in his body, as if calling him and guiding him. Suddenly, the runes on the stone tablet began to flash wildly, and a powerful force burst out from the stone tablet and rushed straight into the sky. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu both felt the horror of this force. They quickly retreated, trying to avoid the impact of this force. However, this force seemed to have spirituality, locking onto them tightly and getting closer and closer. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu knew that they could no longer escape and could only face it. "Come on, let's see how powerful this force is," Nuo Lin shouted 520 loudly, his voice echoing in the palace, full of indomitable spirit and fighting spirit. Xiang Tianlu also nodded, his fists clenched, golden light shining on his body, as if a golden god of war was ready to meet the upcoming challenge. The two men attacked at the same time. Nuo Lin displayed his strongest martial arts. Sharp sword beams flashed through the air, as if to tear the space apart. Xiang Tianlu used the power in his body to condense into a golden giant. The giant waved huge amounts of fists and bombarded the mysterious power. The two collided with each other, causing a deafening roar, and the entire palace was shaking as if it was about to collapse. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu both felt huge amounts of pressure, but they did not retreat. Instead, they attacked the force even more frantically. The battle lasted for a long time. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were exhausted, but they still persisted. Finally, at the moment when the power was about to be exhausted, they found a breakthrough and completely defeated the power with one blow. At the moment when the mysterious force was completely defeated by Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, the entire palace seemed to have experienced a doomsday catastrophe. The dust settled, and everything returned to peace. The two smiled at each other. Although they were tired, the joy of victory was shining in their eyes. However, this joy did not last long, as a more dangerous aura was quietly approaching. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu noticed at the same time that the ground beneath their feet began to shake slightly, as if something was stirring underground. Oh no, something's happening. Nuo Lin's face changed, and he quickly pulled up Xiang Tianlu. The two of them flashed and jumped to the side of the stone pillar, looking around vigilantly. I saw more and more cracks on the ground, as if huge amounts of creatures were struggling underneath, trying to break out of the ground. Suddenly, small insects as black as ink and emitting a faint light crawled out from the cracks. Although they were small, they were extremely fast, like black lightning, heading straight towards Nuo Lin and Shantian Road. God-eating ants! Xiang Tianlu exclaimed. He had read about God-eating ants in ancient books. Although these insects were small, they were numerous and had the power to devour everything. Even a powerful monk could not escape the siege of the God-eating ants. Nuo Lin's expression instantly turned serious when he heard this. He knew very well how terrifying the God-eating ants were, so he immediately took out his storage bag, pulled out a bottle of golden liquid, and quickly sprinkled it around the two of them. As soon as the golden liquid landed on the ground, it turned into a golden barrier protecting the two of them. The God-eating ants crashed into the golden barrier, making a bang-bang sound, as if countless stones fell on the calm lake, causing ripples. However, the golden barrier was as solid as a rock and remained motionless no matter how the God-eating ants attacked. There are too many of these God-eating ants. We can't go on like this. Nuo Lin frowned. He knew very well that although the golden barrier could temporarily resist the attacks of the God-eating ants, the power of the barrier would gradually weaken over time. By then, they would still be unable to escape. Nodding to Tianlu, he was also thinking about countermeasures. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he looked towards the entrance of a secret room not far away. There is a secret room over there. Let's go in first. Maybe we can find a way to avoid the God-eating ants. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin immediately nodded in agreement. The two of them flashed and rushed into the secret room quickly. The interior of the secret room was dark and deep, with only a few oil lamps emitting faint light, illuminating the road ahead. They moved forward cautiously, fearing that they might trigger some mechanism. Suddenly, Xiang Tianlu felt his feet were empty and he fell forward. Nuo Lin was quick to grab him, and both of them avoided falling. Be careful, there is a trap here, Xiang Tianlu whispered. He looked down and saw that the ground in front of him was covered with fine holes, as if it were a huge amount of trap net. Nuo Lin nodded and carefully observed the surrounding stone walls, trying to find the way to the depths of the secret room. Suddenly, he discovered that in an inconspicuous corner of the stone wall, there was a brick whose color was different from the other bricks, as if it had been deliberately camouflaged. Nuo Lin's eyes were as sharp as torches, and he instantly locked onto the unusual brick. He took a deep breath, slowly stretched out his hand, and lightly touched the stone brick with his fingertips. At this moment, the entire secret room seemed to be activated, and the runes on the stone wall began to flicker, emitting a faint light. Retreat quickly, Nuo Lin shouted in a low voice and pulled Xiang Tianlu to his side. The two of them retreated violently. Almost at the same time, The ground under their feet suddenly collapsed, and a powerful force surged out from below, as if to swallow them up. However, this force did not last long and disappeared in an instant. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu steadied themselves and focused their eyes on the stone brick again. They saw the stone brick slowly move away, revealing a deep hole. The inside of the hole was pitch black, as if connected to another unknown world. It seems that this is the road leading to the depths of the secret room, Xiang Tianlu said in a deep voice. There was a hint of solemnity in his voice, but more of a desire for the unknown. Nuo Lin nodded. The two looked at each other and jumped into the cave without hesitation. The inside of the cave was narrow and winding, so the two could only move forward sideways. Suddenly, there was a low roar coming from the front, as if some huge monster was waking up in front. Be careful, Nuo Lin warned in a low voice. He held the sword tightly in his hand, ready to deal with any possible danger at any time. At this moment, huge amounts of black queen ant crawled out from the darkness ahead. Its body was as tall as two people, and it emitted a faint light all over its body, like a demon from hell. Behind it, dense swarms of god-eating ants surged in like a tide, their numbers almost covering the sky and the sun. This is the Ant King. Xiang Tianlu's face changed drastically. He knew very well how terrifying the Ant King was. It was the king of the god-eating ants and possessed the power to devour everything. Nuo Lin heard this, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew that at the moment he had no way to retreat and could only fight hard. He let out a low roar and rushed out like an arrow, waving his sword, which turned into a silver lightning and pierced straight into the Ant King. The Ant King snorted coldly, turned his body slightly, and easily avoided Nuo Lin's attack. It opened its huge mouth and spewed out a black mist. The mist was highly corrosive, and the stone walls were corroded into holes wherever it passed. Nuo Lin retreated violently and narrowly avoided the attack of the black mist. He knew very well that at the moment he could no longer hold back and had to go all out. He took a deep breath, and his cultivation instantly burst out. His whole body seemed to be wrapped in a layer of golden light, and his aura was as powerful as a rainbow. Xiang Tianlu, let's go together, Nuo Lin shouted and rushed out again. This time, his attack was more fierce, as if to tear the entire space apart. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu gritted his teeth, and a golden light emanated from his body, and he fought side by side with Nuo Lin. The two men, one on the left and one on the right, launched a fierce attack on the Ant King. Although the Ant King was powerful, he gradually fell into a disadvantage under the joint efforts of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. However, at this moment, it suddenly let out a sharp roar, as if summoning something. The god-eating ants that had been besieging the two suddenly stopped their attacks and retreated to the side of the Ant King, forming a huge amount of black sphere that wrapped the Ant King inside. On the surface of the sphere, black mist rolled, as if containing infinite power. The black mist on the surface of the black ball became thicker and thicker, like a huge amounts of black hole, swallowing up all the light around it. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw the solemnity in each other's eyes. They knew that the Ant King was preparing for a final counterattack, and if it succeeded, the consequences would be disastrous. We can't let it succeed, Nuo Lin growled. The golden light on his body became even brighter, like a small sun, illuminating the surrounding darkness. He flashed and rushed towards the black ball again. The long sword in his hand was like the light of dawn, cutting through the mist on the surface of the black ball and piercing the Ant King. Xiang Tianlu was not idle either. He clenched his fists, and golden light condensed on his fists like two burning flames. He roared and rushed towards the black ball like a wild horse, smashing his fists on the mist with a deafening roar. The mist on the surface of the black ball seemed to be dispersed a little by Xiang Tianlu's fists, but it soon condensed again, as if endless. The Ant King let out a low roar inside the black ball, as if mocking the two's fruitless efforts. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were not discouraged. They knew that at the moment it was a matter of life and death, and they had to go all out. The two figures intertwined, like two golden lightning bolts, constantly shuttling around the black ball, attacking the mist on the surface of the black ball. Under the attack of the two, the mist on the surface of the black ball began to become unstable, sometimes condensing and sometimes dissipating. The Ant King's roars became more and more rapid, as if he was enduring huge amounts of pain. At this moment, New All-In suddenly discovered a weak spot on the surface of the black ball. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and he immediately told Xiang Tianlu the news. Xiang Tianlu, attack there. New All-In pointed to a position on the surface of the black ball and shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu immediately adjusted the direction of his attack, and his fists were like two meteors, bombarding the location pointed by New All-In. With a loud bang, the mist on the surface of the black ball was instantly dispersed, revealing the hideous figure of the Ant King. New All-In saw this and rushed forward without hesitation, swung his sword and attacked the Ant King's vital point. The Ant King roared in despair and tried to dodge, but it was too late. The long sword pierced through the Ant King's body and nailed it to the ground. The mist on the surface of the black ball seemed to have lost its support and began to dissipate rapidly. The god-eating ants that had been besieging the two men seemed to have lost their backbone and scattered in all directions. New All-In and Xiang Tianlu both breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the Ant King lying on the ground. They knew that they had finally succeeded in killing this terrible enemy. The darkness around them seemed to be dispelled at this moment, and the golden light on the two people gradually dissipated. They smiled at each other. Although they were exhausted, the joy of victory was shining in their eyes. After killing the Ant King, New All-In and Xiang Tianlu continued along the winding tunnel until they reached the end of the tunnel. A ray of soft sunlight fell on their faces, indicating that they had finally walked out of this mysterious and dangerous secret room. When they walked out of the cave, the view in front of them suddenly opened up, and they saw a peaceful and tranquil pastoral scenery. In the distance, there are undulating mountains shrouded in clouds and mist, while in the near distance is a green field dotted with a few quaint farmhouses and curling smoke rising up, creating a tranquil pastoral scene. Is this Longbei Town? Xiang Tianlu asked in disbelief as he looked at the scene in front of him. New All-In nodded, looked around, took a deep breath of fresh air, and felt a rare tranquility and peace. Yes, it should be Longbei Town. We have come a long way and experienced so many dangers and challenges. Now we can finally relax here. The two walked slowly along the path in the field towards Longbei Town. Along the way, they appreciated the scenery and felt the beauty and harmony of nature. In the fields, farmers are busy working in the fields, and children are chasing and playing on the ridges, laughing and talking happily. Walking in a Longbei Town, you can see that the streets are lined with shops and are very bustling. There are all kinds of snack stalls, grocery stores, tea houses, etc., and people come and go in an endless stream. Wow, it's so lively here. Xiang Tianlu looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes flashing with excitement. New All-In smiled and nodded. He took Xiang Tianlu's hand and walked into a grocery store. The shop is filled with a variety of goods, ranging from daily necessities to rare medicinal materials. Boss, do you have any pills that can restore my cultivation? New All-In asked the boss behind the counter. The boss was a kind old man. He smiled and nodded. Definitely, but the elixir that can restore cultivation is rare and expensive. Hearing this, New All-In took out a crystal stone that was shining with golden light from his arms. This is a piece of gold stone I got on the road. It should be enough to exchange for a few bottles of elixir, right? The old man took the gold stone, examined it carefully, and nodded. This gold stone is indeed precious, enough to exchange for a few bottles of elixirs to restore my cultivation. Please wait a moment. I will get it for you. After a while, the old man came over with a few bottles of pills. This is the pill you asked for. Each bottle can help you recover a part of your cultivation. But remember to take it in moderation, as overdosage can be harmful. New All-In took the pill, thanked the old man, and walked out of the grocery store with Xiang Tianlu. Then, they visited several snack stalls and tea houses, tasted a variety of local specialties and teas, and felt the unique style of Long Bay Town. In a tea house, the two found a seat by the window and sat down, sipping tea while admiring the scenery outside the window. The tea house was bustling with people coming and going, but the two of them seemed to be in another world, quietly enjoying this rare peace and tranquility. Inside the tea house, the aroma of tea wafts through the air, forming a sharp contrast with the hustle and bustle of the city outside the window. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu sat by the window, each holding a cup of warm tea in their hands. Their eyes occasionally met, conveying a tacit understanding that could be understood without words. Nuo Lin, what do you think we will encounter next? Xiang Tianlu gently turned the teacup in his hand, his eyes looking through the crowd, as if looking for some answers. Nuo Lin smiled slightly, his eyes deep. No matter what it is, as long as we fight side by side, there will be no difficulties that cannot be overcome. But the most important thing now is to enjoy the present moment, isn't it? Xiang Tianlu nodded when he heard this, with a bit more determination in his eyes. He looked out the window and saw a group of children chasing and playing on the street corner. Their innocent laughter cleansed their souls like a clear spring. Yes, I really hope that days like this can last longer. At the moment, the door of the tea house was gently pushed open and a cool breeze rushed in, bringing in an old man in a green shirt. The old man was holding a cane and walking unsteadily, but his eyes revealed an extraordinary temperament. He walked straight to the counter, talked quietly with the boss for a few words, and then turned around to leave. Huh, isn't that the owner of the grocery store before? Xiang Tianlu whispered to Nuo Lin with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Nuo Lin followed Xiang Tianlu's gaze and recognized the old man. It is indeed him. He seems to be quite respected in this town. While the two were discussing, the old man suddenly stopped and looked at Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. He slowly approached, with a warm smile on his face. My two friends, have you ever seen the outside world? Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. They stood up and saluted, and Nuo Lin replied respectfully, Senior, we came from afar and went through many hardships to get here. The old man nodded, with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. It is rare for young people to have courage and responsibility. Although Long Bay, Town 947 is small, it is full of hidden talents. You may want to stay for a few more days, and perhaps you will gain something. After saying this, the old man left a meaningful smile, turned around, and slowly left. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at the old man's back. An inexplicable respect welled up in their hearts. Nuo Lin, who do you think the senior is? Why is he so concerned about us? Xiang Tianlu asked in a low voice. Nuo Lin shook his head, but his eyes were shining. I don't know, but my intuition tells me that this senior is not simple. Maybe he really knows something. Deciding to follow their inner guidance, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu decided to stay in Long Bay Town for a few more days. In the following days, they not only gained a deeper understanding of the local customs and culture, but also made several like-minded friends. Among them, there's a girl named Yunxi, who is good at medicine and has unique insights into herbs, which opened the eyes of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. One day, Yunxi brought the two of them to a dense forest outside the town, where many rare herbs grew. Under Yunxi's guidance, they learned how to identify herbs and how to make simple healing medicines. Look, this is rejuvenation grass, which is very effective in restoring physical strength. Yunxi pointed to a tender green herb and explained patiently. Yunxi's words were gentle and full of knowledge. Her fingertips gently touched the rejuvenation grass, as if she was having some kind of subtle communication with nature. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu listened attentively, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and desire for the unknown world. And this one, Yunxi continued, pointing to a plant with lavender flowers not far away, is the Qingxin lotus. It can calm the mind and is a rare auxiliary herb for practitioners. Xiang Tianlu squatted down and carefully observed the texture of the Qingxin lotus, exclaiming, It's amazing These herbs have such effects. Nature is really amazing. New Orleans stood aside, trying to follow Yunqi's instructions and carefully dig up a herb, fearing that it would damage its roots. Yunqi, how did you learn all this? You have such a rich knowledge of herbs. Yunqi smiled, with a gentle light in her eyes. This is a skill passed down from generation to generation in my family. I have been learning from my grandfather since I was a child. The world of herbs is like an endless treasure trove waiting for us to explore. As the sun gradually set, the three returned with a full load. They not only collected many precious herbs, but also learned a lot about herbs. Back at the tea house, Yunqi began to teach them how to process these herbs into healing medicines. During the whole process, the air is filled with the unique fresh aroma of herbs, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. As night falls, the lights in Long Bay town twinkle like stars, adding a touch of warmth to the quiet night. Nuo Lin, Xiang Tianlu, and Yunqi sat on the terrace of the tea house, looking up at the starry sky and enjoying this rare tranquility and harmony. Yunqi, do you think the world outside is also full of miracles and unknowns like here? Xiang Tianlu's voice drifted gently in the night wind. Yunqi nodded gently, with a deep look in her eyes. Yes, the world is so big that there are all kinds of wonders. But no matter where you go, if you keep a curious and respectful heart, you will always find beauty. Nuo Lin looked into the distance, with a vision for the future in his heart. We still have many places to go and many stories to write. When this trip is over, we will definitely come here again to share more of what we have seen and heard. The agreement between the three people echoed in the night sky, as if it had become an eternal oath. However, as the night faded and the morning light began to appear, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu knew that it was time for them to set off. When saying goodbye to Yunqi, both of their eyes were filled with reluctance. They set out on their journey again, passing through the lush forest and crossing the winding mountain roads of Wanding. At the moment, the sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows like fragments of time, recording their unforgettable experience. Nuo Lin, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and looked ahead with surprise in his eyes. I hurriedly followed Tianlu and saw an open valley in front of me. In the valley, a crystal-clear stream was flowing slowly. By the stream, bunches of wildflowers were swaying in the wind, which was so beautiful that it seemed out of this world. Nuo Lin stopped, his eyes as sharp as torches, penetrating the fairyland-like valley ahead, but ripples appeared in his heart. The valley is unusually quiet, yet exudes an indescribable majestic atmosphere, as if hiding the most ancient secrets between heaven and earth. Tianlu, look at the wildflowers swaying beside the stream, and it seems that each flower contains endless vitality. Nuo Lin's voice is low and magnetic, as if it can penetrate the void and hit people's hearts. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind with sharp eyes. He felt the unusualness of this valley. It was a throbbing coming from the depths of his soul, as if some power was calling him. This place is definitely not found by chance. It must be extraordinary. The two walked side by side into the valley, and every step seemed to be stepping on the long river of time. Suddenly, a breeze blew by, causing the grass and trees in the valley to sway gently, creating an inexplicable rhythm, like some kind of rhythm between heaven and earth, telling an ancient story in silence. Nuo Lin, do you feel that the air here seems purer and more vibrant than outside? Xiang Tianlu's voice revealed a hint of surprise. Nuo Lin nodded. His eyes were like two deep pools of water, sparkling with wisdom. Yes, the spiritual energy here is rich and extraordinary. Perhaps we are about to witness a miracle between heaven and earth. Just as the two were immersed in this wonderful feeling, a roar suddenly came from the depths of the valley, like the roar of an ancient monster, shaking the valley and causing the grass and trees to tremble. Then, powerful auras surged in from all directions, but they were not hostile. Instead, they were like some kind of awakening of nature. They were showing the power of this land. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and without saying anything, they understood each other. They moved like two streams of light, rushing towards the place where the aura was the strongest. Along the way, the grass and trees in the valley seemed to have life and automatically made way for a path, and the clear stream even rippled, as if guiding them in the direction. Finally, the two came to an open area and saw a ray of light rising into the sky in front of them, illuminating the entire valley. That light seemed to contain endless power and mystery, which made people feel awe. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood at the edge of the open space, their eyes fixed on the light rising into the sky, their hearts filled with shock and curiosity. In the light, it seemed as if countless runes were flowing, interweaving into mysterious patterns, exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. Tianlu, look at the runes in the light. Are they similar to some of the formations we have seen before? Nuo Lin's voice was filled with excitement. He knew very well that the secrets hidden in this valley might be inextricably linked to the formation they had been pursuing. Hearing this, Xiang Tianlu carefully examined the runes in the light, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Yes, these runes are indeed related to some ancient formations that I have studied before. But the runes here seem to be more complex and profound. The two looked at each other, their eyes flickering with a desire to explore the unknown. They knew that at this moment, they might be about to uncover the mystery of an ancient and mysterious formation. As the two approached the light step by step, the air around them seemed to become heavy, and powerful energy waves spread in the air, Nuo Hao Zhao, which made people feel awe. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were not afraid at all. They moved like two streams of light, rushing straight towards the light. The moment they stepped into the light, powerful waves of energy hit their bodies, as if to tear them apart. But the two of them gritted their teeth, and with their strong willpower and deep understanding of the art of formation, they managed to withstand the impact. In the light, they seemed to have entered a whole new world. The space here is distorted and changing, and time seems to have lost its meaning. They saw countless runes interweaving and colliding in the void, bursting into dazzling light. These runes seemed to have life, constantly evolving and changing, forming one mysterious formation after another. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu traveled and explored in this world of runes. They tried to understand the meaning and rules of these runes in order to master the art of formation between heaven and earth. However, this world is too complex and too profound, and they can only explore and try step by step. Just then, they suddenly discovered a strange sight. In the deepest part of the light, huge amounts of formations slowly emerged. It seemed to be condensed from countless runes, emitting dazzling light. This formation is so huge and complex that it makes people feel awe at first sight. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stared at the huge formation that was slowly emerging, with unprecedented shock and awe in their hearts. The formation seemed to contain the ultimate truth between heaven and earth. Each rune was like a star in the universe, existing independently yet interconnected, weaving together 10 magnificent circles. Tianlu, look at the core of this formation, it seems. Nuo Lin's voice was low and full of awe. He pointed to the center of the formation, where there was an area with the brightest light and the densest runes, as if it was the soul of the entire formation. Xiang Tianlu looked in the direction Nuo Lin pointed, and a flash of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. Yes, that should be the key to the entire formation. If we can crack the secret there, perhaps we can grasp the core power of this formation. The two looked at each other, with determination flashing in their eyes. They know that the challenges of this moment are unprecedented, but so are the opportunities. They decided to give it a try no matter what to uncover the mystery of this formation. They approached the core area of the formation cautiously, treading on thin ice with every step, for fear of touching any taboo. The surrounding runes seemed to sense their approach and began to become more active, shining brighter. Nuo Lin, do you feel it? These runes seem to be responding to us. There was a hint of surprise in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He found that when they approached, the runes seemed to come alive and began to have some kind of wonderful connection with them. Nuo Lin nodded, his expression solemn and determined. Indeed, They seem to be communicating with us in some ancient language. This is a resonance that transcends words. He clenched his fists, and there was a faint glow flowing around his body. It was the power in his body boiling, ready to meet unknown challenges. As they got closer to the core of the formation, the air around them seemed to solidify, and even time seemed to slow down. The light of the runes became increasingly brighter, like thousands of sharp swords, piercing through the barriers of space and pointing straight into the depths of their souls. Be careful. These runes contain unpredictable power. Once triggered, the consequences will be unpredictable. Xiang Tianlu's voice was low, and he quickly formed seals with his hands. Light golden halos overflowed from his palms, surrounding the two of them, forming a protective shield, trying to resist the power that was about to explode. Suddenly, there was a violent tremor, as if the whole world was shaking. Those runes surged wildly like an enraged tide, transforming into streaks of light that rushed towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Every stream of light contained enough energy to destroy the heavens and the earth, and the air was filled with the breath of destruction. "Come on!" Nuo Lin shouted, and all the power in his body burst out. His body turned into a golden lightning, and he took the initiative to meet those rune lights. His fist, packed with the force of thunder, collided with the rune light, causing a deafening roar. Xiang Tianlu's figure was elusive, shuttling between the runes like a ghost. He kept changing hand seals with his hands. Every move and every stroke contained profound power of law. He tried to guide those runes and dissolve their power into the invisible. However, these runes are too powerful. Their power is like the ocean, endless. Although Nuo Lin's fists were strong, cracks began to appear under the continuous collisions, and blood dripped through his fingers. The protective shield of Shantian Road was also shaking continuously, and it seemed that it would break at any time. "We can't go on like this. We must find a way to break it." Nuo Lin's voice sounded unusually firm amid the roar. With sharp eyes, he carefully observed the flow patterns of the runes, trying to find their flaws. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, his mind focused, and he suddenly realized that although those runes seemed chaotic, they actually followed some ancient rhythm. His mind moved, and the speed of forming seals with his hands suddenly increased. He muttered something, as if chanting an ancient spell. As the spell sounded, the surrounding runes suddenly became quiet and their light dimmed. Nuo Lin saw this and took the opportunity to attack. He turned into lightning again and punched the area with the most runes. This punch condensed all his strength and placed all his hopes on it. When the fist force collided with the rune, the entire space seemed to be torn apart, and an indescribable wave spread in all directions. However, at this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the core area of the formation, completely enveloping Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a completely new space, and everything around them became strange and mysterious. When the light faded, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu found themselves standing in a vast void, surrounded by endless darkness. Only the area under their feet was covered by a thin film that emitted a soft glow, as if it was the only island in the void. "Where is this?" Xiang Tianlu looked around, with a hint of surprise in his voice. He took a tentative step forward, but found that his foot did not step into the air, but landed steadily on the light, as if there was an invisible force supporting this space. Nuo Lin also slowly stood still, staring at the void, his eyes flickering with thought. This may be the inner space of the formation. Those runes brought us here, but what is their purpose? Xiang Tianlu's heart moved when he heard this. He looked up at the sky and saw countless points of light flickering in the endless darkness, as bright as stars, but different from the stars, because they seemed to be moving in a specific pattern, as if weaving a huge amount of web. "Look at those spots of light." Xiang Tianlu pointed to the sky and said to Nuo Lin, Nuo Lin looked in the direction of Xiang Tianlu's finger, and suddenly his pupils shrank. Is this the trajectory of law? Could it be that this is the ocean of law? One. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his expression solemn. It is very likely. Those runes may be the key to unlocking this ocean of law. And now we are standing on the threshold of law. The two looked at each other and saw shock and awe in each other's eyes. They knew that they were standing at an unprecedented height, a height that even the ancients could hardly reach. At this moment, the area covered by the light suddenly began to change. Runes rose from the light, shuttled through the air like swimming fish, and finally gathered into a huge amount of portals. On the other side of the portal was a deeper and more mysterious darkness. What does this mean? There was a hint of trembling in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He had never seen such a spectacular sight, nor had he ever thought that he would have the opportunity to witness the mystery of the law with his own eyes. Nuo Lin took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination. Whatever it means, we have to try. This is our opportunity and our challenge. As he spoke, he strode forward towards the portal made of runes. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu followed closely, and the two of them stepped into the portal leading to the unknown world together. The moment they passed through the portal, they seemed to have crossed the boundaries of time and space and arrived in a completely new world. This world is full of the power of law. Every breath of air and every grain of dust contains profound principles of law. They strolled in this world of law, and every step seemed to be exploring the mysteries of the universe. They saw the interweaving and collision of laws, and felt the majesty and mystery of laws. However, at this moment, a sudden force swept them up and threw them into the endless void. They were horrified to find that they were being pulled by an invisible force, falling into the deep, unknown darkness. Just as they were about to fall into the endless darkness, a sudden strong wind swept over, like an invisible giant hand, pulling them back from the brink of death. In the strong wind, there was a deafening roar. The sound contained endless majesty and power, as if it came from an ancient overlord, which made people feel awe. As the roar subsided, a huge monster appeared from the void, its body covered with hair that flashed with lightning. Each hair seemed to contain endless power of heavenly thunder, shining with a heart-pounding light. Its eyes are like bright stars, deep and cold, revealing a kind of detached, domineering aura. This monster is none other than the legendary spirit dog Thunder Lion, which has the terrifying ability to control lightning and tear apart space. This is the spirit dog Lei Shi. Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with incredible shock. He had never thought that he would encounter such a powerful monster in this ocean of law. Nuo Lin also looked solemn. He could feel that the strength of this spirit dog Lei Shi was definitely above theirs. But even so, he would never back down, because he was a warrior who would never be defeated by difficulties. Prepare for battle, Nuo Lin shouted, and his figure instantly turned into a golden lightning and rushed towards the spirit dog Lei Shi. His hands were clenched into fists, with lightning and thunder on his fists, as if they were going to tear the entire space apart. Upon seeing this, the spirit dog Lei Shi let out a scornful roar, and its body collided with Nuo Lin like a black lightning. Suddenly, the entire space seemed to be torn apart, and lightning and fist wind intertwined together, erupting in a deafening roar. Xiang Tianlu was not idle either. His figure was elusive, and he shuttled through the void like a ghost. His hands kept changing hand seals, and light golden halos overflowed from his palms and attacked the spirit dog Lei Shi. Those halos exploded in the air and transformed into golden lotuses, each of which contained a profound power of law, trying to trap the spirit dog Lei Shi. However, the spirit dog Lei Shi was too powerful. Its figure kept flashing in the void, and it cleverly avoided Xiang Tianlu's attacks every time. At the same time, there was a cold light flashing in its eyes, as if calculating Nuo Lin's every move. Roar! The spirit dog Lei Shi suddenly let out a deafening roar, and its body accelerated instantly, pouncing towards Nuo Lin like a black lightning. Its claws flashed a brilliant lightning in the air, as if it was going to tear Nuo Lin's body into pieces. Nuo Lin was shocked when he saw this. He knew he had to go all out to resist the attack of the spirit dog Lei Shi. Then he shouted loudly, and the power in his body burst out completely. Golden lightning intertwined his body into a huge amount of net, wrapping him tightly inside. Thor's wrath. Nuo Lin roared, his fist wrapped in endless power of the thunder and lightning, colliding with the claws of the spirit dog Lei Shi. Suddenly, the entire space seemed to be filled with thunder and lightning, and a dazzling lightning illuminated the entire void. Xiang Tianlu was not idle either. He took the opportunity to launch an attack. Golden halos streaked across the void like meteors and attacked the spirit dog Lei Shi. Those halos exploded in the air and transformed into golden lotus flowers that surrounded the spirit dog Lei Shi. However, the spirit dog Lei Shi seemed to not care at all. Its figure kept flashing in the air, and it cleverly avoided Kai Zhang Yanlu's attacks every time. At the same time, its eyes flashed with an even colder light, as if mocking their incompetence. "Is this all you have got?" The voice of the spirit dog Lei Shi echoed in the void, full of disdain and ridicule. "Zero, request flowers?" Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were both furious when they heard this. They knew that they had to show even greater strength in order to defeat this powerful monster. At this moment, Nuo Lin suddenly thought of something. He looked at Xiang Tianlu with a determined light in his eyes. "Xiang Tianlu, do you remember the combined attack technique we learned before?" When Xiang Tianlu heard this, his heart moved, and he immediately understood what Nuo Lin meant. So he nodded, and his body instantly accelerated and flew towards Nuo Lin. The two figures met in the air, their hands tightly clasped together, and a powerful force surged between them. Heaven and earth attacked together. The two men roared, and their figures seemed to merge into one, turning into a dazzling golden light, attacking the spiritual Thunder Lion. Seeing this, the spirit dog Lei Shi finally showed a trace of solemnity in his eyes. It knew that it had to use all its strength to withstand this attack. Then, it let out a long howl towards the sky, and its body instantly turned into a black lightning, colliding with the golden light. In the void torn by lightning, the figures of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu engaged in the most intense confrontation with the Lingyin Lei petals. The golden light and the black lightning continued to collide in the air, and each collision seemed to completely annihilate this area of space. Roar! The spirit dog Lei Shi let out an earth-shaking roar, and its eyes were like two bright stars, flashing with cold light. Its claws were like sharp blades, and every swing was accompanied by flashes of lightning, as if it was going to tear the entire void apart. A powerful force was surging in Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's tightly clasped hands. Their figures seemed to merge into one, transforming into a brilliant golden light, which continued to entangle with the black lightning of the spirit Thunder Lion in the air. "We can't be suppressed like this," Nuo Lin shouted, his voice echoing in the air like thunder. The power in his body erupted completely, and golden lightning intertwined into a huge amount of net on his body, wrapping him tightly inside. His eyes flashed with a determined light, as if they were going to burn the entire void. Xiang Tianlu also had a solemn expression. He kept changing the hand seals with his hands. Light golden halos flowed out from his palms, streaking through the air like a meteor and attacking the spirit dog Lei Shi. Those halos exploded in the air and transformed into golden lotuses, each of which contained a profound power of law, trying to trap the spirit dog Lei Shi. However, the spirit dog Lei Shi seemed to not care at all. Its figure kept flashing in the air, and it cleverly avoided Xiang Tianlu's attacks every time. There was an even colder light flashing in its eyes, as if mocking their incompetence. "Is this all you have got?" The voice of the spirit dog Lei Shi echoed in the void again, full of disdain and ridicule. Its body was like a black lightning, accelerating instantly and rushing towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt the same way when they saw this. They knew that they had to show even greater strength in order to defeat this powerful monster. Xiang Tianlu, we can't continue to be passive like this. Nuo Lin shouted, his voice exploding in the air like thunder. 540, the power in his body surged again, and the golden lightning seemed to swallow up the entire void. Xiang Tianlu also looked determined. He nodded, and his body accelerated instantly, fighting side by side with Nuo Lin. Their figures kept shuttling through the air, and each attack was full of power and speed. Seeing this, the spirit dog Leisure no longer held back his strength. There was a crazy light flashing in its eyes, as if it wanted to swallow up the entire void. Its figure kept flashing in the air, and each attack was as fast as lightning. In this void, torn by lightning, the battle between Nuo Lin, Xiang Tianlu, and the spirit dog Leisure becomes more and more intense. Their figures kept interweaving in the air, and each time they did so, it seemed as if they were going to completely annihilate the space. Bang! There was a loud noise, and Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's heavy punches hit the spirit dog Leisure heavily. However, the spirit dog Leisure seemed to feel no pain at all. Its figure flashed in the air and appeared behind them again. Roar! The spirit dog Leisure let out a thunderous roar, and its claws swung towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu like sharp blades. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu dodged the attack narrowly. We can't go on like this. We must find its flaw. Nuo Lin shouted, his voice full of firmness and determination. Xiang Tianlu also nodded. He stared closely at the figure of the spirit dog Leisure, trying to find its weakness. However, the spirit dog Leisure was too powerful, and its figure kept flashing in the air, as if it had no flaws at all. Just when they were in a tough fight, Nuo Lin suddenly noticed a subtle movement of the spirit dog Leisure. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted, "Look at its eyes!" Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu immediately focused his attention on Ling Yinlei's eyes. Sure enough, he discovered that when the spirit dog Leisure attacked, a faint light would flash in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu's eyes were as sharp as torches. After catching that glimmer of light, he immediately had an idea in his mind. He let out a low roar, and suddenly rose up like a ghost, going straight for the eyes of the spirit dog Leisure. At the same time, Nuo Lin also saw the opportunity. The power of thunder and lightning surged in his body, transforming into a golden thunder dragon, roaring and rapping around the spirit dog Leisure, intending to restrain its actions. Roar! The spirit dog Leisure sensed the danger and roared angrily. The lightning around him became even stronger, as if it was going to submerge the world in a sea of thunder and lightning. It twisted its body and avoided Xiang Tianlu's attack at the last moment. At the same time, its tail was like a whip, lashing at the thunder dragon controlled by Nuo Lin with tremendous force. Bang! The thunder dragon was hit, making a deafening roar. The golden light and black lightning intertwined together, bursting out with dazzling light, and the whole space trembled. Nuo Lin's body swayed, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that this blow had caused him serious internal injuries. Nuo Lin, Xiang Tianlu shouted, with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. But he quickly calmed himself down, knowing that at the moment any distraction could be fatal. He took a deep breath, quickly formed seals with his hands, and golden light shone around him, as if some mysterious power was awakening in his body. "Tianlu, I'm fine, keep going." Nuo Lin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes becoming more determined. He once again activated the power of thunder and lightning. This time, the golden lightning was no longer a single attack, but turned into countless tiny electric snakes, rushing towards the spirit dog Leisure from all directions, trying to form an airtight electric net to trap it completely. The spirit dog Leisure snorted coldly, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Its figure flashed again, and every movement was just right to avoid the electric snake's attack. At the same time, Its claws drew brilliant arcs of lightning in the air. Every swing carried a terrifying force that could tear apart space, directly hitting Nuo Lin and Wei Lu's vital points. This is not a solution. We must find its real weakness. Xiang Tianlu dodged the attack of the spirit dog Lei Shi while shouting to Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin nodded, knowing full well that this was true. The two looked at each other, understood each other, and decided to take a more risky strategy. Nuo Lin once again exerted all his strength, and the golden lightning gathered into huge amounts of thunder sword. He gripped the hilt tightly, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the spirit dog Lei Shi, while Xiang Tianlu put his hands together, muttering something, and the golden light around him became more and more dazzling, as if he was brewing some powerful attack. Roar! The spirit dog Lei Shi seemed to have sensed the two's determination. It stopped laughing and roared. Lightning gathered around its body, as if it was about to burst out with its final desperate power. At this moment, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu moved at the same time. Nuo Lin wielded the thunder sword. The sword light was like a dragon, cutting through the sky and hitting the spirit dog Lei Shi directly, while Xiang Tianlu suddenly separated his hands, and a golden beam of light burst out from his palms, like the rising sun, illuminating the entire void and heading straight for the eyes of the spirit dog Lei Shi. Bang! Bang! The two attacks hit the spirit dog Lei Shi almost at the same time. The golden lightning and light beams intertwined together, bursting out with unprecedented light. The spirit dog, Lei Shi, let out a shrill cry. Its body staggered in the air, and the lightning began to dissipate. Obviously, it had suffered severe damage. At that moment, the entire void seemed to be torn apart by the attacks of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Golden lightning and golden light beams intertwined, forming 10 magnificent and cruel pictures. In the light, the figure of the spirit dog Lei Shi looked particularly small, and its eyes were full of fear and unwillingness. But even so, it was still struggling hard, trying to break free from the fatal restraints. Roar! It let out another deafening roar, with lightning flashing all around it, as if it wanted to concentrate all its strength at this moment for a final counterattack. However, the attacks from Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were as turbulent as the tide, leaving it no chance to breathe. Nuo Lin tightly grasped the thunder sword, and the tip of the sword drew brilliant tracks in the air. Every swing of the sword was accompanied by a thunderous roar, as if it was going to split the world apart. His eyes were full of determination and coldness, as if he wanted to pour all his anger and strength into this sword. Xiang Tianlu raised his hands high, and golden beams of light continued to condense in his palms, as if to absorb all the energy of the void. His figure loomed in the light, like a god descending to the earth, with endless majesty and power. "Break it for me," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and the golden beam of light, like the first ray of sunlight at dawn, penetrated the lightning around the spirit dog Lei Shi and hit its vital points. At the same time, Nuo Lin's thunder sword also emerged from the sea like a dragon, with a force of thunder, slashing towards the neck of the spirit dog Lei Shi. Bang! With a deafening roar, the huge body of the spirit dog Lei Shi was finally unable to withstand this fatal attack. It let out a shrill scream, and its body rolled in the air. Lightning flashed everywhere, as if it was going to ignite the entire void. However, even in such a desperate situation, the spirit dog Lei Shi did not give up struggling. It soared into the air again, with madness flashing in its eyes, attempting a final counterattack. But this time, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu will no longer give it any chance. Nuo Lin's figure flickered like a ghost, and the thunder sword danced in his hand like a living thing, and every swing of the sword accurately hit the vital points of the spirit dog Lei Shi. Xiang Tianlu kept changing the hand seals with his hands, and a golden halo overflowed from his palms, streaking through the void like a meteor surrounding the spirit dog Lei Shi. Roar! The spirit dog Lei Shi 03 let out a final roar, but this time, its voice seemed so weak. Under the joint attack of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, its shape gradually became blurred and the lightning began to dissipate. Finally, with a dull roar, its body fell to the ground, completely losing its life. At the moment when the spirit dog Glacier fell, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and a trace of relief and fatigue flashed in each other's eyes. The aftermath of the battle gradually subsided, and the golden lightning and light beams remaining in the void slowly dissipated, revealing a night sky that was torn apart and then gradually returned to calm. Finally, it's over. Nuo Lin panted, and the thunder sword in his hand slowly fell down, and the tip of the sword tapped lightly on the ground, making a crisp sound. Although his voice was light, it revealed an indescribable heaviness and relief. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his expression solemn but with a hint of relief. Yes, this battle is much more difficult than we expected. But we did it. He looked at the fallen dog Lei Shur, with a complex emotion in his eyes, a feeling of regret for the fall of a powerful enemy and a regret for the loss of life. Let's go and find a safe place to rest, Nuo Lin suggested, with an unquestionable firmness in his voice. Both of them knew that even though the battle was over, it would still take time for their bodies to recover from fatigue and injuries. They crossed a barren desert and finally found a small sheltered cave in a hidden valley. Outside the cave, a clear stream flows slowly, and sparse but tenacious vegetation grows around it, adding a bit of vitality to this desolate land. The moonlight shines through the sparse clouds and shines on the stream, making the water sparkle and appear particularly peaceful and harmonious. After entering the cave, the two of them found a corner to sit down and began to practice their own recovery techniques. Inside the cave, there was no other sound except their even breathing and the occasional faint sound of wind. Time seems to freeze at this moment, leaving only their harmonious coexistence with nature. A few days later, when the first ray of sunlight shone through the cave and onto them, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu opened their eyes almost at the same time. Their eyes became brighter, their faces regained their rosy complexion, and their injuries had healed. A few days later, when the first rays of dawn penetrated the cave and gently brushed their cheeks like a thread, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu slowly opened their eyes, with new life shining in their eyes. Inside the cave, the air is filled with the faint fragrance of grass and trees, which echoes the fresh breath from the outside world, as if it is the most delicate comfort from nature. How do you feel? Nuo Lin asked softly, with a long-lost sense of ease in his voice. His gaze turned to Xiang Tianlu, only to see the latter slowly standing up, stretching his slightly stiff body, a satisfied smile on his face. It's better than ever before, Xiang Tianlu replied, his voice echoing in the cave with a hint of resonance. He walked to the entrance of the cave and looked outside. The sunlight shone through the sparse clouds, illuminating the valley in a picturesque way. The mountains in the distance are stacked layer upon layer, like the backbone of the earth, and appear even more majestic in the morning light. The two walked out of the cave, and the scene before them made them feel refreshed. The stream sparkled silver in the sunlight, flowing gently like a silver ribbon inlaid on green brocade. The surrounding vegetation appears more vibrant under the sunshine, and every leaf seems to be telling the tenacity and hope of life. We have to thank this land. It not only provides us with shelter, but also allows us to recover, Nuo Lin said with emotion, his eyes wandering through the valley, his heart filled with awe and gratitude for nature. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his eyes turned to the distance, his eyes flashing with determination. Yes, this land gives us strength and reminds us to cherish every moment. Next, we will continue to move forward and explore the unknown world. The two men walked upstream along the stream, their steps brisk and steady. Along the way, they encountered all kinds of strange scenes. A field of colorful wildflowers swaying in the breeze and emitting bursts of fragrance. A group of colorful birds soaring in the sky, their chirping sounds clear and melodious, like the music of nature, and an old stone bridge spanning the stream. The traces of time have left mottled marks on the bridge, but it still tenaciously carries the past. As they went deeper, the scenery of the valley became more and more charming, as if every step was stepping into a new picture. However, in this tranquility and beauty, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt an inexplicable atmosphere, an aura that seemed to hide some unknown power. The two of them went deeper into the stream, their pace unconsciously quickening, as if they were being pulled by an invisible force. Although the surrounding scenery is beautiful, the ancient and mysterious atmosphere in the air makes them alert. Their blood is boiling, as if they are ready to face unknown challenges at any time. Do you feel that the vitality of heaven and earth here has become unusually rich? New Orleans suddenly stopped, frowning, and looked through the layers of green leaves into the depths of the valley shrouded in clouds and mist. Xiang Tianlu nodded slightly. His perception was equally sharp, and he felt the unusual fluctuations between heaven and earth. Yes, this vitality seems to contain some kind of ancient power, as if it can awaken the ancient memories dormant in the blood. The two looked at each other and understood each other's feelings without saying anything. They know that the journey ahead will no longer be ordinary. As we continued forward, the stream gradually became more turbulent, and the sound of the water roared like thousands of troops galloping. They jumped onto the protruding rocks by the stream and used the momentum to move forward. Every step they took was in tune with the rhythm of nature and resonated with the heaven and earth. Suddenly, the water in front suddenly disappeared and turned into a foggy abyss. From the bottom of the abyss, a low roar could be heard, like the breathing of a giant beast, which made people's hearts palpitate. It seems that our road has encountered an obstacle here. New Orleans' eyes were solemn, and the vitality in his body surged. He was ready to deal with any emergency. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath and slowly raised his hands, palms facing outward, as if calling for something. In an instant, the surrounding vitality seemed to respond to his call and transformed into rays of light, surrounding him and forming a thin protective shield. Let's go down together and see what secrets are hidden beneath this abyss. Xiang Tianlu's voice was firm. With a flash of his body, he jumped into the abyss first, like a meteor breaking through the thick fog and heading straight to the bottom of the abyss. Nu Lin followed closely behind, the vital energy in his body boiling and turning into a golden lightning, following closely behind. The two of them shuttled through the abyss like two lightning bolts cutting through the night sky. Their speed was extremely fast. At the bottom of the abyss, there was chaos and raging vitality, as if an invisible force was tearing the space apart. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu were unstable and were nearly swept into the current several times. But they relied on their amazing willpower and cultivation to steady themselves and began to look for a way out of this chaos. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst out from chaos, illuminating the surroundings. Then, a powerful attraction came, as if sucking them into an unknown space. The two fought hard, but the force was too strong, and they were eventually sucked into the light and lost consciousness. When they woke up again, they found themselves in a strange space, surrounded by colorful lights, as if they were in a dream world. In the center of the space, huge amounts of runes slowly rotated, emitting a heart-pounding aura. When Nualin and Xiang Tianlu opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a bizarre space. The light around them was like a flowing galaxy, gorgeous and mysterious. In the center of the space, the huge amounts of runes slowly rotated like an ancient celestial wheel, releasing waves of breathtaking vibrations. Where is this place? Nual Lin struggled to stand up, staring at the rune, feeling an indescribable shock in his heart. Xiang Tianlu also stood up. He looked around with a frown on his face. We seem to be drawn into an unknown space. This rune may be the key. Just as they were about to approach the rune, the space suddenly shook and a powerful pressure descended from the sky, as if to crush them into powder. The two men's faces changed drastically. and the vitality in their bodies surged as they fought hard. This power is too terrifying. Nuo Lin gritted his teeth. Golden lightning flashed around him, forming a fierce confrontation with the pressure. Xiang Tianlu quickly formed seals with his hands, and the surrounding vitality seemed to respond to his call, transforming into streams of light that surrounded him and formed an indestructible shield. At this moment, the rune in the center of the space suddenly shone brightly, and an ancient and mysterious power surged out from it, forming a fierce collision with the vitality of the two people. The entire space seemed to be torn apart. Lights splashed everywhere, and vitality was raging. Under the impact of this force, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu kept retreating, and every step they took was in the void, as if they might be swallowed by this force at any time. But they did not give up. Instead, they relied on their amazing willpower and cultivation to stabilize their bodies. "We can't go on like this. We must find a way out," Nuo Lin shouted, his eyes searching around, trying to find something that could fight against this force. At this moment, he noticed that under the illumination of the rune, there was a piece of metal in the corner of the space that was shining with a strange light. The piece of metal emitted a faint blue light, as if it was out of tune with this space, yet it was full of mystery and power. "Is that Lingxiao Mingjin?" There was a hint of shock in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He knew very well how precious and powerful Lingxiao Mingjin was. It was a legendary treasure that could be used to forge supreme magical weapons. Nuo Lin heard this, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. "If we can get this piece of Lingxiao Mingjin, maybe we can fight against this power." The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with determination and resoluteness. They knew that the next action would be full of danger, but they had no way out. They approached the piece of Lingxiao Mingjin cautiously, and every step was like walking on thin ice. However, just as they were about to touch the metal, the space shook again, and an even more powerful pressure surged out from the rune, as if to destroy them completely. "Be careful," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and he quickly formed seals with his hands, condensing the surrounding energy into a barrier, trying to resist the impact of this force. Nuo Lin gritted his teeth, and the vital energy in his body boiled, transforming into a golden lightning and engaging in a fierce confrontation with the pressure. The entire space seemed to be torn apart. Lights splashed everywhere, and vitality was raging. Under the impact of this force, the two men kept retreating, and every step was full of difficulty and danger. But they did not give up. Instead, they relied on their amazing willpower and cultivation to fight a desperate battle with this force. At this moment, the piece of Lingxiao Mingjin suddenly shone brightly, and an ancient and mysterious power surged out of it, forming a perfect integration with the vitality of the two people. With the help of this power, the strength of the two people soared instantly, forming an evenly matched confrontation with the pressure. Under the integration of this mysterious force, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu only felt the vitality in their bodies surging, as if resonating with the entire space. Their eyes became fiery and determined, and the light emanating from their bodies echoed with the Lingxiao Mingjin from afar, forming a shocking picture. Is this the power of Lingxiao Mingjin?" Nuo Lin's voice trembled slightly. He had never felt such a strong power, as if the whole world was under his control. Xiang Tianlu was also shocked. He took a deep breath and felt the energy surging in his body. "Yes, this power is beyond our imagination. But we must be careful, because this power, which can be integrated with us, can also become a burden to us." The two smiled at each other, their eyes flashing with expectation and determination for the future. They knew that this experience would completely change their destiny, and Lingxiao Mingjin was the key for them to embark on a new journey. At this moment, the rune in the center of the space suddenly stopped rotating, and the light gradually dimmed. The entire space seemed to have lost its support and began to shake violently, as if it could collapse at any time. Oh no, this space is going to collapse. New All-In's face changed drastically, and he quickly grabbed Xiang Tianlu's hand, ready to escape from this dangerous place. However, at this moment, an even more powerful wave surged out from the location of the rune, completely blocking the entire space. The two of them only felt that an irresistible force bound them tightly, unable to move at all. What's going on? There was a hint of fear in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He had never encountered such a powerful sealing force. Nu All-In gritted his teeth and tried to mobilize the vitality in his body, but found that this power seemed to be suppressed by some mysterious force and could not exert its due power. We were sealed. There was a hint of unwillingness in Nu All-In's voice. He couldn't accept this fact. They had just gained powerful strength, but now they were trapped by this power. At this moment, the entire space began to collapse, and the surrounding light gradually dissipated, leaving only darkness. Nu All-In and Xiang Tianlu only felt a strong suction force coming, and their bodies began to fly uncontrollably towards an unknown place. "Catch me," Nu All-In shouted. He held Xiang Tianlu's hand tightly, trying to find a glimmer of hope in the darkness. However, the darkness seemed endless, and they seemed to be caught in an endless vortex. In this desperate moment, they can only cling to each other and use each other's strength to support each other. An unknown amount of time had passed, but as their consciousness gradually faded, a faint light suddenly lit up in the darkness. This ray of light seemed to come from the distant other side, bringing them a glimmer of hope. "Look, what is that?" Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with excitement, as if he saw hope of escaping. Nu All-In looked in the direction of Xiang Tianlu's finger and saw that the light was getting brighter and brighter, as if it was going to illuminate the entire darkness. An inexplicable power surged in their hearts, and they began to swim towards the light with all their might. However, just as they were about to touch the light, the space shook again, and an even more powerful force pulled them back into the darkness. Their bodies seemed to be restrained by some mysterious force, unable to take another step forward. Under the pull of this mysterious force, Nu All-In and Xiang Tianlu felt as if their bodies were torn apart, and the pain was unbearable. But the faith in their hearts is like a burning flame that will never go out. 840, we can't give up. Nu All-In gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with an unyielding light. He held Xiang Tianlu's hand tightly, as if to convey his beliefs to him. Xiang Tianlu was equally unwilling. He took a deep breath, and the vital energy in his body surged, trying to break free from the shackles. However, that mysterious force was like an invisible shackle that trapped them tightly. "We have just obtained the power of Ling Xiao Ming Jin. How can we give up so easily?" There was a hint of determination in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He mobilized the vitality in his body and launched a fierce confrontation with the mysterious power. When Nu All-In heard this, an inexplicable power surged in his heart. He closed his eyes, feeling the fluctuations of Ling Xiao Ming Jin in his body, as if he had some kind of resonance with it. "Yes, we can't give up," Nu All-In shouted, and he suddenly opened his eyes with a bright light flashing in his eyes. He clenched his hands into fists, and the energy in his body surged like a raging torrent. With the blessing of this power, they seemed to have transformed into two invincible gods of war, fighting a desperate battle with the mysterious force. The space collapsed around them and darkness surged in like a tide, but they seemed to be in another world and launched a fierce battle against this force. "Break it!" Nu All-In shouted, and the vital energy in his body surged, turning into a golden lightning that fiercely bombarded the mysterious power. Xiang Tianlu was equally unwilling to be outdone. He quickly formed seals with his hands, condensed the energy in his body into a sharp blade of light, and slashed towards that force. The attacks of the two men came down like a violent storm, colliding fiercely with the mysterious force. The entire space seemed to be torn apart, lights splashed everywhere, and vitality was raging. Under the impact of this force, their bodies kept retreating, and every step was full of difficulty and danger. But they did not give up. Instead, they relied on their amazing willpower and cultivation to fight a desperate battle with this force. At this moment, the Lingxiao Ming gene in their bodies suddenly shone brightly, and an ancient and mysterious power surged out from it, forming a perfect integration with their qi. With the blessing of this power, their strength soared instantly, as if it could shake the heaven and earth. "Break it!" Nuo Lin shouted again. The vital energy in his body surged and turned into a golden tornado, which fiercely slammed into the mysterious force. Xiang Tianlu also mobilized the vital energy in his body, turning it into a sharp lightsaber and slashed towards that force. The attacks of the two were like two bright meteors, cutting through the darkness and heading straight for the mysterious force. Under the impact of this force, the entire space seemed to be torn apart. Light splashed everywhere, and vitality was raging. Finally, when the mysterious power was about to collapse, their bodies shook violently, as if they had broken free from some kind of restraints. They successfully broke through the blockade of this force and swam towards the Alpha light. When they touched the light, they felt a powerful force surging into their bodies, as if it resonated with their souls. Their strength soared again, as if they could control the world. With the infusion of this powerful force, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt as if they were reborn, with infinite power in every cell. They smiled at each other, their eyes full of perseverance and determination, and continued to move towards the unknown light ahead. "This power is incredible," Nuo Lin exclaimed in a low voice. He could feel the vitality surging in his body, as if he had some kind of mysterious connection with the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Every breath can absorb a huge amount of vital energy, allowing its strength to continuously increase. Xiang Tianlu was equally shocked. He felt the perfect integration of the Lingxiao Ming gene in his body and his own vitality, as if he had mastered a power that could shake the heavens and the earth. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power in his body, and his heart was filled with confidence. The two continued to move forward. The road ahead was not smooth. They discovered that this space seemed like an endless maze, full of all kinds of unknown traps and dangers. "Be careful," Nuo Lin suddenly shouted. He keenly perceived that a strong energy fluctuation was approaching from the front. He quickly mobilized the vital energy in his body and transformed it into a golden shield, covering himself and Xiang Tianlu. At that moment, a violent energy surged like a raging wave and hit the golden shield fiercely. Nuo Lin only felt a huge force coming, and his body involuntarily took several steps back, but he gritted his teeth and persisted, not letting the shield waver in the slightest. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu immediately mobilized the vital energy in his body, transformed it into a sharp blade of light, and slashed towards the vital energy fluctuations. The light blade drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, as if it was going to tear the space apart. However, the energy fluctuation was so powerful that the light blade was shattered the moment it touched it. Xiang Tianlu's face changed slightly, but he was not discouraged. Instead, he mobilized the energy in his body again, preparing to launch a more violent attack. At this moment, Nuo Lin suddenly shouted, "Xiang Tianlu, look over there!" He pointed to the darkness ahead, and saw a faint light flickering in it, like a beacon guiding them forward. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu immediately withdrew his attack and swam towards the light with Nuo Lin. They knew that only by finding the source of the light could they find an exit to leave this space. In the process of advancing, they constantly encountered various unknown traps and dangers. But relying on the power of Lingxiao Ming gene in their bodies, they were able to escape danger time and time again and continued to move forward. Finally, after experiencing countless hardships and obstacles, they arrived at the source of the light. There was a brilliant starry sky ahead with countless stars twinkling in it, as if a whole new world was waiting for them. "We finally got out," Nuo Lin shouted excitedly. He held Xiang Tianlu's hand tightly, his eyes full of joy and excitement. Xiang Tianlu was equally excited. He looked at the brilliant starry sky, his heart filled with infinite longing and expectation. However, at this moment, they suddenly felt a strong suction force coming, and their bodies flew uncontrollably towards an unknown place again. What's going on? Xiang Tianlu was horrified. He hugged Nuo Lin tightly, trying to resist the suction. Nuo Lin was equally shocked. He looked at the brilliant starry sky, his heart filled with reluctance and helplessness. They had just walked out of this dangerous space, but were trapped by an unknown force again. We can't give up. Nuo Lin gritted his teeth and mobilized the energy in his body, trying to break through the suction. However, the force was so strong that they could not move at all. At this desperate moment, they suddenly felt a familiar force surging, which produced some kind of wonderful resonance with their vitality. This power seemed to be a response from the Lingxiao Ming gene in their bodies, trying to help them out of their predicament. As this familiar force resonated with their vital energy, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt their bodies lighten, as if there was a slight possibility of breaking free from the suction. However, at this critical moment, a deafening roar suddenly sounded, causing their eardrums to hurt and their hearts to tremble. Roar! Along with this roar, a huge monster rushed out from the depths of the starry sky and instantly blocked their way. This is a mountain-carving bull, as big as a mountain, covered with thick black scales that gleam with a metallic luster. Its eyes were like two burning flames, revealing endless ferocity and violence. From the mouth of the mountain bull, two sharp fangs protruded like swords, dripping with sticky saliva. Its limbs are strong and powerful, and every step it takes seems to crush the starry sky. This is a mountain-opening bull. Nuo Lin's face changed drastically. He knew very well how terrifying this monster was. Its power was enough to shake mountains, and it had strong defenses that made it almost impossible to break through. Xiang Tianlu was equally shocked. Looking at the huge monster in front of him, he felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart. They had just walked out of a dangerous space, but encountered such a powerful monster again. It seemed that fate was always playing jokes on them. We can't just sit there and wait to die. Nuo Lin shouted, mobilizing the energy in his body, turning it into a golden light and rushing towards the mountain-splitting bull. He clenched his hands into fists, and the energy in his body surged like a raging torrent. Xiang Tianlu was equally unwilling to be outdone. He mobilized the vital energy in his body, transformed it into a sharp blade of light, and followed closely behind. He knew very well that facing such a powerful monster, only by giving it his all would he have a chance of survival. Bang! Nuo Lin's fist collided with the scales of the mountain-opening bull, making a deafening sound. He only felt a huge force coming, and his body involuntarily took several steps back. However, he was not discouraged, but mobilized his energy again, preparing to launch a more violent attack. Roar! The mountain-cutting bull roared angrily, staring at Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, as if it wanted to eat them alive. It kicked the ground with all four limbs and rushed towards the two people like an arrow. Be careful! Xiang Tianlu shouted, mobilizing the energy in his body and turning it into a dazzling light curtain, blocking Nuo Lin in front of him. The mountain-cutting bull's giant hooves slammed hard into the light curtain, making a deafening noise. The light curtain was instantly shattered under the impact of the huge force. Nuo Lin felt nervous when he saw this. He knew very well that facing such a powerful monster, they had to join forces to have a chance of survival. He quickly mobilized the vital energy in his body and formed a perfect coordination with Xiang Tianlu. Tiangang Fist! Nuo Lin shouted loudly, and the vital energy in his body surged, turning into a golden fist shadow and blasted towards the mountain-splitting bull. The fist shadow drew a brilliant track in the air, as if it was going to tear the starry sky apart. Light sword slash! Xiang Tianlu also shouted loudly. He mobilized the vitality in his body and transformed it into a sharp lightsaber, following closely behind. The lightsaber drew a brilliant trail in the air, as if it was going to split the mountain bull in two. Bang! 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 The fist shadow, lightsaber, and the scales of the mountain-opening bull collided with each other, making a deafening sound. Every collision seemed to shatter the starry sky. Under the continuous attacks, the body of the mountain-cutting bull trembled slightly, but it did not suffer any substantial damage. 0. Request Flower 0. The defense of this monster is too terrifying. Nualin's face was solemn. He knew very well that if they continued like this, sooner or later they would be exhausted by the mountain-opening wild bull and eventually defeated. We can't fight it head-on, Xiang Tianlu shouted, and he quickly mobilized the vitality in his body, turning it into a dazzling light and rushing towards the side of the mountain-splitting bull. He tried to use his speed advantage to find Shania's weakness. Nualin was moved when he saw this. He quickly mobilized the energy in his body and transformed it into a golden tornado, following closely behind. The tornado was spinning in the air, making a whistling sound, as if it was going to swallow everything. Roar! The mountain-cutting bull roared angrily, staring at Nualin and Xiang Tianlu, as if it wanted to eat them alive. It kicked the ground with all four limbs and rushed towards the two people like an arrow. However, at this moment, Xiang Tianlu suddenly appeared on its side, and the lightsaber in his hand slashed like lightning. Puss! The lightsaber cut a deep wound on the scales of the mountain bull, and blood gushed out instantly. The mountain-cutting bull roared in pain, turned its head angrily, and stared at Xiang Tianlu. Nualin was overjoyed when he saw this. He quickly mobilized the vital energy in his body, transformed it into a golden fist shadow, and slammed hard into the wound of the mountain-splitting bull. The fist shadow was like a violent torrent, instantly tearing the wound wider. The painful roar of the mountain-opening bull echoed in the starry sky, as if even the stars were trembling. Nualin's fist shadow was like golden lightning, accurately hitting the wound torn by the lightsaber, bringing up a brilliant golden light and splattering blood. The body of the mountain-opening bull was shaken violently, and the huge body of the mountain-opening bull was actually knocked back by this punch. The stars under its feet shattered under its heavy pressure and turned into dazzling stardust and scattered. Good! Xiang Tianlu shouted from the side, his voice filled with excitement that was hard to conceal. The lightsaber in his hand lit up again, like the brightest star in the night sky. The tip of the sword trembled slightly, as if looking for the opportunity for the next attack. The mountain-opening bull was extremely angry, and the fire in its eyes became more and more blazing. It growled and kicked the ground with its four hooves again, like a moving mountain, rushing towards the two again with endless pressure. Nualin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other. No need to say more. There was a tacit understanding between them.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.